Sermon 1. Praise is due to Allah whose worth cannot be described. In this sermon he recalls the creation of earth and sky, and the creation of Adam, and in it he mentions the Hajj. وَمِنْ خُطْبَةٍ لَهُ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ يذكر فيها ابتداء خلق السماء والأرض وخلق آدم عليه الصلاة والسلام. فيها ذكر الحج. Praise is due to Allah whose worth cannot be described by speakers, whose bounties cannot be counted by calculators, and whose claim cannot be satisfied by those who attempt to do so, whom the height of intellectual courage cannot appreciate, and the divings of understanding cannot reach. He for whose description no limit has been laid down, no eulogy exists, no time is ordained, and no duration is fixed. He brought forth creation through his omnipotence, dispersed winds through his compassion, and made firm the shaking earth with rocks. الحمد له الذي لا يبلغ مدحته القائلون ولا يحصي نعمائه العادون ولا يودي حقه المجتهدون الذي لا يدركه بعد الهمم ولا يناله غوص الفطن الذي ليس لصفته حد محدود ولا نعت موجود ولا وقت معدود ولا أجل ممدود. فطر الخلائق بقدرته ونشر الرياح برحمته ووتد بالصخور ميدان أرضه. The foremost in religion is the acknowledgement of him. The perfection of acknowledging him is to testify him. The perfection of testifying him is to believe in his oneness. The perfection of believing in his oneness is to regard him pure. And the perfection of his purity is to deny him attributes, because every attribute is a proof that is different from that to which it is attributed, and everything to which something is attributed is different from the attribute. Thus, whoever attaches attributes to Allah recognizes his like, and whoever recognizes his like regards him too. And whoever regards him as two recognizes parts for him. And whoever recognizes parts for him mistook him. And whoever mistook him pointed at him. And whoever pointed at him admitted limitations for him. And whoever admitted limitations for him numbered him. Whoever said, "In what is he?" held that he is contained. And whoever said, "On what is he?" held he is not on something else. أول الدين معرفته وكمال معرفته أول صديق به وكمال أول صديق به توحيده وكمال توحيده الإخلاص له وكمال الإخلاص له نفي الصفات عنه لشهادة كل صفة أنها غير الموصوف وشهادة كل موصوف أنه غير الصفة فمن وصف له سبحانه فقد قرنه ومن قرنه فقد ثنئه ومن ثنئه فقد جزاه ومن جزاه فقد جهله ومن جهله فقد أشار إليه ومن أشار إليه فقد حده ومن حده فقد عاده ومن قال فيم فقد ضمنه ومن قال علم فقد أخل منه. He is a being, but not through phenomenon of coming into being. He exists, but not from non-existence. He is with everything, but not in physical nearness. He is different from everything, but not in physical separation. He acts, but without connotation of movements and instruments. He sees even when there is none to be looked at from among his creation. He is only one, such that there is none with whom he may keep company or whom he may miss in his absence. The creation of the universe. خلق العالم. He initiated creation most initially and commenced it originally, without undergoing reflection, without making use of any experiment, without innovating any movement, and without experiencing any aspiration of mind. He allotted all things their times, put together their variations, gave them their properties, and determined their features knowing them before creating them, realizing fully their limits and confines, and appreciating their propensities and intricacies. إنشأ الخلق إنشاء وابتداه ابتداء بلا روية أجالها ولا تجربة استفادها ولا حركة أحدثها ولا همامة نفس اضطرب فيها. أحال الأشياء لوقاتها ولام بين مختلفاتها وغرز غرائزها وزمها أشباحها عالما بها قبل ابتدائها محيطا بحدودها وانتهائها عارفا بقرائنها وأحنائها. When Almighty created the openings of atmosphere, expanse of firmament and strata of winds, he flowed into it water whose waves were stormy and whose surges leapt one over the other. He loaded it on dashing wind and breaking typhoons, ordered them to shed it back, gave the wind control over the vigor of the rain, and acquainted it with its limitations. The wind blew under it while water flowed furiously over it. ثم إنشأ سبحانه فتق الأجواء وشق الإرجاء وسائك الهواء فجاز فيها ماء متلاطما تياره متراكما زخ أره حمله علمتنا الريح العاصفة والزعزع القاصفة فأمرها برده وسلتها على شده وقرنها الحده الهواء من تحتها فتيق والماء من فوقها دفيق. Then Almighty created forth wind and made its movement sterile, perpetuated its position, intensified its motion, and spread it far and wide. Then he ordered the wind to raise up deep waters and to intensify the waves of the oceans. So the wind churned it like the churning of curd and pushed it fiercely into the firmament, throwing its front position on the rear and the stationary on the flowing, till its level was raised and the surface was full of foam. Then Almighty raised the foam on to the open wind and vast firmament, and made there from the seven skies, and made the lower one as a stationary surge, and the upper one as protective ceiling and a high edifice, without any pole to support it or nail to hold it together. Then he decorated them with stars and the light of meteors, and hung in it the shining sun and effulgent moon under the revolving sky, moving ceiling and rotating firmament. ثم إنشأ سبحانه ريحا اعتقم مهبها وأدام مربها وعصف مجراها وابعد منشاها فأمرها بتصفيق الماء الزخي وإثارة موج البحار فمخضته مخض السقاء وعصفت به عصفها بالفضاء ترد أوله على آخره وسجيه على مائره حتى عب عبابه ورمى بالزبد ركامه فرفعه فهواء منفتق وجو منفهق فسوى منه 7 سماوات جعله سفلاهن موج مفوفا وعلياهن سقفا محفوظا وسما مرفوعا بغير عمد يدعمها ولا دسار ينظمها. The creation of the angels. خلق الملائكة. Then he created the openings between high skies and filled them with all classes of his angels. Some of them are in prostration and do not kneel up. Others in kneeling position and do not stand up. Some of them are in array and do not leave their position. Others are extolling Allah and do not get tired. The sleep of the eye, or the slip of wit, or languor of the body, or the effect of forgetfulness does not affect them. Among them are those who work as trusted bearers of his message, those who serve as speaking tongues for his prophets, and those who carry to and fro his orders and injunctions. Among them are the protectors of his creatures and guards of the doors of the gardens of paradise. Among them are those also whose steps are fixed on earth, but their necks are protruding into the skies. Their limbs are getting out on all sides. Their shoulders are in accord with the columns of the divine throne. Their eyes are downcast before it. They have spread down their wings under it, and they have rendered between themselves and all else curtains of honor and screens of power. They do not think of their Creator through image, do not impute to him attributes of the created, do not confine him within abodes, and do not point at him through illustrations. منهم سجود لا يركعون وركوع لا ينتصبون وصاف لا يتزايلون ومسبحون لا يسمون لا يغشاهم نوم العيون ولا سال عقول ولا فترة الأبدان ولا غفلة النسيان. ومنهم أمناء على وحيه وسنر رسله ومختلفون بقضائه وأمره. ومنهم الحفظة لعباده والسدنة لأبواب جنانه. ومنهم أثوا ابترف الأرضين والسفل إقدامهم والمارقر من السماء العليا أعناقهم والخارجة من الأقطار أركانهم. والمناسبة لقوائم العرش أكتافهم ناكسة دونه إبصارهم متلفعون تحته بجنحتهم مضروبة بينهم وبين من دونهم. حجب العزة وأستار القدرة لا يتوهمون ربهم بلا تصوير ولا يجرون عليه صفات المصنوعين ولا يحدونه بالأماكن ولا يشيرون إليه بالنظائر. Description of the creation of Adam. منها فصفة خلق آدم عليه السلام. Allah collected from hard, soft, sweet, and sour earth, clay which he dripped in water till it got pure, and kneaded it with moisture till it became gluey. From it he carved an image with curves, joints, limbs, and segments. He solidified it till it dried up for a fixed time and a known duration. Then he blew into it out of his spirit, whereupon it took the pattern of a human being with mind that governs him. Intelligence which he makes use of, limbs that serve him, organs that change his position, sagacity that differentiates between truth and untruth, tastes and smells, colors and species. He is a mixture of clays of different colors, cohesive materials, divergent contradictories, and differing properties like heat, cold, softness and hardness, grief and joy. ثم جمع سبحانه من حزن الأرض وسهلها وعذبها وسبخها تربة سنها بالماء حتى خلصت ولاتها بالبلة مربوطا حتى لزبت فجبل منها صورة ذات إحناء وسول وأعضاء وفصول اجمدها حتى استمست واسلدها حتى صلصلت لوقت معدود وأجل معلوم ثم نفخ فيها من روحه فمثلت إنسانا ذا أذهان يجيلها وفر يتصرف بها وجوارح يختدمها وأدوات يقلبها ومعرفة يفرق بها بين الحق والباطل والأذواق والمشامل والألوان والأجناس معجونا بطينة الألوان المختلفة والإشباه المتلفة والأداد المتعادية والإخلاط المتباينة من الحر والبرد والبلتاء مربوطة وَالْجُمُودُ وَالْمَسَاءَةُ وَالسُّرُورُ. Then Allah asked the angels to fulfill his promise with them and to accomplish the pledge of his injunction to them by acknowledging him through prostration to him and submission to his honored position. So Allah said, "Be prostrate towards Adam," and they prostrated except Iblis. Self-importance withheld him and vice overcame him, so that he took pride in his own creation with fire and treated contemptuously the creation of clay. So Allah allowed him time in order to let him fully deserve his wrath, and to complete test, and to fulfill the promise. Thus he said, "Verily you have been allowed time till the known day." واستدأله سبحانه الملاء وديعته لديهم وعهد وصيته إليهم فالإذعان بالسجود له والخنوع لترمته فقال عزمنا قائل اسجدوا لآدم فسجدوا إلا إبليس اعترته الحمية وغلبت عليه الشكر وتعزز بخلقة ألن أرى واستوٍ خلق الصلصال فأعطاه أله تعال ألن ذرة استحقاقا للسخطة واستتماما للبلية وإنجازا للعدة فقال إنك من المنذرين اليوم الوقت المعلوم. Thereafter, Allah inhabited Adam in a house where he made his life pleasant and his stay safe, and he cautioned him of Iblis and his enmity. Then his enemy envied his abiding in paradise and his contacts with the virtuous. So he changed his conviction into wavering and determination into weakness. He thus converted his happiness into fear and his prestige into shame. Then Allah offered to Adam the chance to repent, taught him words of his mercy, promised him return to his paradise, and sent him down to the place of trial and procreation of progeny. ثم أسن سبحانه آدم دارا أرغد فيها عيشه وآمن فيها محلته وحذره إبليس وعداوته فاختره عدوه نفاسة عليه بدار المقام ومرافقة الأبرار فباع اليقين بشه والعزيمة بوهنه واستبدل بالجدل وجلا وبالاغترار ندما ثم بسط أله سبحانه له فتوبته ولقاه كلمة رحمته ووعده المرد الجنته فهبته الدار البلية وتناسل الذرية. Allah chooses his prophets. اختيار الأنبياء. From his progeny, Allah chose prophets and took their pledge for his revelation and for carrying his message as their trust. In course of time, many people perverted Allah's trust with them and ignored his position and took compeers along with him. Satan turned them away from knowing him and kept them aloof from his worship. Then Allah sent his messengers and series of his prophets towards them, to get them to fulfill the pledges of his creation, to recall to them his bounties, to exhort them by preaching, to unveil before them the hidden virtues of wisdom, and show them the signs of his omnipotence, namely the sky which is raised over them, the earth that is placed beneath them, means of living that sustain them, deaths that make them die, ailments that turn them old, and incidents that successively betake them. واصطفى سبحانه من ولده أنبياء أخذ على ألوح ميثاقهم وعلى تبليغ رسالة أمانتهم لما بد لي أكثر خلقه عهد إليه. إليهم فجهلوا حقه واتخذوا الأنداد معه واجتالتهم الشياطين عن معرفته واقتطعهم عن عبادته فبعث فيهم رسله وواتر إليهم أنبياءه ليستدوهم ميثاق فطرته ويذكروهم مناس نعمته ويحتجوا عليهم بلا بليغ ويثيروا لهم دفائن العقول ويروهم آيات المقدرة من سقف فوقهم مرفوع ومهاد تحتهم موضوع ومعايش تحييهم وآجال تفنيهم وأوساب تهرمهم وأحداث تتابع عليهم. Allah never allowed his creation to remain without a prophet deputized by him, or a book sent down from him, or a binding argument or standing plea. These messengers were such that they did not feel little because of smallness of their number or of largeness of the number of their falsifiers. Among them was either a predecessor who would name the one to follow, or the follower who had been introduced by the predecessor. لم يخلق له سبحانه خلقه من نب مرسل أو كتاب منزل أو حجة لازمة أو محجة قائمة رسل لا تقصر بهم كل تاء مربوطة عددهم ولا كثرة المذبين لهم من سابق سم له من بعده أو غابر عرفه من قبله. The prophethood of Muhammad. مبعث النب صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم. In this way, ages passed by and times rolled on. Fathers passed away, while sons took their places till Allah deputized Muhammad as his prophet in fulfillment of his promise and in completion of his prophethood. His pledge had been taken from the prophets. His traits of character were well reputed, and his birth was honorable. The people of the earth at this time were divided in different parties. Their aims were separate and ways were diverse. They either likened Allah with his creation or twisted his names or turned else than him. Through Muhammad, Allah guided them out of wrong, and with his efforts took them out of ignorance. على ذلك نسلت القرون ومضت ألود هور وسلفت الإباء وخلفت الأبناء. الانبعث إله سبحانه محمدا صلي إله عليه وآله لإنجاز عدته وتمام نبوته مأخوذا على الألن بين ميثاقه مشهورة. سماته كريما ميلاده. ملحد فاسمه أو مشير غيره فهداهم به من الضلالة وأنقذهم بمنه من الجهالة. Then Allah chose for Muhammad, peace be upon him and on his progeny, to meet him, selected him for his own nearness, regarded him too dignified to remain in this world, and decided to remove him from this place of trial. So he drew him towards himself with honor. Allah may shower his blessing on him and his progeny. ثم اختار سبحانه لمحمد صلى الله عليه لقاءه ورد له ما عنده فكرمه عن داراد نية ورغب به عن مقارنة. البلوى فقبضه إليه كريما صلى الله عليه وآله. The Holy Quran and Sunnah. But the Prophet left among you the same which other prophets left among their peoples. Because prophets do not leave them untended without a clear path and a standing in sign. Namely the book of your Creator, clarifying its permission and prohibitions, its obligations and discretion, its repealing injunctions and the repealed ones, its permissible matters and compulsory ones, its particulars and the general ones, its lessons and illustrations, its long and the short ones, its clear and obscure ones, detailing its abbreviations and clarifying its obscurities. وخلف فيما ما خلفت الأنبياء فأممها إذ لم يتركوهم هملا بغير طريق واضح ولعلم قائم. كتاب ربم في مبين حلاله وحرامه وفرائده وفضائله وناسخه ومنسوخه ورخصه وعزائمه وخسه وعامه وعبره وأمثاله ومرسله ومحدوده ومحمه ومتشابهه مفسرا جمله ومبين غوامده. In it there are some verses whose knowledge one is obligatory and others whose ignorance by the people is permissible. It also contains what appears to be obligatory according to the book too, but its repeal is signified by the prophet's action, or that which appears compulsory according to the prophet's action, but the book allows not following it. Or there are those which are obligatory in a given time, but not so after that time. Its prohibitions also differ. Some are major regarding which there exists the threat of fire, and others are minor for which there are prospects of forgiveness. There are also those of which a small portion is also acceptable, but they are capable of being expanded. بين مأخوذ ميثاق علمه وموسع على العباد فجهله وبين مثبت فالتاب فرضه ومعلوم فالسنه نسخه وواجب فالسنة تاء مربوطة أخذه ومرخص فالتاب تركه وبين واجب بوقته وزائل فمستقبله ومباين بين محارمه. In this very sermon, he spoke about Hajj. Allah has made obligatory upon you the pilgrimage to His sacred house, which is the turning point for the people who go to it as beasts or pigeons go towards spring water. Allah the Glorified made it a sign of their supplication before His greatness and their acknowledgement of His dignity. He selected from among His creation those who on listening to His call responded to it and testified His word. They stood in the position of His prophets and resembled His angels who surround the divine throne, securing all the benefits of performing His worship and hastening towards His promised forgiveness. Allah the Glorified made it an emblem for Islam and an object of respect for those who turn to it. He made obligatory its pilgrimage and laid down its claim for which He held you responsible to discharge it. Thus, Allah the Glorified said, "And for Allah is incumbent upon mankind the pilgrimage to the house for those who can afford to journey thither. And whoever beneath, then verily, Allah is self-sufficiently independent of the worlds. جعله سبحانه علامة لتواضعهم لعظمته وذعانهم لعزته واختار من خلقه سماعا أجبوا إليه دعوته وصدقوا كلمته ووقفوا مواقف أنبيائه وتشبهوا بملاءته المتيفين بعرشه يحرزون الأرباح فمتجر عبادته ويتبادرون عنده. موعد مغفرته جعله سبحانه للإسلام علما وللعائذين حرم فرض حجه وأوجب حقه وكتب عليم وفادته فقال سبحانه ولا علألن أس حج البيت من استطاع إليه سبيلا ومن كفر فإن الله غني عن العالمين. Alternative sources for Sermon 1. Al-Harani, Tahaf, 57. Al-Kalani, Usul al-Kafi, I 140. Al-Qadi, Al-Qudai, Duster, 153. Al-Razi, Tafsir, 2, 164. Ibn Talha Talib. Al-Zamakhshari, Rabi I, Bab al-Samawa, Al-Kawakib. Al-Wasiti, Yun, C. Al-Majlizi, Bihar, Volume 77, 300, 423. Al-Rawandi, Shar, C. Kashif al-Ghida, Madarik, 69. Al-Tabarsi, Al-Atijaj, I 150. 1. The foremost in religion is his knowledge. The literal meaning of din is obedience, and its popular sense is code, whether literal sense is taken or the popular one. In either case, if the mind is devoid of any conception of divinity, there would be no question of obedience, nor of following any code. Because when there is no aim, there is no point in advancing towards it. Where there is no object in view, there is no sense in making efforts to achieve it. Nevertheless, when the nature and guiding faculty of man bring him in contact with a superior authority, and his taste for obedience and impulse of submission subjugates him before deity, he finds himself bound by certain limitations as against abject freedom of activity. These very limitations are din whose point of commencement is knowledge of Allah and acknowledgement of His being. After pointing out the essentials of divine knowledge, Amir al-Mu'minin has described its important constituents and conditions. He has held those stages of such knowledge which people generally regard as the point of highest approach to be insufficient. He says that its first stage is that with the natural sense of search for the unknown and the guidance of conscience, or on hearing from the followers of religions an image of the unseen being known as Allah, is formed in the mind. This image, in fact, is the forerunner of the obligation to thinking and reflection and to seeking His knowledge. But those who love idleness or are under pressure of environment do not undertake this search despite creation of such image, and the image fails to get testified. In this case, they remain deprived of divine knowledge. And since their inaccess to the stage of testifying after the formation of image is by volition, they deserve to be questioned about it. But one who is moved by the power of this image goes further and considers thinking and reflection necessary. In this way, one reaches the next stage in the attainment of divine knowledge. namely to search for the Creator through diversification of creation and species of creatures, because every picture is a solid and inflexible guide to the existence of its painter and every effect to the action of its cause. When he casts his glance around himself, he does not find a single thing which might have come into existence without the act of a maker, so much so that he does not find the sign of a footstep without a walker, nor a construction without a builder. How can he comprehend that this blue sky with the sun and the moon in its expanse, and the earth with the exuberance of its grass and flowers, could have come into existence without the action of a creator? Therefore, after observing all that exists in the world and the regulated system of the entire creation, no one can help concluding that there is a creator for this world of diversities, because existence cannot come out of non-existence, nor can existence sprout forth from nothingness. The Holy Quran has pointed to this reasoning thus. What? About Allah is there any doubt, the originator of the heavens and the earth? But this stage would also be insufficient if this testimony in favor of Allah is tarnished by belief in the divinity of some other deity. The third stage is that his existence should be acknowledged along with belief in unity and oneness. Without this, the testimony to Allah's existence cannot be complete, because if more gods are believed, then he would not be one, whereas it is necessary that he should be one. The reason is that in case of more than one God, the question would arise whether one of them created all this creation or all of them together. If one of them created it, there should be some differential to distinguish him, otherwise he would be accorded preferential position without reason, which is unacceptable to the mind. If all have created it collectively, then the position has only two forms. Either he cannot perform his functions without the assistance of others, or he is above the need for their assistance. The first case means his incapability and being in need of others, while the other case means that there are several regular performers of a single act, and the fallacy of both has already been shown. If we assume that all the gods perform the act of creation by dividing among themselves, then, in this case, all the creation will not bear the same relationship towards the Creator, since each creature will bear relationship only to its own Creator, whereas every creature should have one and the same relationship to all creators. This is because all the creation should have one and the same relationship to all the creators, as all the created in their capacity to accept effect, and all the creators in their capacity to produce effect should be similar. In short, there is no way but to acknowledge him as one, because in believing in numerous creators, there remains no possibility of the existence of any other thing, and destruction proves implicit for the earth, the sky, and everything in creation. Allah the Glorified has expressed this argument in the following words. Had there been in gods except Allah, they both had been in disorder. The fourth stage is that Allah should be regarded free of all defects and deficiencies, and devoid of body, form, illustration, similarity, position of place or time, motion, stillness, incapability, and ignorance, because there can be no deficiency or defect in the perfect being, nor can anyone be deemed like him, because all these attributes bring down a being from the high position of the Creator to the low position of the created. That is why, along with unity, Allah has held purity from deficiency of equal importance. Say, He is one. Allah, the needless, He begetteth not, nor is He begotten, and there is none like unto Him. Vision perceiveth Him not, and He perceiveth vision. He is the subtle, the all-aware. So coin ye not any similitudes to Allah. Verily Allah knoweth, and ye know not. Nothing whatsoever like the like of Him, and He is the all-hearing and the all-seeing. The fifth stage of completing His knowledge is that attributes should not be put in Him from outside, lest there be duality in His oneness. And deviating from its proper connotation, unity may fall in the labyrinth of 1 in 3 and 3 in 1, because His being is not a combination of essence and form, so that attribute may cling to Him like smell in the flowers or brightness in the stars. Rather, He is the fountainhead of all attributes and needs no medium for manifestation of His perfect attributes. If he is named omniscient, it is because the signs of his knowledge are manifest. If he is called omnipotent, it is because every particle points to his omnipotence and activity. And if to him is attributed the power to listen or to see, it is because the cohesion of the entire creation and its administration cannot be done without hearing or seeing, but the existence of these attributes in him cannot be held to be in the same way as in the creation, namely, that he should be capable to know only after he acquires knowledge, or he should be powerful and strong only after energy runs into his limbs, because taking attributes as separate from his being would connote duality, and where there is duality, unity disappears. That is how Amir al-Mu'minin has rejected the idea of attributes being addition to his being, presented unity in its true significance, and did not allow unity to be tainted with stains of multiplicity. This does not mean that adjectives cannot at all be attributed to him, as this would be giving support to those who are groping in the dark abyss of negativism. Although every nook and comber in the entire existence is brimming with his attributes, and every particle of creation stands witness that he has knowledge, he is powerful, he hears, he sees. He nurtures under his care and allows growth under his mercy. The intention is that for him nothing can be suggested to serve as an adjunct to him, because his self includes attributes, and his attributes connote his self. Let us learn this very theme in the words of Al-Imam Abu Abdillah Jafar, ibn Muhammad as-Siddiq, comparing it with the belief in unity adopted by other religions, and then appreciate who is the exponent of the true concept of unity. The Imam says, "Our Allah the Glorified, the Magnificent, has ever had knowledge as his self, even though there was nothing to know. Sight as his self, even though there was nothing to know. Sight as his self, even though there was nothing to behold. Hearing as his self, even though there was nothing to hear. And potence as his self, even though there was nothing to be under his potence. When he created the things, and the object of knowledge came into existence, his knowledge became related to the known, hearing related to the heard, sight related to the seen, and potence related to its object. This is the belief over which the imams of the Prophet's family are unanimous, but the majority group has adopted a different course by creating the idea of differentiation between his self and attributes. Asharistani says on page 42 of his book Kitab al-Milawaynihal, according to Abul Hasan al-Ashari, Allah knows through knowledge, is powerful through activity, speaks through speech, hears through hearing, and sees through sight. If we regard attributes distinct from self in this manner, there would be two alternatives. Either the attributes must have existed in him from ever, or they must have occurred later. In the first case, we have to recognize as many eternal objects as the attributes which all will share with him in being eternal. But Allah is above what the people deem him to have equals. In the second case, in addition to subjecting him to the alternations, it would also mean that before the acquiring of the attributes, he was neither sentient, nor powerful, nor hearer, nor beholder, and this runs counter to the basic tenet of Islam. Allah hath decreed trade lawful and hath forbidden interest. And when you have finished the prayer, remember Allah standing and sitting and reacting. And when ye are secure, establish prayer. O ye men, eat of what is in the earth lawful and good, and follow not the footsteps of Satan, for verily he is an open enemy unto you. Say thou, I am only a man like you. It is revealed unto me that your God is but one God. Therefore whosoever desireth to meet his Lord, let him do good deeds, and associate not anyone in the worship of his Lord. What? Enjoin ye upon the people righteousness, and ye forget your own selves? Yet you read the scripture? What? Do you not understand? 2. About the Quran, Amir al-Mu'minin says that it contains description of the permitted and the forbidden acts, such as Allah has allowed sale and purchase, but prohibited usury. It clarifies obligatory and optional acts, such as, when you have finished the prayer, remember Allah rising, sitting, or lying, and when you feel safe, then say the prayers. Here prayer is obligatory, while other forms of remembering are optional. It has repealing and repealed verses, such as about the period of seclusion after husband's death for months and 10 days, or the repealed ones such as till 1 year without going out, which shows that this period of seclusion should be 1 year. In particular places, it permits the forbidden, such as whoever is compelled without being willfully wrongful or transgressor, commits no sins. It has positive injunctions, such as one should not add anyone with Allah in worship. It has particular and general injunctions. Particular is the one where the word shows generality, but the sense is limited, such as, I have made you superior over worlds, O Bani Israel. Here the sense of worlds is confined to that particular time, although the word is general in its literal meaning. The general injunction is one which is extensive in meaning, such as Allah has knowledge of everything. It has lessons and illustrations lessons, such as Allah caught him in the punishment of this world and the next, and there is lesson in it. So seized him Allah with the chastisement in the hereafter and the life before. Verily in this there is a lesson unto him who feareth. A kind word and pardon is better than charity that is followed by injury. And verily Allah is self-sufficient, the most forbearing. And remember when we made a covenant with you and raised the turtle above you, hold ye fast that which we have bestowed upon you with the strength, and remember that which is therein, so that you may guard against evil. So we made a lesson for their own times, and for those who came after them, and an exhortation unto those who guard against evil. He it is who fashioneth you in the wombs as he liketh. There is no God but he, the Almighty, the All-Wise. Obedience and a fair word. But when the affair is determined, then, if they be true to Allah, it would certainly be better for them. O those who believe, it is not lawful for you to inherit women against their will. And do not straiten them in order that ye may take a part of what ye have given, unless they are guilty of manifest lewdness. But deal kindly with them. And if ye hate them, it may be that ye hate a thing while Allah hath placed in it abundant good. Say thou, dispute ye with us about Allah, whereas he is our Lord and your Lord, and for us are our deeds and for you are your deeds. To him we are loyal. There is a lesson in it for him who fears Allah, an illustration as the example of those who spend their wealth in the way of Allah is like a grain which grows 7 ears, each one of which bears 100 grains. It has unspecific and specific verses. Unspecific is one which has no limitation on specification, such as, recall, when Moses told his people, Allah commands you to sacrifice a cow. Specific is one where denotation is limited, such as Allah says that the cow should be such that it has neither been used for plowing nor for irrigation fields. There is clear and obscure in it. Clear is that which has no intricacy, such as, verily Allah has sway over everything. While obscure is that whose meaning has complication, such as the merciful occupies the throne. Whose apparent meaning gives the impression as if Allah is bodily sitting on the throne, although the intention is to press his authority and control. In it there are brief injunctions, such as establish prayer, and those of deep meanings, such as the verses about which says, that the sense is not known except to Allah and those immersed in knowledge. Then Amir al-Mu'minin dilates upon this theme in a different style. He says that there are some things in it which are necessary to know, such as so know that there is no God but Allah, and there are others which are not necessary to know, such as Aleph, Lam, Mim, etc. It has also injunctions which have been repealed by the Prophet's action, such as for your women who commit adultery, get 4 male witnesses, and if 4 witnesses do appear, shut such women in the house till death ends their life. This punishment was current in early Islam, but was later replaced by stoning in the case of married women. In it there are some injunctions which repealed the Prophet's action, such as turn your face towards Masjid al-Haram, by which the injunction for facing Bayt al-Maqdis was repealed. It also contains injunctions which are obligatory only at a particular time after which their obligation ends, such as when a call for prayer is made on Friday, then hasten towards remembrance of Allah. It has also indicated grades of prohibitions as the division of sins into light and serious ones. Light, such as tell the believers to lower their eyes, and serious ones, such as whoever kills a believer willfully, his award is to remain in hell forever. Verily your Lord, certainly is he the Almighty, the All-Merciful. Say thou unto the believer men that they cast down their gaze and guard their private parts. That is purer for them. Verily Allah is all aware of what ye do. Not equal are those of the believers who sit other than those hurt, and those who strive in the way of Allah with their wealth and their selves. Allah hath raised the strivers with their wealth and selves in rank above those sitting. Unto all Allah hath promised good, but those who strive, he hath distinguished above those who sit a great recompense. Verily, thy Lord knowest that thou standest up night 2/3 of the night, and half of it, and 1/3 of it, and a group of those with thee. And Allah measureth the night and the day. Knoweth he that never can ye take account of it. So turneth he unto you, so recite ye whatever be easy to be read of the Quran. Knoweth he that there may be among you sick, and others traveling in the earth seeking of the grace of Allah, and others fighting in the way of Allah. So recite ye as much as it can easily be done of it, and establish ye the prayers, and pay ye the poor rate, and offer ye unto Allah a goodly loan. And whatsoever of good ye send on beforehand for yourselves, ye will find it with Allah. That is the best and the greatest recompense. And seek ye the forgiveness of Allah. Verily, Allah is oft forgiving, the most merciful. Sermon 2. I praise Allah's seeking completion of his blessing. Delivered on return from Siffin, Arabia before proclamation of prophethood. ومن خطبة له بعد انصرافه من صفين. وفيها حال الناس قبل البعثة وصفة آل النبي ثم صفة قوم آخرين. I praise Allah's seeking completion of his blessing, submitting to his glory, and expecting safety from committing his sins. I invoke his help being in need of his sufficiency. He whom he guides does not go astray. He with whom he is hostile gets no protection. He whom he supports does not remain needy. Praise is most weighty of all that is weighed, and the most valuable of all that is treasured. أحمده استتماما لنعمته واستسلاما لعزته واستعصاما من معصيته واستعينه فاقر الكفايته أنه لا يضل من هداه ولا يئل من عاداه ولا يفتقر من كفاه فإنه أرجح ماء وأفضل مخزن. I stand witness that there is no God but Allah the One. He has no like. My testimony has been tested in its frankness, and its essence is our belief. We shall cling to it forever till we live, and shall store it for facing the tribulations that overtake us, because it is the foundation stone of belief and the first step towards good actions and divine pleasure. It is the means to keep Satan away. واشهد أن لا إله إلا الله شهادة ممتحنا إخلاصها معتقدا مصاصها نتمسك بها أبدا ما أبقانا وندخرها لهويل ما يلقانا فإنها عزيمة الإيمان وفاتحة الإحسان ومردات الرحمن ومدحرة الشيطان. I also stand witness that Muhammad is his slave and his prophet. Allah sent him with the illustrious religion, effective emblem, written book, one effulgent light, sparkling gleam, and decisive injunction in order to dispel doubts, present clear proofs, administer warning through signs, and to warn of punishments. At that time, people had fallen in vices whereby the rope of religion had been broken. The pillars of belief had been shaken, principles had been sacrileged, system had become topsy-turvy, openings were narrow, passage was dark, guidance was unknown, and darkness prevailed. واشهد أن محمدًا عبده ورسوله أرسله بالدين المشهور والعلم المثور والتاب المستور وآلنا ورا الساتع والضياء اللامع والأمر الصادع إزاحة لشبهات واحتجاجًا بالبينات وتحذيرًا بالآيات وتخويفًا بالمثلات وآل النوس ففتن أن جذم فيها حبل الدين وتزعزع سواري اليقين واختلف ألن جرى وتشتت الأمر وضاق المخرج وعم المصدر فالهدى خامل والعام شامل. Allah was being disobeyed, Satan was given support, and belief had been forsaken. As a result, the pillars of religion fell down. Its traces could not be discerned, its passages had been destroyed, and its streets had fallen into decay. People obeyed Satan and treaded his paths. They sought water from his watering places. Through them Satan's emblems got flying, and his standard was raised in vices which trampled the people under their hoofs and treaded upon them with their feet. The vices stood on their toes, and the people immersed in them were strayed, perplexed, ignorant, and seduced, as though in a good house too with bad neighbors. Instead of sleep, they had wakefulness, and for antimony, they had tears in the eyes. They were in a land where the learned were in bridal, while the ignorant were honored. عصر الرحمن ونصر الشيطان وخذل الإيمان فانهارت دعائمه وتنرد معالمه ودرست سبله وعفت شركه ووطوتهم بذلافها وقامت على سنبها فهم فيها تائهون حائرون جاهلون مفتونون فخير دار وشر جيران نومهم سهود وكحلهم دموع بأرض عالمها ملجم وجاهلها مرم. In the same sermon, Amir al-Mu'minin referred to al-Nabi as under. They are the trustees of his secrets, shelter for his affairs, source of knowledge about him, center of his wisdom, valleys for his books, and mountains of his religion. With them Allah straightened the bend of religion's back and removed the trembling of its limbs. In the same sermon, he spoke about the hypocrites. They sowed vices, watered them with deception, and harvested destruction. Ali Muhammad. None in the Islamic community can be taken at par with the progeny 3 of the Prophet. One who is under their obligation cannot be matched with them. They are the foundation of religion and pillar of belief. The forward runner has to turn back to them, while the follower has to overtake them. They possess the chief characteristics for vicegerency. In their favor exists the will and succession. This is the time when right has returned to its owner and diverted to its center of return. لا يقاس بآل محمد عليهم السلام من هذه الأمة أحد ولا يسوى بهم من جرت نعمتهم عليه أبدا. هم أساس الدين وعماد اليقين إليهم يفى الغل وبهم يلحق أولتل ولهم خصائص حق الولاية وفيهم الوصية. والوراثة الآن إذ رجع الحق الأهله ونقل المنتقله. Alternative sources for Sermon 2. Ibn Qutayba, Yun, I, 326. Al-Tabari, Al-Mustarshid, page 73. Ibn Abidi Rabi, Alikt, 3, 112. Al-Amidi, Gurar, 331, 354. Ibn Talha, Talib, I. 1. The preserved record. 2. Good house means Mecca, while the bad neighbors mean the unbelievers of Quraysh. 3. About the progeny of the Prophet, Amir al-Mu'minin has said that no person in the world can be brought apart with them, nor can anyone be deemed their equal in sublimity, because the world is overladen with their obligations and has been able to secure eternal blessings only through their guidance. They are the cornerstone and foundation of religion and the sustenance for its life and survival. They are such strong pillars of knowledge and belief that they can turn away the stormy flow of doubt and suspicion. They are such middle course among the paths of excess and backwardness that if someone goes far towards excess and exaggeration or falls behind, then unless he comes back or steps forward to that middle course, he cannot be on the path of Islam. They possess all the characteristics which give the superiority in the right for vicegerency and leadership. Consequently, no one else in the Ummah enjoys the right of patronage and guardianship. That is why the Prophet declared them his vicegerents and successors. About will and succession, the commentator Ibn Abi al-Adid Mutazili writes that there can be no doubt about the vicegerency of Amir al-Mu'minin, but succession cannot imply succession in position, although the Shiite sect has so interpreted it. It rather implies succession of learning. Now, if according to him succession is taken to imply succession in learning, even he does not seem to succeed in achieving his object, because even by this interpretation, the right of succeeding the Prophet does not devolve on any other person. When it is agreed that learning is the most essential requirement of Khilafah, because the most important functions of the Prophet's caliph consist of dispensation of justice, solving problems of religious laws, clarifying intricacies, and administration of religious penalties. If these functions are taken away from the Prophet's deputy, his position will come down to that of a worldly ruler. He cannot be regarded as the pivot of religious authority. Therefore, either we should keep governmental authority separate from Prophet's vicegerency, or accept the successor of Prophet's knowledge to suit that position. The interpretation of Ibn Abi al-Hadid could be acceptable if Amir al-Mu'minin had uttered this sentence alone, but observing that it was uttered soon after Ali's recognition as caliph, and just after the sentence, right has returned to its owner, exists, this interpretation of it seems baseless. Rather, the prophets cannot imply any other will accept that for vicegerency and caliphate, and succession would imply not succession in property nor in knowledge, because this was not an occasion to mention it here, but it must mean the succession in the right leadership which stood proved as from Allah not only on the ground of kinship, but on the ground of qualities of perfection. Sermon 3, by Allah, the son of Abu Quafa, known as the Sermon of Ash, Shikshikiya 1. ومن خطبة الله عليه السلام المعروفة بالشكشقية وتشتمل على الشوى من أمر الخلافة ثم ترجيح صبره عنها ثم مبايعة الناس له. Beware, by Allah, the son of Abu Quafa too dressed himself with it, and he certainly knew that my position in relation to it was the same as the position of the axis in relation to the handmill. The flood water flows down from me, and the bird cannot fly up to me. I put a curtain against the caliphate and kept myself detached from it. Then I began to think whether I should assault or endure calmly the blinding darkness of tribulations wherein the grown-up are made feeble and the young grow old, and the true believer acts under strain till he meets Allah. أما وله لقد تقمسها ابن أبقحافة وأنه ليعلم أن محل منها محل القطب من الرحى ينحدر عن السيل ولا يرق الأطير فسدلت دونها ثوبا وتويت عنها كشحا وتفقت أرتي بين أن أسول بيت جذائع أو إسبر على التخية. عمياء يهرم فيها البير ويشيب فيها صغير ويدح فيها مؤمن حتى يلقى ربه. Proposes patience in absence of supporters. ترجيح الصبر علي فقد الأعوان. I found that endurance thereon was wiser. So I adopted patience, although there was pricking in the eye and suffocation in the throat. I watched the plundering of my inheritance till the first one went his way, but handed over the caliphate to Ibn al-Khattab after himself. My days are now passed on the camel's back, while there were days when It is strange that during his lifetime he wished to be released from the caliphate, but he confirmed it for the other one after his death. No doubt these two shared its utters strictly among themselves. This one put the caliphate in a tough enclosure where the utterance was haughty and the touch was rough. Mistakes were in plenty, and so also the excuses therefore. One in contact with it was like the rider of an unruly camel. If he pulled up its rein, the very nostril would be slit, but if he let it loose, he would be thrown. Consequently, by Allah, people got involved in recklessness, wickedness, unsteadiness, and deviation. فَيَا عَجَبًا بَيِّنَهُ وَيَسْتَقِيلُهَا فَحَيَاتُهُ إِذْ عَقَدَهَا لِأَخَرَ بَعْدَ وَفَاتِهِ لِشَدِّ مَا تَشِتُّ رَادَ رَعَيْهَا فصيرها فحوزة خشناء يغلظ كلمها ويخشن مسها ويثور العثار فيها والاعتذار منها فصاحبها كراكب الصعبة أن أشنق لها خرم وأن أسلس لها تقحم فمن ألن أوس لعمر ألم بخبط وشماس وتلون واعتراض. Nevertheless, I remained patient despite length of period and stiffness of trial, till when he went his way, he put the matter in a group 4 and regarded me to be one of them. But good heavens, what had I to do with this consultation? Was any doubt about me with regard to the first of them that I was now considered akin to these ones? But I remained low when they were low and flew high when they flew high. One of them turned against me because of his hatred, and the other got inclined the other way due to his in-law relationship and this thing and that thing, till the third man of these people stood up with heaving breast between his dung and fodder. With him his children of his grandfather also stood up, swallowing up Allah's well 5 like a camel devouring the foliage of spring, till his rope broke down, his actions finished him, and his gluttony brought him down prostrate. فصبرت على طول المدة تاء مربوطة وشدة تاء مربوطة المحنة حتى إذا مد لسبيله جعلها فجماعة زعم أن أحدهم فيله وللشيور متى اعترض الريب فمع الأول منهم حد صرت أقرن هذه الانذائر لن أسففت إذ أسف ووترت إذ تروا فصغ رجل منهم لدغنه ومال الآخر لسهره معهن وهن أذن قام الثالث القوم نافجا حدنيه بين انثيله ومعتلفه وقام معه بنو أبيه يخدمون مال أله خدم الإبل نبتر الربيع الأن انتث عليه فتله وأجهز عليه عمله.
Allegiance paid to Ali. At that moment, nothing took me by surprise, but the crowd of people rushing to me. It advanced towards me from every side like the mane of the hyena, so much so that Hassan and Hussein were getting crushed and both the ends of my shoulder garment were torn. They collected around me like a herd of sheep and goats. When I took up the reins of government, one party broke away.
When I took up the reins of government, one party broke away and another turned disobedient, while the rest began acting wrongfully as if they had not heard the word of Allah, saying, that abode in the hereafter, we assign it for those who intend not to exalt themselves in the earth, nor mischief, and the end is for the pious ones. فما رعنا إلا وألنا أس إلي كعرف الضبعين ثلونا عل من كل جانب حتى لقتي الحسنان وشق عطفاي مجتمعين حول كرابيدة الغنم فلما نهضت بالأمر نفت طائفة ومرقت أخرى وفسق وقست آخرون كان هملم تلك الدار الآخرة نجعلها للذين لا يريدون علو الأرض ولا فسادا والعاقبة للمتقين. Yes, by Allah, they had heard it and understood it, but the world appeared glittering in their eyes, and its embellishments seduced them. Behold, by him who split the grain and created living beings. If people had not come to me and supporters had not exhausted the argument, and if there had been no pledge of Allah with the learned to the effect that they should not acquiesce in the gluttony of the oppressor and the hunger of the oppressed, I would have cast the rope of caliphate on its own shoulders and would have given the last one the same treatment as to the first one. Then you would have seen that in my view this world of yours is no better than the sneezing of a goat. وله لقد سمعوها ووعوها ولنهم حليت ألدنيا فأعينهم وراقهم زبرجها أما والذي فلك الحبة وبرا ألنا سمه لولا حضور الحاضر وقيام الحجة بجود ألنا آسر وما أخذ أله على العلماء ألي يقروا على الكذا تاء مربوطة ظالم ولا ساغب مظلوم للقيت حبلها على غاربها ولسقيت آخرها باس أولها وللفاتم دنياكم هذه أزهد عندي من عفة عنز. It is said that when Amir al-Mu'minin reached here in his sermon, a man of Iraq stood up and handed him over a writing. Amir al-Mu'minin began looking at it. When Ibn Abbas said, "Oh, Amir al-Mu'minin, I wish you resumed your sermon from where you broke it." Thereupon he replied, "Oh, Ibn Abbas, it was like the foam of a camel, which gushed out, but subsided." Ibn Abbas says that he never grieved over any utterance as he did over this one, because Amir al-Mu'minin could not finish it as he wished to. قالوا وقام إليه رجل من أهل السواد عند بلوغه إلى هذا الموضع من خطبته فناوله كتابا فأقبل ينظر فيه فلما فرغ من قراءته قال له ابن عباس يا أمير المؤمنين لو أتردد مقالتك من حيث أفديت. يا ابن عباس تلك شكشكة هدرت ثم كرت. Al-Sharif al-Radi says, the words in this sermon, like the rider of a camel, mean to convey that when a camel rider is stiff in drawing up the rein, then in this scuffle the nostril gets bruised. But if he lets it loose in spite of the camel's unruliness, it would throw him somewhere and would get out of control. Ashnak in Naka is used when the rider holds up the rein and raises the camel's head upwards. In the same sense, the word shanaka and naka is used. Ibn as-Sikhat has mentioned this in Isla al-Mantiq. Amir al-Mu'minin has said Ashnakalaha instead of Ashnakaha. This is because he has used this word in harmony with his slay salaha, and harmony could be retained only by using both in the same form. Thus, Amir al-Mu'minin has used ashnik Allah as though in place of in rafu'elar, that is, if he stops it by holding up the reins. قال الشريف رد قوله عليه السلام فهذه الخطبة كراكب الصعبة إن أشنق لها خرم وإن أسلس لها تقحم يريد أنه إذا شدد عليها فجذب الزمام وهتنازعه رأسها خرم أنفها وإن أرخ لها شيئا مع صعوبتها تقحمت به فلم يملها يقال أشنق الناقة إذا جذب رأسها بالزمام فرفعه وشنقها أيضا ذكر ذلك ابن السيد إصلاح المنطق وإنما قال عليه السلام قال إن رفع لها رأسها يعني أمسه عليها بالزمام. Alternative sources for Sermon 3. Al-Mufid, Al-Jamal, 62. Ibn Kuba, Al-Ansaf, see Ibn Abi al-Adid, Shar, I, 69, see also Ibn al-Zara, I, 309-310. Al-Sadaq, Ma'ani, 344. Al-Hasan ibn Abd Allah al-Askari, from him Al-Sadaq in Ma'ani. Ibn Edi Rabi, Al-Ikt, 4, CVD, Al-Zara, I, 311-312, and Al-Majlisi, Bihar, Volume 8, 160. Al-Kabai, see Ibn Abi al-Adid, Shar I, 69. Ibn al-Jazi, Al-Manakib, see Bihar, Volume 8, 160. And Abd al-Zara, I, 310-11. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 135. Al-Qadi Abd al-Jabbar, Al-Mughni, C. Al-Ghadar, 7, 83. Al-Sadaq, Ilal, Bab al-Ilad al-Ladi min Ajlah Tarka, Amir, Al-Mu'minin Mujahad, Al-Khalaf. Abu Sa'idi al-Abi, Nath al-Darar, and Nuzhat al-Adib, C. Abd al-Zura, I, 313. Al-Murtada, Al-Shafi, 203, 204. Al-Tusi, Al-Amali, I, 392. Sit ibn al-Jazi, Takara, 133. Al-Hafar, Al-Ansaf from him Al-Tusi and Al-Amali. Qutb al-Din Royandi, Shar, from Ibn Mardawayh and Al-Tabarani. Al-Harani, Tahaf, 313. Al-Murtada, Shar al-Qutbat al-Shikshiyah, CN al-Shara, Volume 41, page 195. Al-Tabarsi, Al-Atijaj, I, 95. For a detailed discussion of sources, see Abd al-Zura, I, 309-324. 1. This sermon is known as the Sermon of Ash-Shikshiyah and is counted among the most famous sermons of Amir al-Mu'minin. It was delivered at Ar Rabah. Although some people have denied it to be Amir al-Mu'minin's utterance, and by attributing it to As-Sayyid Ar-Radi have laid blame on his acknowledged integrity, yet truth-loving scholars have denied its veracity. Nor can there be any ground for this denial because Ali's difference of view in the matter of caliphate is not a secret matter, so that such hints should be regarded as something alien. And the events which have been alluded to in this sermon are preserved in the annals of history, which testifies them word by word and sentence by sentence. If the same events which are related by history are recounted by Amir al-Mu'minin, then what is the ground for denying them? If the memory of discouraging circumstances faced by him soon after the death of the Prophet appeared unpalatable to him, it should not be surprising. No doubt this sermon hits at the prestige of certain personalities and gives a setback to the faith and belief in them, but this cannot be sustained by denying the sermon to be Amir al-Mu'minin's utterance, unless the true events are analyzed and truth unveiled. Otherwise, just denying it to be Amir al-Mu'minin's utterance, because it contains disparagement of certain individuals, carries no weight, when similar criticism has been related by other historians as well. Thus, Amr ibn Bar al-Jaiz has recorded the following words of a sermon of Amir al-Mu'minin, and they are not less weighty than the criticism in the sermon of Ash-Shikshikiyah. Those two passed away, and the third, one rose like the crow whose courage is confined to the belly. It would have been better if both his wings had been cut and his head severed. Consequently, The idea that it is the production of As-Said Aradi is far from truth and a result of partisanship and partiality. Or else, if it is the result of some research, it should be brought out. Otherwise, remaining in such wishful illusion does not alter the truth, nor can the force of decisive arguments be curbed down by mere disagreement and displeasure. Now we set forth the evidence of those scholars and traditionists who have clearly held it to be a mere al-Mu'minun's production, so that its historical importance should become known. Among these scholars, some are those before As-Said Aradi's period. Some are his contemporaries, and some are those who came after him, but they all related it through their own chain of authority. 1. Ibn Abi al-Adid al-Mutazili writes that his master Abu al-Khair, Muzadik ibn Shabib al-Wasiti, stated that he heard this sermon from Sheikh Abu Muhammad Abdullah ibn Ahmad al-Baghdadi, known as Ibn al-Khashab, and when he reached where Ibn Abbas expressed sorrow for this sermon, having remained incomplete, Ibn al-Khashab said to him that if he had heard the expression of sorrow from Ibn Abbas, he would have certainly asked him if there had remained with his cousin any further unsatisfied desire, because accepting the Prophet, he had already spared neither the predecessors nor followers and had uttered all that he wished to utter. Why should therefore be any sorrow that he could not say what he wished? Muzadik says that Ibn al-Khashab was a man of jolly heart and decent taste. I inquired from him whether he also regarded the sermon to be a fabrication, when he replied, "By Allah, I believe it to be a mere al-Mu'minun's word, as I believe you to be Muzadik ibn Shabib." I said that some people regard it to be As-Said Aradi's production, when he replied, "How can Aradi have such guts or such style of writing? I have seen As-Said Aradi's writings and know his style of composition. Nowhere does his writing match with this one, and I have already seen it in books written 200 years before the birth of As-Said Aradi. And I have seen it in familiar writings about which I know by which scholars or men of letters they were compiled. At that time, not only Aradi, but even his father Abu Ahmad al-Nakib has not been born." 2. Thereafter, Ibn Abi al-Adid writes that he saw this sermon in the compilations of his master Abu al-Qasim al-Baqi. He was the Imam of the Mu'tazilites in the reign of al-Muqtadir Billah, while al-Muqtadir's period was far earlier than the birth of As-Said Aradi. 3. He further writes that he saw this sermon in Abu Ja'far, Ibn Kibiya's book Al-Insaf. He was the pupil of Abu al-Qasim al-Baqi and a theologian of Imamiyya sect. 4. Ibn Maytham al-Barani writes in his commentary that he had seen one such copy of this sermon, which bore writing of al-Muqtadir Billah's minister Abul Hasan Ali ibn Muhammad ibn al-Furat. 5. Al-Alama Muhammad Bakir al-Majlisi has related the following chain of authority about this sermon from Sheikh Qutbuddin Arwani's compilation Minhaj al-Bara fi Sharh Nahjul Balagha. Sheikh Abu Nasr al-Hasan ibn Muhammad ibn Ibrahim informed me from al-Hajib Abu al-Waf Muhammad ibn Badi, al-Husayn ibn Ahmad ibn Badi, and al-Husayn ibn Ahmad ibn Abidi Rahman, and they from al-Hafiz Abu Bakr ibn Mardaway al-Isbahani, and he from al-Hafiz Abu al-Qasim Sulayman ibn Ahmad at-Tabarani d. 360h, and he from Ahmad ibn Ali al-Abar, and he from Ishaq ibn said Abu Sulma ad-Dimashqi, and he from Kulayd ibn Dalaj, and he from Ada ibn Abi Rabah, and he from Ibn Abbas. 6. In the context, Al-Alama al-Majlisi has written that this sermon is also contained in the compilations of Abu Ali al-Jaba'i. 7. In connection with this very authenticity, Al-Alama al-Majlisi writes, Al-Qadi Abd al-Jabbar ibn Ahmad al-Asad-Abadi, who is a strict Mu'tazilite, explains some expressions of this sermon in his book Al-Mughni and tries to prove that it does not strike against any preceding caliph, but does not deny it to be a mere al-Mu'minun's composition. 8. Abu Ja'far Muhammad ibn Ali ibn Babawayh writes, Muhammad ibn Ibrahim ibn Ishaq at-Talakani told us that Abd al-Aziz ibn Yahya al-Jaludi 332h told him that Abu Abdullah Ahmad ibn Amr ibn Khalid told him that Yahya ibn Abd al-Hamid al-Amani told him that Isa ibn Rashid related this sermon from Ali ibn Hudhaifa, and he from Akrima, and he from Ibn Abbas. 9. Then Ibn Babawayh records the following chain of authorities. Muhammad ibn Ali Majlawayh related this sermon to us, and he took it from his uncle Muhammad ibn Abi al-Qasim, and he from Ahmad ibn Abi Abdullah al-Barki, and he from his father, and he from Ibn Abi Umair, and he from Abin ibn Uthman, and he from Abin ibn Taglib, and he from Akrima, and he from Ibn Abbas. 10. Abu Ahmad al-Hassan ibn Abdullah ibn said al-Askari, who count among great scholars of the Sunnis, has written commentary and explanation of this sermon that has been recorded by Ibn Babawayh in Ilal ash-Shara'i and Mani al-Akbar. 11. As Sayyid Nimatullah al-Jazari writes, the author of Kitab al-Gharad Abu Ishaq, Ibrahim ibn Muhammad Adh Thaqafi al-Kufi, has related this sermon through his own chain of authorities. The date of completion of writing this book is Tuesday the 13th Shawwal 255 H, and in the same year, Murtada al-Mazawi was born. He was older in age than his brother as Sayyid Radi. 12. As Sayyid Radi ad-Din Abu al-Qasim Ali ibn Musa, Ibn Tawus al-Husaini al-Huli has related this sermon from Kitab al-Gharat with the following chain of authorities. This sermon was related to us by Muhammad ibn Yusuf, who related it from al-Hasan ibn Ali ibn Abd al-Karim az-Zafarani, and he from Muhammad ibn Zakaria al-Galabi, and he from Yaqub ibn Jafar ibn Sulaiman, and he from his father, and he from his grandfather, and he from Ibn Abbas. 13. Sheikh at-Taifa, Muhammad ibn al-Hassan at-Tusi writes, Al-Hafar related this sermon to us. He related it from Abu al-Qasim ad-Dibalai, and he from his father, and he from his brother Dibal, and he from Muhammad ibn Salamah Hashami, and he from Zura ibn Ayan, and he from Abu Jafar Muhammad ibn Ali, and he from Ibn Abbas. 14. As Sheikh al-Mufid, who is the teacher of As-Sayyid Radi, writes about the chain of authorities of this sermon. A number of relators of traditions have related this sermon from Ibn Abbas through numerous chains. 15. Alam al-Huda as-Sayyid al-Murtada, who is the elder brother of As-Sayyid Radi, has recorded it on pp. 203,204 of his book Ash-Shafi. 16. Abu Mansur at-Tabarsi writes, a number of relators have given an account of this sermon from Ibn Abbas through various chains. Ibn Abbas said that he was in the audience of Amir al-Mu'minin at Ar Rabah when conversation turned to caliphate and those who had preceded him as caliphs, when Amir al-Mu'minin breathed a sigh and delivered this sermon. 17. Abu al-Muzaffar Yusuf ibn Abdullah and Sit ibn al-Jazi al-Hanafi writes, Arash Sheikh Abu al-Qasim and Nafiz al-Anbari related this sermon to us through his chain of authorities that ends with Ibn Abbas, who said that after allegiance had been paid to Amir al-Mu'minin as caliph, he was sitting on the pulpit when a man from the audience inquired why he had remained quiet till then, whereupon Amir al-Mu'minin delivered this sermon extempore. 18. Al-Qadi Ahmad ibn Muhammad Ash-Shihab al-Kafaji writes with regard to its authenticity. It is stated in the utterances of Amir al-Mu'minin Ali that it is strange during lifetime he wanted to give up the caliphate, but he strengthened its foundation for the other one after his death. 19. Ash-Sheikh Allah ad-Dawla as-Simnani writes, Amir al-Mu'minin Sayyid al-Arifin Ali has stated in one of his brilliant sermons, this is the shikshika that burst forth. 20. Abu al-Fadl Ahmad ibn Muhammad al-Maidani has written in connection with the word shikshika. One sermon of Amir al-Mu'minin Ali is known as Khutbah ash-Shikshiyah. 21. In 15 places and in Nahaya, while explaining the words of this sermon, Abu Sa'id Mubarak ibn Muhammad Ibn al-Athir al-Jazari has acknowledged it to be Amir al-Mu'minin's utterance. 22. Sheikh Muhammad Tahir Patni, while explaining the same words in Majma Bahar al-Anwar, testifies this sermon to be Amir al-Mu'minin's by saying, Ali says so. 23. Abul Fadl ibn Manzur has acknowledged it as Amir al-Mu'minin's utterance in Lisan al-Arab, Volume 12, page 54 by saying, in the sayings of Ali in his sermon, it is the camel's foam that burst forth and subsided. 24. Majid al-Farzabadi has recorded under the word shikshika in his lexicon. Khutbah ash-Shikshiyah is by Ali so named because when Ibn Abbas asked him to resume it where he had left it, He said, "O Ibn Abbas." It was the foam of a camel that burst forth, then subsided. 25. The compiler of Muntaha al-Adab writes, Qutbah ash-Shikhshiyah of Ali is attributed to Ali. 26. Sheikh Muhammad Abdu, Mufti of Egypt, recognizing it as Amir al-Mu'minin's utterance, has written its explanations. 27. Muhammad Muhyiddin Abd al-Hamid, professor in the Faculty of Arabic Language, Al-Azhar University, has written annotations on Nahjul Balagha, adding a foreword in the beginning wherein he recognizes all such sermons which contain disparaging remarks to be the utterances of Amir al-Mu'minin. In the face of these evidences and undeniable proofs, is there any scope to hold that it is not Amir al-Mu'minin's production, and that as Sayyid Aradi prepared it himself? 2. Amir al-Mu'minin has referred to Abu Bakr's accession to the caliphate metaphorically as having dressed himself with it. This was a common metaphor. Thus, when Uthman was called to give up the caliphate, he replied, "I shall not put off this shirt which Allah has put on me." No doubt Amir al-Mu'minin has not attributed this dressing of caliphate to Allah, but to Abu Bakr himself, because according to unanimous opinion his caliphate was not from Allah, but his own affair. That is why Amir al-Mu'minin said that Abu Bakr dressed himself with the caliphate. He knew that this dress had been stitched for his own body, and his position with relation to the caliphate was that of the axis in the handmill, which cannot retain its central position without it nor be of any use. Similarly, he held, "I was the central pivot of the caliphate. Were I not there, its entire system would have gone astray from the pivot. It was I who acted as a guard for its organization and order and guided it through all difficulties. Currents of learning flowed from my bosom and watered it on all sides. My position was high beyond imagination, but lust of world seekers for government became a tumbling stone for me, and I had to confine myself to seclusion. Blinding darkness prevailed all round, and there was intense gloom everywhere. The young grew old, and the old departed for the graves, but this patience-breaking period would not end. I kept watching with my eyes the plundering of my own inheritance, and saw the passing of caliphate from one hand to the other, but remained patient, as I could not stop their high-handedness for lack of means. Need for the Prophet's caliph and the mode of his appointment. After the Prophet of Islam, the presence of such a personality was inevitable who could stop the community from disintegration and guard the religious law against change, alteration, and interference by those who wanted to twist it to suit their own desires. If this very need is denied, then there is no sense in attaching so much importance to the succession of the Prophet that the assemblage in Saqafa of Banu Sayda should have been considered more important than the burial of the Prophet. If the need is recognized, the question is whether or not the Prophet too realized it. If it is held he could not attend to it and appreciate its need or absence of need, it will be the biggest proof for regarding the Prophet's mind to be blank for thinking of means to stop the evils of innovations and apostasy in spite of having given warnings about them. If it is said that he did realize it, but had to live it unresolved on account of some advantage, then instead of keeping it hidden, the advantage should be clearly indicated, otherwise silence without purpose would constitute delinquency in the discharge of the obligations of prophethood. If there was some impediment, it should be disclosed, otherwise we should agree that just as the Prophet did not leave any item of religion incomplete, he did not leave this matter either, and did propose such a course of action for it, that if it was acted upon, religion would have remained safe against the interference of others. The question now is, what was that course of action? If it is taken to be the consensus of opinion of the community, then it cannot truly take place, as in such consensus acquiescence of every individual is necessary. But taking into account the difference in human temperaments, it seems impossible that they would agree on any single point. Nor is there any example where on such matters there has been no single voice of dissent. How then can such a fundamental need be made dependent on the occurrence of such an impossible event, need on which converges the future of Islam and the good of the Muslims? Therefore, the mind is not prepared to accept this criterion, nor is tradition in harmony with it, as Al-Qadi Adud ad-Din al-Iji has written in Shar al-Mawaqif. You should know that caliphate cannot depend upon unanimity of election because no logical or traditional argument can be advanced for it. In fact, when the advocates of unanimous election found that unanimity of all votes is difficult, they adopted the agreement of the majority as a substitute for unanimity, ignoring the difference of the minority. In such a case, also it often happens that the force of fair and foul or correct and incorrect ways turns the flow of the majority opinion in the direction where there is neither individual distinction nor personal merit, as a result of which competent persons remain hidden while incompetent individuals stand forward. When capabilities remain so curbed and personal ends stand in the way as hurdles, how can there be expectation for the election of correct person? Even if it is assumed that all voters have an independent, unbiased view, that none of them has his own objective, and that none has any other consideration, it is not necessary that every verdict of the majority should be correct and that it cannot go astray. Experience shows that after experiment, the majority has held its own verdict to be wrong. If every verdict of the majority is correct, then its first verdict should be wrong, because the verdict which holds it wrong is also that of the majority. In this circumstances, if the election of the caliph goes wrong, who would be responsible for the mistake, and who should face the blame for the ruination of the Islamic polity? Similarly, on whom would be the liability for the bloodshed and slaughter following the turmoil and activity of the elections? When it has been seen that even those who sat in the audience of the Holy Prophet could not be free of mutual quarrel and strife, how can others avoid it? If with a view to avoid mischief, it is left to the people of authority to choose anyone they like, then here, too, the same friction and conflict would prevail, because here again convergence of human temperaments on one point is not necessary, nor can they be assumed to rise above personal ends. In fact, here, the chances of conflict and collision would be stronger, because if not all, at least most of them would themselves be candidates for that position and would not spare any effort to defeat their opponent, creating impediments in his way as best as possible. Its inevitable consequence would be mutual struggle and mischief-mongering. Thus, it would not be possible to ward off the mischief for which this device was adopted, and instead of finding a proper individual, the community would just become an instrument for the achievement of personal benefits of the others. Again, what would be the criterion for these people in authority? The same as has usually been, namely whoever collects a few supporters and is able to create commotion in any meeting by use of forceful words would count among the people of authority. Or would capabilities also be judged? If the mode of judging the capabilities is again this very common vote, then the same complications and conflicts would arise here too, to avoid which this way was adopted. If there is some other standard, then instead of judging the capabilities of the voters by it, why not judge the person who is considered suitable for the position in view? Further, how many persons in authority would be enough to give a verdict? Apparently, a verdict once accepted would be precedent for good, and the number that would give this verdict would become the criterion for future. Al-Qadi Adud ad-Din al-Iji writes, rather, the nomination of one or two individuals by the people in authority is enough, because we know that the companions who were strict in religion deemed it enough, as the nomination of Abu Bakr by Umar and of Uthman by Abd Yarman. This is the account of the unanimous election in the hall of Bani Saida and the activity of the consultative assembly. That is, one man's action has been given the name of unanimous election and one individual's deed given the name of consultative assembly. Abu Bakr had well understood this reality, that election means the vote of a person or two only, which is to be attributed to common simple people. That is why he ignored the requirements of unanimous election, majority vote, or method of choosing through electoral assembly, and appointed Umar by nomination. Aisha also considered that leaving the question of caliphate to the vote of a few particular individuals meant inviting mischief and trouble. She sent a word to Umar on his death saying, "Do not leave the Islamic community without a chief. Nominate a caliph for it, and leave it not without an authority, as otherwise I apprehend mischief and trouble." When the election by those in authority proved futile, it was given up, and only might is right became the criteria, namely, whoever subdues others and binds them under his sway and control is accepted as the caliph of the prophet and his true successor. These are those self-adopted principles in the face of which all the prophets' sayings uttered in the feast of the relatives. On the night of Hijra, at the Battle of Tabuk, on the occasion of conveying the Quranic chapter Al-Bara'ah and at Ghadir. The strange thing is that when each of the first three caliphates is based on one individual's choice, how can this very right to choose be denied to the prophet himself? Particularly when this was the only way to end all the dissension, namely that the prophet should have himself settled it and saved the community from future disturbances and spared it from leaving this decision in the hands of people who were themselves involved in personal aims and objects. This is the correct procedure which stands to reason and which is also the support of the prophet's definite sayings. 3. Hayyan ibn Asamin al-Hanafi of Yamama was the chief of the tribe Banu Hanifa and the master of fort and army. Jabir is the name of his younger brother, while Al-Asha, whose real name was Maymun ibn Kays ibn Jandal, enjoyed the position of being his bosom friend and led a decent, happy life through his bounty. In this verse, he has compared his current life with the previous one, that is, the days when he roamed about in search of livelihood, and those when he led a happy life in Hind's company. Generally, Amir al-Mu'minin's quoting of this verse has been taken to compare this troubled period with the peaceful days passed under the care and protection of the Prophet, when he was free from all sorts of troubles and enjoyed mental peace. But taking into account the occasion for making this comparison and the subject matter of the verse, it would not be far-fetched if it is taken to indicate the difference between the unimportant position of those in power during the Prophet's life, time, and the authority and power enjoyed by them after him. That is, at one time in the days of the Prophet, no heed was paid to them because of Ali's personality, but now the time had so changed that the same people were masters of the affairs of the Muslim world. For when Umar was wounded by Abu Lulu'ah, and he saw that it was difficult for him to survive because of the deep wound, he formed a consultative committee and nominated for it Ali ibn Abi Talib, Uthman ibn Affan, Abd Ar-Rahman ibn Awf, Zubair ibn Al-Awwam, Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, and Talha ibn Ubaydillah, and bound them that after 3 days of his death, they should select one of themselves as the caliph, while for those 3 days Sahib should act as caliph. On receipt of these instructions, some members of the committee requested him to indicate what ideas he had about each of them to enable them to proceed further in their light. Umar therefore disclosed his own view about each individual. He said that Sa'd was harsh-tempered and hot-headed. Abd Ar-Rahman was the pharaoh of the community. Zubair was, if pleased, a true believer, but if displeased, an unbeliever. Talha was the embodiment of pride and haughtiness. If he was made caliph, he would put the ring of the caliphate on his wife's finger, while Uthman did not see beyond his kinsman. As regards Ali, he is enamored of the caliphate, although I know that he alone can run it on right lines. Nevertheless, despite this admission, he thought it necessary to constitute the consultative committee, and in selecting its members and laying down the working procedure, he made sure that the caliphate would take the direction in which he wished to turn it. Thus, a man of ordinary prudence can draw the conclusion that all the factors for Uthman's success were present therein. If we look at its members, we see that one of them, namely Abd Ar-Rahman ibn Awf, is the husband of Uthman's sister. Next, Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, besides bearing malice towards Ali, is a relation and kinsman of Abd Ar-Rahman. Neither of them can be taken to go against Uthman. The third, Talha ibn Ubaydillah, about whom Professor Muhammad Abdur writes in his annotation on Nahjul Balagha. Talha was inclined towards Uthman, and the reason for it was no less than that he was against Ali, because he himself was at Taimi, and Abu Bakr's accession to the caliphate had created bad blood between Bani Taym and Banu Hashim. As regards Zubair, even if he had voted for Ali, what could his single vote achieve? According to At-Tabari's statement, Talha was not present in Medina at that time, but his absence did not stand in the way of Uthman's success. Rather, even if he were present, as he did actually reach at the meeting, and he is taken to be Ali's supporter. Still, there could be no doubt in Uthman's success because Umar's sagacious mind had set the working procedure that, if two agree about one and the other two about another, then Abdullah ibn Umar should act as the arbitrator. The group whom he orders should choose the caliph from among themselves. If they do not accept Abdullah ibn Umar's verdict, support should be given to the group, which includes Abd Yarman ibn Awf. But if the others do not agree, they should be beheaded for opposing this verdict. Here, disagreement with the verdict of Abdullah ibn Umar has no meaning since he was directed to support the group, which included Abd Yarman ibn Awf. He had ordered his son Abdullah and Sahib that, if the people differ, you should side with the majority, but if 3 of them are on one side and the other 3 on the other, you should side with the group, including Abd Yarman ibn Awf. In this instruction, the agreement with the majority also means support of Abd Yarman, because the majority could not be on any other side since 50 bloodthirsty swords have been put on the heads of the opposition group with orders to fall on their heads on Abd Yarman's behest. Amir al-Mu'minins, I had foreread it at that very moment that the caliphate was going to Uthman, as appears from his following words which he spoke to Al-Abbas ibn Abd al-Muttalib. The caliphate has been turned away from us. Al-Abbas asked how could he know it. Then he replied, Uthman has also been coupled with me, and it has been laid down that the majority should be supported. But if 2 agree on one and 2 on the other, then support should be given to the group which includes Abd Yarman ibn Awf. Now Saad will support his cousin Abd Yarman, who is of course the husband of Uthman's sister. However, after Umar's death, this meeting took place in the room of Aisha, and on its door stood Abu Talha al-Ansari, with 50 men having drawn swords in their hands. Talha started the proceedings, and inviting all others to be witnesses, said that he gave his right of vote to Uthman. This touched Zubair's sense of honor, as his mother Safiya, daughter of Abd al-Muttalib, was the sister of Prophet's father. So he gave his right of vote to Ali. Thereafter Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas made his right of vote to Abd Yarman. This left 3 members of the consultative committee, out of whom Abd Yarman said that he was willing to give up his own right of vote if Ali and Uthman gave him the right to choose one of them, or one of these 2 should acquire this right by withdrawing. This was a trap in which Ali had been entangled from all sides, namely that either he should abandon his own right or else allow Abd Yarman to do as he wished. The first case was not possible for him, that is, to give up his own right and elect Uthman or Abd Yarman. So he clung to his right, while Abd Yarman, separating himself from it, assumed this power and said to Amir al-Mu'minin, I pay you allegiance on your following the book of Allah, the Sunnah of the Prophet, and the conduct of the 2 sheikhs. Ali replied, rather on following the book of Allah, the Sunnah of the Prophet, and my own findings. When he got the same reply, even after repeating the question thrice, he turned to Uthman, saying, do you accept these conditions? He had no reason to refuse, and so he agreed to the conditions, and allegiance was paid to him. When Amir al-Mu'minin saw his rights being thus trampled, he said, this is not the first day when you behaved against us. I have only to keep good patience. Allah is the helper against whatever you say. By Allah, you have not made Uthman caliph, but in the hope that he would give back the caliphate to you. After recording the events of Ashura, Ibn Abi al-Adid has written that when allegiance had been paid to Uthman, Ali addressed Uthman and Abd Yarman, saying, may Allah sow the seed of dissension among you. And so it happened that each turned a bitter enemy of the other, and Abd Yarman did not ever after speak to Uthman till death. Even on deathbed, he turned his face on seeing him. On seeing these events, the question arises whether Ashura means confining the matter to 6 persons, thereafter to 3, and finally to 1 only. Also, whether the condition of following the conduct of the 2 sheikh for caliphate was put by Umar, or it was just a hurdle put by Abd Yarman between Ali and the caliphate. Although the first caliph did not put forth this condition at the time of nominating the second caliph, namely that he should follow the former's footsteps. What then was the occasion for this condition here? However, Amir al-Mu'minin had agreed to participate in it in order to avoid mischief and to put an end to arguing so that others should be silenced and should not be able to claim that they would have voted in his favor and that he himself evaded the consultative committee and did not give them an opportunity of selecting him. 5. About the reign of the third caliph. Amir al-Mu'minin says that soon on Uthman's coming to power, Banu Umayyah got ground and began plundering the Bayt al-Mal. And just as cattle on seeing green grass after drought trample it away, they recklessly fell upon Allah's money and devoured it. At last, this self-indulgence and nepotism brought him to the stage when people besieged his house, put him to sword, and made him vomit all that he had swallowed. The maladministration that took place in this period was such that no Muslim can remain unmoved to see that companions of high position were lying uncared for. They were stricken with poverty and surrounded by pennilessness, while control over Bayt al-Mal was that of Banu Umayyah. Government positions were occupied by their young and inexperienced persons. Special Muslim properties were owned by them. Meadows provided grazing but to their cattle. Houses were built but by them, and orchards were but for them. If any compassionate person spoke about these excesses, his ribs were broken, and if someone agitated this capitalism, he was extern from city. The uses to which zakat and charities, which were meant for the poor and the wretched, and the public fund, which was the common property of the Muslims, were put may be observed from the following few illustrations. 1. Al-Hakam ibn Abi al-Az, who had been exiled from Medina by the Prophet, was allowed back in the city, not only against the Prophet's sunnah, but also against the conduct of the first two caliphs, and he was paid 300,000 dirhams from the public fund. 2. Al-Walid ibn Uqba, who has been named hypocrite in the Quran, was paid 100,000 dirhams from the Muslims' public fund. 3. The caliph married his own daughter Amabin to Marwan ibn al-Hakam and paid him 100,000 dirhams from the public fund. 4. He married his daughter Aisha to Harith ibn al-Hakam and granted him 100,000 dirhams from the public fund. 5. Abdullah ibn Khalid was paid 400,000 dirhams. 6. Allowed the comes from Africa to Marwan ibn al-Hakam. 7. Fadak, which was withheld from the angelic daughter of the Prophet on the ground of being general charity, was given as a royal favor to Marwan ibn al-Hakam. 8. Mazur, a place in the commercial area of Medina, which had been declared a public trust by the Prophet, was gifted to Harith ibn al-Hakam. 9. In the meadows around Medina, no camel except those of Banu Umayyah were allowed to graze. 10. After his death, 150,000 dinars and 1 million dirhams were found in his house. There was no limit to tax-free lands, and the total value of the landed estate he owned in Wadi al-Qura and Hunain was 100,000 dinars. There were countless camels and horses. 11. The caliph's relations ruled all the principal cities. Thus, at Kufa, Al-Walid ibn Uqba was the governor but went in. The state of intoxication of wine, he led the morning prayer in 4 instead of 2 rak'ah, and people agitated he was. Removed, but the caliph put in his place a hypocrite like said ibn al-Az. Sermon 4. Through us you got guidance in the darkness. Amir al-Mu'minin's far-sightedness and his staunch conviction and belief. وَمِنْ خُطْبَةٍ لَهُ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ وَمِنْ أَفْصَحَ كَلَامِهِ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ وفيها يعد الناس ويهديهم من ضلالتهم ويقال إنه خطبها بعد قتل طلحة والزبير. Through us you got guidance in the darkness and secured high position, and through us you got out of the gloomy night. The ears which do not listen to the cries may become deaf. How can one who remained deaf to the loud cries listen to feeble voice? The heart that has ever palpitated may get peace. بنا اهتديتم فأفضل ماء وتسان متم العلياء وبنا انفجرتم عن السرار كالسامع لم يفقه الواعية كيف يراع النبات من اسمته الصيحة ربط جنان لم يفارقه الخفقان. I always apprehended from you consequences of treachery, and I had seen you through in the garb of the deceitful. The curtain of religion had kept me hidden from you, but the truth of my intentions disclosed you to me. I stood for you on the path of truth, among misleading tracks where you met each other, but there was no leader, and you dug, but got no water. ما زلت انتظر بمعواقب الغدر وتوسما بحلية المغترين سترنا عنم جلباب الدين وبسرنيم صدق النية. أقمت لمعل سنن الحق فجواد المضلة تاء مربوطة حيث تلتقون ولا دليل وتحتفرون ولا تماهون. Today, I am making these dumb things speak to you, which are full of descriptive power. The opinion of the person who abandons me may get astray. I have never doubted in the truth since it has been shown to me. Musa I did not entertain fear for his own self. Rather, he apprehended mastery of the ignorant and a way of deviation. Today we stand on the crossroads of truth and untruth. The one who is sure of getting water feels no thirst. Alternative sources for Sermon 4. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 147. Al-Tabari, Al-Mustarshid, 95. 1. The reference is to that event of Moses when sorcerers were sent for to confront him, and they showed their sorcery by throwing ropes and sticks on the ground, and Moses felt afraid. Thus, the Quran records, it seemed to him, by their sorcery, as if they were running. Then Moses felt in himself a fear. We said, fear not. Verily thou art the uppermost. Amir al-Mu'minin says that the ground for Moses' fear was not that since he saw ropes and sticks moving he might have entertained fear for his life, but the cause of his fear was lest people be impressed with this sorcery and get astray. An untruth might prevail on account of this craft. That is why Moses was not consoled by saying that his life was safe, but by saying that he would prove superior and his claim would be upheld. Since his fear was for the defeat of the truth and victory of the untruth, not for his own life, the consideration was given to him for the victory of truth and not for the protection of his life. Amir al-Mu'minin also means that he too had the same fear, viz., that the people should not be caught in the trap of these and fail in his guidance by getting astray from the true faith. Otherwise, he himself never feared for his own life. Sermon 5. O people, steer clear through the waves of mischief. Delivered when the Holy Prophet died, and Abbas ibn Abd al-Muttalib and Abu Sufyan ibn Harb offered to pay allegiance to Amir al-Mu'minin for the caliphate. O people, 1. Steer clear through the waves of mischief by boats of deliverance. Turn away from the path of dissension and put off the crowns of pride. Prosperous is one who rises with wings, or else he remains peaceful and others enjoy ease. It is like turbid water, or like a morsel that would suffocate the person who swallows it. One who plucks fruits before ripening is like one who cultivated in another's field. Alennahu an al-fitnah. If I speak out, they would call me greedy towards power, but if I keep quiet, they would say, I was afraid of death. It is a pity that after all the ups and downs. By Allah, the son of Abu Talib too is more familiar with death than an infant with the breast of its mother. I have hidden knowledge. If I disclose it, you will start trembling like ropes in deep wells. خلقه وعلمه فإن الأقل يقول حرس على الملك وإن استيقول جزع من الموت هيهات بعد التي ولت وله لابن أبن طالب آنس بالموت من الطفل بثدي أمه بل اندمجت على منون علم لو بوحت به لاضطربتم اضطراب لأرشية رفاه أطوي البعيدة. Alternative sources for Sermon 5. Sitin al-Fafsi, Tadkira, Bab 6, 137. Al-Tabarsi, Al-Atijaj, I, 127. Al-Bayhaqi, Al-Mahasin 2, 139, Arshi. 1. When the Holy Prophet died, Abu Sufyan was not in Medina. He was coming back when on his way he got the news of this tragedy. At once he inquired who had become the leader and chief. He was told that people had paid allegiance to Abu Bakr. On hearing this, the acknowledged mischief-monger of Arabia went into deep thought and eventually went to Abbas ibn Abd al-Muttalib with a proposal. He said to him, Look, these people have by contrivance made over the caliphate to the tame and deprived Banu Hashim of it for good, and after himself this man would place over our heads a haughty man of Banu Adi. Let's go to Ali ibn Abi Talib and ask him to get out of his house and take to arms to secure his right. So taking Abbas with him, he came to Ali and said, "Let me your hand. I pay allegiance to you, and if anyone rises in opposition, I would fill the streets of Medina with men of cavalry and infantry." This was the most delicate moment for Amir al-Mu'minin. He regarded himself as the true head and successor of the Prophet, while a man with the backing of his tribe and party, like Abu Sufyan, was ready to support him. Just a signal was enough to ignite the flames of war. But Amir al-Mu'minin's foresight and right judgment saved the Muslims from civil war, as his piercing eyes perceived that this man wanted to start civil war by rousing the passions of tribal partisanship and distinction of birth, so that Islam should be struck with a convulsion that would shake it to its roots. Amir al-Mu'minin therefore rejected his counsel and admonished him severely, and spoke forth the words, whereby he has stopped people from mischief-mongering and undue conceit, and declared his stand to be that for him there were only two courses, either to take up arms or to sit quietly at home. If he rose for war, there was no supporter so that he could suppress these rising insurgencies. The only course left was quietly to wait for the opportunity till circumstances were favorable. Amir al-Mu'minin's quietness at this stage was indicative of his high policy and far-sightedness, because if in those circumstances Medina had become the center of war, its fire would have engulfed the whole of Arabia in its flames. The discord and scuffle that had already begun among Muhajirin and Ansar would have increased to maximum. The wire pullings of the hypocrites would have had full play, and Islam's ship would have been caught in such a whirlpool that its balancing would have been difficult. Amir al-Mu'minin suffered trouble and tribulations, but did not raise his hands. History is witness that during his life at Mecca the Prophet suffered all sorts of troubles, but he was not prepared to clash or struggle by abandoning patience and endurance. Because he realized that if war took place at that stage, the way for Islam's growth and fruition would be closed. Of course, when he had collected supporters and helpers enough to suppress the flood of unbelief and curb the disturbances, he rose to face the enemy. Similarly, Amir al-Mu'minin, treating the life of the Prophet as a torch for his guidance, refrained from exhibiting the power of his arm, because he was realizing that rising against the enemy without helpers and supporters would become a source of revolt and defeat instead of success and victory. Therefore, on this occasion, Amir al-Mu'minin has likened the desire for caliphate to turbid water or a morsel suffocating the throat. Thus, even where people had forcibly snatched this morsel and wanted to swallow it by forcible thrusting, it became stuck in their throat. They could neither swallow it nor vomit it out. That is, they could neither manage it, as is apparent from the blunders they committed in connection with Islamic injunctions, nor were they ready to cast off the knot from their neck. He reiterated the same ideas in different words thus: "If had I attempted to pluck the unripe fruit of caliphate, then by this the orchard would have been desolated, and I too would have achieved nothing. Like these people who cultivate on others' land, but can neither guard it, nor water it at proper time, nor reap any crop from it. The position of these people is that if I ask them to vacate it so that the owner should cultivate it himself and protect it, they say how greedy I am, while if I keep quiet they think I am afraid of death. They should tell me on what occasion did I ever feel afraid, or flew from battlefield for life, whereas every small or big encounter is proof of my bravery and a witness to my daring and courage. He who plays with swords and strikes against hillocks is not afraid of death. I am so familiar with death that even an infant is not so familiar with the breast of its mother. Hark! The reason for my silence is the knowledge that the Prophet has put in my bosom. If I divulge it, you would get perplexed and bewildered. Let some days pass, and you would know the reason of my inaction, and perceive with your own eyes what sorts of people would appear on this scene under the name of Islam, and what destruction they would bring about. My silence is because this would happen, otherwise it is not silence without reason." A Persian hemist says, "Silence has meaning which cannot be couched in words." 2. About death, Amir al-Mu'minin says that it is so dear to him that even an infant does not so love to leap towards the source of its nourishment while in its mother's lap. An infant's attachment with the breast of its mother is under the effect of a natural impulse, but the dictates of natural impulses change with the advance of age. When a limited period of infancy ends and the infant's temperament changes, he does not like even to look at what was so familiar to him, but rather turns his face from it in disgust. But the love of prophets and saints for union with Allah is mental and spiritual feelings do not change, nor does weakness or decay occur in them. Since death is the means and first rung towards this goal, their love for death increases to such an extent that its rigors become the cause of pleasure for them, and its bitterness proves to be the source of delight for their taste. Their love for it is the same as that of the thirsty for the well, or that of a lost passenger for his goal. Thus, when Amir al-Mu'minin was wounded by Abd Arman ibn Muljam's fatal attack, he said, "I was but like the walker who has reached, or like the seeker who has found, and whatever is with Allah is good for the pious." The Prophet also said that there is no pleasure for a believer other than union with Allah. Sermon 6, By Allah, I shall not be like the badger that. Delivered on being advised not to chase Talha ibn Ubaydillah and Azizubar ibn al-Awam for fighting point 1. ومن كلام الله عليه السلام لما أشير عليه بألا يتبع طلحة وزبير ولا يرسل لهما القتال وفيه يبين عن صفته بأنه عليه السلام لا يخدع. By Allah, I shall not be like the badger, that feigns sleep on continuous stone throwing till he who is in search of it finds it, or he who is on the lookout for it overpowers it. Rather, I shall ever strike the deviators from truth with the help of those who advance towards it, and the sinners and doubters with the help of those who listen to me and obey till my day comes. Continually deprived of my right, with others being given preference to me, from the day the Prophet died till today. وَلْهُ لَا أَكُونُ كَذَّبًا تنام على طول إلا الدم حتى يصل إليها طالبها واختها راسدها ولني إدرب بالمقبل آل الحق المدبر عنه وبسامع المطيع العسى المريب أبدا حتى ياتن على اليوم فواله ما زلت مدفوعا عن حق مستيثرا على منذ قبض آله تعالى نبيه صلي آله عليه وآله حتى يوم ألنا أس هذا. Alternative sources for Sermon 6. Al-Tabari, Tariq, Event of the Year 36, H.S6, 3107. Ibn Salam, Garib al-Hadith, 174. Al-Jawari, Al-Siha, v. 2026. Al-Tusi, Al-Amali, 33. 1. When Amir al-Mu'minin showed intention to chase Talha and Zubair, he was advised to leave them on their own, lest he receive some harm from them. Amir al-Mu'minin uttered these words in reply, the sum total whereof is, how long can I be a mere spectator to my right being snatched, and keep quiet? Now, so long as I have breath of life, I shall fight them, and make them suffer the consequences of their conduct. They should not think that I can be easily overpowered like the badger. Dabo means badger. Its nickname is Amir and Tariq. It is also called the glutton because it swallows everything and eats up whatever it gets as if several bellies were contained in one, and they do not have their fill. It is also called Nahjul. It is a very simple and silly animal. Its slyness is apparent from the way it is easily caught. It is said that the hunter surrounds its den and strikes it with his foot or a stick and calls out softly, "Bayu hedem Tariq, conceal yourself, Amir." On repeating this sentence and patting the ground, it conceals itself in a corner of the den. Then the hunter says, Amir is not in its den, it is sleeping. On hearing this, it stretches its limbs and feigns sleep. The hunter then puts the knot in its feet and drags it out, and it falls like a coward into his hand without resistance. Sermon 7. They have made Satan the master of their affairs. About the hypocrites. وَمِنْ خُطْبَةٍ اللَّهِ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ. They have made Satan the master of their affairs, and he has taken them as partners. He has laid eggs and hatched them in their bosoms. He creeps and crawls in their laps. He sees through their eyes and speaks with their tongues. In this way he has led them to sinfulness and adorned for them foul things like the action of one whom Satan has made partner in his domain and speaks untruth through his tongue. آت خذوا الشيطان لأمرهم ملاكا وخذهم له إشراكا فباد وفرخ فصدورهم ودب ودرج فحجورهم فنظر بأعينهم ونطق بسنتهم فركب بهم الزلل وزين لهم الخطل فعل من قد شركه الشيطان فسلطانه ونطق بالباطل على لسانه. Alternative sources for Sermon 7. Al-Zamakhshari, Rabi'i 109, Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nahaya 250. 1. Amir al-Mu'minin says about the hypocrites that they are partners in action of Satan and his helpers and supporters. He too has befriended them so much that he has made his abode with them, resides on their bosoms, lays eggs, and hatches young ones from them there, while these young ones jump and play in their laps without demur. He means that satanic evil ideas take birth in their bosoms and grow and thrive there. There is no restraint on them, nor restriction of any kind. He has so permeated in their blood and mingled in their spirit that both have become completely unified. Now eyes are theirs, but sight is his. The tongue is theirs, but the words are his. As the prophet had said, verily, Satan permeates the progeny of Adam like blood. That is, just as the circulation of blood does not stop, in the same way the quick succession of Satan's evil ideas know no break, and he draws man towards evil in sleep and wakefulness, and in every posture, rising or sitting. He so paints them with his dye that their word and action reflect an exact portrait of his word and action. Those whose bosoms shine with the effulgence of faith prevent such evil ideas, but some are already ready to welcome those evils, and these are the persons who, under the garb of Islam, are ever after advancement of heresy. Sermon 8. He claims that he swore allegiance. Said about Aziz Zubair at a time, for which it was appropriate. يعني به الزبير فحال اقتضت ذلك ويدعوه للدخول فالبيعة ثانية. He claims that he swore allegiance to me with his hand, but did not swear with his heart. Point 1, so he does admit allegiance. As regards his claiming it otherwise than with his heart, he should come forward with a clear argument for it. Otherwise, he should return to wherefrom he has gone out. Point 2. يزعم أنه قد بايع بيده ولم يبايع بقلبه فقد أقر بالبيعة ودع الوليجة فليات عليها بأمر يعرف ولا فليدخل فيما خرج منه. Alternative sources for Sermon 8. Al-Mu'afid, Al-Jamal 175 from Al-Waqidi, Al-Jamal 1. When after swearing allegiance on the hand of Amir al-Mu'minin, Azir ibn Alam broke the allegiance. Then sometimes he put forth the excuse that he was forced to swear allegiance, and that forced allegiance is no allegiance. And sometimes he said that allegiance was only for show. His heart did not go in accord with it, as though he himself admitted with his tongue the duplicity of his outer appearance and inner self. But this excuse is like that of the one who reverts to apostasy after adopting Islam, and to avoid penalty may say that he had accepted Islam only by the tongue, not in the heart. Obviously, such an excuse cannot be heard, nor can avoid punishment by this argument. If Aziz Zubair suspected that Uthman was slain at Amir al-Mu'minin's insistence, this suspicion should have existed when he was taking oath for obedience and stretching his hand for allegiance, not now that his expectations were getting frustrated and hopes had started dawning from somewhere else. 2. Amir al-Mu'minin has rejected his claim in short form thus, that when he admits that his hands had paid allegiance, then until there is justification for breaking of the allegiance, he should stick to it. But if, according to him, his heart was not in accord with it, he should produce other proof for it. Since proof about the state of heart cannot be adduced, how can he bring such proof? And an assertion without proof is unacceptable to his mind. Sermon 9. They thundered. Cowardice of the people of Jamal. They one thundered like clouds and shone like lightning, but despite both these things they exhibited cowardice. While we do not thunder until we pounce upon the foe, nor do we show flow until we have not virtually reigned. Alternative sources for Sermon 9. Al-Mu'afid, Al-Jamal 177 from Al-Waqidi, Al-Jamal. Ibn Atham, foot 2, as quoted by Al-Khwarazmi in Al-Manakib. 1. about the people of Jamal Amir al-Mu'minin says that they rose thundering, shouting, and stampeding, but when encounter took place, they were seen flying like straw. At one time, they made loud claims that they would do this and would do that, and now they showed such cowardice as to flee from the battlefield. About himself, Amir al-Mu'minin says that we do not threaten the enemy before battle, nor utter boasts, nor terrorize the enemy by raising unnecessary cries, because it is not the way of the brave to use the tongue instead of the hand. That is why on this occasion he said to his comrades, "Beware of excessive talk, as it is cowardice." Sermon 10. Satan has collected his group. Regarding the incitement of Satan, alluding to a particular group of people. Beware, Satan, one, has collected his group and assembled his horsemen and foot soldiers. Surely, with me is my sagacity. I have neither deceived myself nor ever been deceived. By Allah, I shall fill to the brim for them a cistern from which I alone would draw water. They can neither turn away from it nor return to it. إلا وإن الشيطان قد جمع حزبه واستجلب خيله ورجله وانمع لبصيرة ما لبست عل نفس ولا لبس عل ويمؤله لفرتنا لهم حودا أنا ماتحة لا يصدرون عنه ولا يعودون إليه. Alternative sources for Sermon 10. Al-Mu'fid, Al-Irshad, 118. See also under Sermon 22 and Sermon 134 below. 1. When Talha and Zubair broke away by violating the oath of allegiance and set for Basra in the company of Aisha, Amir al-Mu'minin spoke in these words which are part of the long speech. Ibn Abi al-Adid has written that in this sermon Satan denotes the real Satan as well as Muawiyah, because Muawiyah was secretly conspiring with Talha and Zubair and instigating them to fight against Amir al-Mu'minin, but the reference to the real Satan is more appropriate, obvious, and in accord with the situation and circumstances. Sermon 11. Mountains may move from their position, but you should not. Delivered in the Battle of Jamal, when Amir al-Mu'minin gave the standard to his son, Muhammad ibn al-Hanafiyyah 1. وَمِنْ كَلَامِ اللَّهِ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامِ لِابْنِهِ مُحَمَّدِ بن الحنفية لما أعطاه الراية يوم الجمل. Mountains too may move from their position, but you should not move from yours. Grit your teeth. Lend to Allah your head. Plant your feet firmly on ground. Have your eye on the remotest foe and close your eyes. And keep sure that succor is but from Allah, the glorified. تزول الجبال ولا تزل. عدا ناجذك أعر ألها جمجمتك تدفى الأرض قدمك ارمي ببصرك أقس القوم وغد. بصرك واعلم أن ألا نسير من عند إله سبحانه. Alternative sources for Sermon 11. Al-Mamatiri, Nuzhat al-Absar, CVD al-Zura, I. 340. Al-Zamakhshari, Rabi, for Bab al-Qadl wa al-Shahada. 1. Muhammad ibn al-Hanafiyyah was Amir al-Mu'minin's son, but called Ibn Hanafiyyah after his mother. His mother's name was Khala bint Jafar. She was known as Hanafiyyah after her tribe Banu Hanifah. When people of Yamama were declared apostates for refusing to pay zakat and were killed, and their womenfolk were brought to Medina as slave girls, this lady also came to Medina with them. When her tribesmen came to know it, they approached Amir al-Mu'minin and requested him to save her from the blemish of slavery and protect her family honor and prestige. Consequently, Amir al-Mu'minin set her free after purchasing and married here, whereafter Muhammad was born. Most historians have written his surname as Abu al-Qasim. Thus, the author of Al-Istiab has narrated the opinion of Abu Rashid ibn Hafs Izri that from among the sons of the companions, he came across 4 individuals, every one of whom was named Muhammad and surnamed Abu al-Qasim, namely Muhammad ibn al-Hanafiyyah, Muhammad ibn Abu Bakr, Muhammad ibn Talha, and Muhammad ibn Sa'd. After this, he writes that Muhammad ibn Talha's name and surname was given by the Prophet. Al-Waqidi writes that the name and surname of Muhammad ibn Abu Bakr was suggested by Aisha. Apparently, the Holy Prophets giving the name of Muhammad ibn Talha seems incorrect, since from some traditions, it appears that the Prophet had reserved it for a son of Amir al-Mu'minin, and he was Muhammad ibn al-Hanafiyyah. As regards his surname, it is said that the Prophet had particularized it and that he had told Ali that a son would be born to you after me, and I have given him my name and surname, and after that it is not permissible for anyone in my people to have this name and surname together. With this opinion before us, how can it be correct that the Prophet had given this very name and surname to anyone else, since particularization means that no one else would share it? Moreover, some people have recorded the surname of Ibn Talha as Abu Sulayman instead of Abu al-Qasim, and this further confirms our viewpoint. Similarly, if the surname of Muhammad ibn Abu Bakr was on the ground that his son's name was Qasim, who was among the theologians of Medina, then what is the sense in Aisha having suggested it? If she had suggested along with the name, how could Muhammad ibn Abu Bakr tolerate it later on, since having been brought up under the care of Amir al-Mu'minin the Prophets, saying could not remain concealed from him? Moreover, most people have recorded his surname as Abu Abd Ar-Rahman, which weakens the view of Abu Rashid, let alone these people's surname being Abu al-Qasim. Even for Ibn al-Hanafiyyah, this surname is not proved. Although Ibn Khalikan has taken that son of Amir al-Mu'minin, for whom the Prophet had particularized this surname, to be Muhammad ibn al-Hanafiyyah, yet Al-Allama al-Mamikani writes, in applying this tradition to Muhammad ibn al-Hanafiyyah, Ibn Khalikan has got into confusion, because the son of Amir al-Mu'minin, whom the Prophet's name and surname together have been gifted by the Prophet, and which is not permissible to be given to anyone else, is to the awaited last Imam, and not to Muhammad ibn al-Hanafiyyah, nor is the surname Abu al-Qasim established for him. Rather, some of the Sunnis, being ignorant of the real intention of the Prophet, have taken to mean Ibn al-Hanafiyyah. However, Muhammad ibn al-Hanafiyyah was prominent in righteousness and piety, sublime in renunciation and worship, lofty in knowledge and achievements, and heir of his father in bravery. His performance in the battles of Jamal and Siffin had created such impression among the Arabs that even warriors of consequence trembled at his name. Amir al-Mu'minin, too, was proud of his courage and valor, and always placed him forward in encounters. As Sheikh al-Bahai has written, in al-Kashkol that Ali ibn Abi Talib kept him abreast in the battles and did not allow Hassan and Husayn to go ahead, and used to say, "He is my son, while these two are sons of the Prophet of Allah." When a Kharijite said to Ibn al-Hanafiyyah that Ali thrust him into the flames of war, but saved away Hassan and Husayn, he replied that he himself was like the right hand and Hassan and Husayn like Ali's two eyes, and that Ali protected his eyes with his right hand. But Al-Allama al-Mamikani has written in Tanqi al-Makal that this was not the reply of Ibn al-Hanafiyyah, but of Amir al-Mu'minin himself. When during the Battle of Siffin Muhammad mentioned this matter to Amir al-Mu'minin in a complaining tone, he replied, "You are my right hand, whereas they are my eyes, and the hand should protect the eyes." Apparently, it seems that first Amir al-Mu'minin must have given this reply, and thereafter someone might have mentioned it to Muhammad ibn al-Hanafiyyah, and he must have repeated the same reply, as there could be no more eloquent reply then. This one, and its eloquence, confirms the view that it was originally the outcome of the eloquent tongue of Amir al-Mu'minin and was later appropriated by Muhammad al-Hanafiyyah. Consequently, both these views can be held to be correct, and there is no incongruity between them. However, he was born in the reign of the second caliph and died in the reign of Abd al-Malik ibn Marwan at the age of 65 years. Some writers have recorded the year of his death as 80H and others as 81H. There is a difference about the place of his death as well. Some have put it as Medina, some Ayla, and some Taif. 2. When in the Battle of Jamal, Amir al-Mu'minin sent Muhammad ibn al-Hanafiyyah to the battlefield. He told him that he should fix himself before the enemy like the mountain of determination and resoluteness, so that the onslaught of the army should not be able to displace him, and should charge the enemy with closed teeth, because by pressing teeth over the teeth tension occurs in the nerves of the skull, as a result of which the stroke of the sword goes amiss. As he said at another place also, viz., press together the teeth, it sends amiss the edge of the sword. Then he says, "My child, Lend your head to Allah in order that you may be able to achieve eternal life in place of this one, because for a lend article there is the right to get it back. Therefore, you should fight being heedless of your life. Otherwise, also if your mind clings to life, you will hesitate to advance towards deathly encounters, and that would tell upon your reputation of bravery. Look, don't let your steps falter, because the enemy is emboldened at the faltering of steps, and faltering steps fastens the feet of the enemy. Keep the last lines of the enemy as your aim, so that the enemy may be overawed with loftiness of your intentions, and you may feel ease in tearing through their lives, and their movement should also not remain concealed from you. Look, do not pay heed to their superiority in numbers, otherwise your valor and courage would suffer. This sentence can also mean that one should not wide open the eyes to be dazzled by the shining of weapons, and the enemy may make an attack by taking advantage of the situation. Also, always bear it in mind that victory is from Allah. If Allah helps you, no one can overpower you. Therefore, instead of relying on material means seek His support and succor. If Allah helpeth you, none shall overcome you. Sermon 12. Does your brother love us? When one Allah gave him victory over the enemy at the Battle of Jamal, one of his comrades said on that occasion, "I wish my brother so-and-so had been present, and he too would have seen what success and victory Allah had given you." Whereupon Amir al-Mu'minin said, وَمِنْ كَلَامِ اللَّهِ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ لَمَا أَذْفَرَهُ أَلْهُ تَعَالٍ بِأَصْحَابِ الْجَمَلِ وَقَدْ قَالَ لَهُ بَعْضُ أَصْحَابِهِ. Did your brother hold me friend? He said, yes. Then Amir al-Mu'minin said, in that case, he was with us. Rather, in this army of ours, even those persons were also present who were still in the loins of men and wombs of women. Shortly, time will bring them out, and faith will get strength through them. قال فقد شهدنا ولقد شهدنا فعصرنا هذا أقوام فأسلاب الرجال ورحام النساء سيرعف بهم الزمان ويقوى بهم الإيمان. Alternative sources for Sermon 12. Al-Barki, Al-Mahisin, I, 262. 1. If a person falls short in his actions despite means and equipment, this would be indicative of the weakness of his will. But if there is an impediment in the way of action, or his life comes to an end as a result of which his action remains incomplete, then in that case Allah would not deprive him of the reward on the basis that actions are judged by intention. Since his intention in any case was to perform the action, therefore he should deserve reward to some extent. In the case of action, there may be absence of reward because action can involve show or pretense, but intention is hidden in the depth of heart. It can have not a jot of show or affectation. The intention would remain at the same level of frankness, truth, perfection, and correctness where it is, even though there may be no action due to some impediment. Even if there is no occasion for forming intention, but there is passion and zeal in the heart, a man would deserve reward on the basis of his heart's feelings. This is to what Amir al-Mu'minin has alluded in this sermon, namely that if your brother loved me, he would share the reward with those who secured martyrdom for our support. Sermon 13. You are a woman's army. Condemning the people of Basra 1. وَمِنْ كَلَامِ اللَّهِ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ. You were the army of a woman and in the command of a quadruped. When it grumbled, you responded, and when it was wounded, you fled away. Your character is low and your pledge is broken. Your faith is hypocrisy. Your water is brackish. He who stays with you is laden with sins, and he who forsakes you secures Allah's mercy. It is as though I see your mosque prominent, resembling the surface of a boat, while Allah has sent chastisement from above and from below it, and everyone who is on it is drowned. Point 2. كنتم جند المرأة واتباع البهيمة رغافة جبتم وعقرفربتم أخلاقكم دقاق وعهدكم شقاق ودينم نفاق وماوكم زعاق المقيم بين ظهوركم مرتهن بذنبه وش أخاس وعلم متدارك برحمة من ربه كان بمسجدكم كجوج سفينة قد بعث إله عليها العذاب من فوقها ومن تحتها وغرق من فضمنها. Another version. By Allah, your city would certainly be drowned so much, so that as though I see its mosque like the upper part of a boat or a sitting ostrich. Another version. like the bosom of a bird in deep sea. Kujuju tayrun falujjatun bahrun. Another version. Your city is the most stinking of all the cities as regards its clay, the nearest to water and remotest from the sky. It contains 9/10 of evil. He who enters it is surrounded with his sins, and he who is out of it enjoys Allah's forgiveness. It seems as though I look at this habitation of yours that water has so engulfed it that nothing can be seen of it except the highest part of mosque appearing like the bosom of a bird in deep sea. فرواية بلادكم أنتن بلاد أهل تربة أقربها من الماء وأبعدها من السماء وبها 19 الشر المحتبس فيها بذنبه والخارج بعفو الله كان أنظر القرية هذه قد طبقها الماء حتى ما يرى منها ألف شرف المسجد كأنه جؤج طير فلوجة بحر. Alternative sources for Sermon 13. Al-Dinawari, Al-Akbar, 153. Al-Masudi, Muraj, 2, 377. Ibn Qutayba, Yiyun, I, 217. Ibn Abd Rabbi, Al-Ikt, 4, 328. Al-Majlisi, Bihar, 8, 447. Ali ibn Ibrahim, Tafsir, 655. Al-Tusi, Al-Amali, 78. Al-Mu'fid, Al-Jamal, 210, 203. 1. Ibn Maytham writes that when the Battle of Jamal ended, then on the third day after it, Amir al-Mu'minin said the morning prayer in the central mosque of Basra, and after finishing it stood on the right side of the prayer place reclining against the wall and delivered this sermon, wherein he described the lowness of character of the people of Basra and their slyness, namely that they got inflamed at others' instigation without anything of their own, and making over their command to a woman clung to a camel. They broke away after swearing allegiance and exhibited their low character and evil nature by practicing double-facedness. In this sermon, woman implies Aisha, and quadruped implies the camel, after which this battle has been named the Battle of Jamal. This battle originated in this way that when, although during the lifetime of Uthman, Aisha used to oppose him and had left for Mecca, leaving him in siege, and as such she had a share in his assassination, details of which would be stated at some suitable place. But when on her return from Mecca towards Medina, she heard from Abdullah ibn Salamah that after Uthman allegiance had been paid to Ali, she suddenly exclaimed, "If allegiance has been paid to Ali, I wish the sky had burst on the earth. Let me go back to Mecca." Consequently, she decided to return to Mecca and began saying, "By Allah, Uthman has been killed helplessly. I shall certainly avenge his blood." On seeing this wide change in the state of affairs, Abu Salamah said, "What are you saying, as you yourself used to say, 'Kill this Nahjul'?" He had turned unbeliever. Thereupon she replied, "Not only I, but everyone used to say so. But leave these things and listen to what I am now saying. That is better and deserves more attention. It is so strange that first he was called upon to repent, but before giving him an opportunity to do so, he has been killed." On this, Abu Salamah recited the following verses addressing her. "You started it, and now you are changing and raising storms of wind and rain. You ordered for his killing and told us that he had turned unbeliever. We admit that he has been killed, but under your orders, and the real killer is one who ordered it. Nevertheless, neither the sky fell over us, nor did the sun and moon fall into eclipse. Certainly people have paid allegiance to one who can ward off the enemy with power and grandeur, does not allow swords to come near him, and loosens the twist of the rope, that is, subdues the enemy. He is always fully armed for combat, and the faithful is never like the traitor." However, when she reached Mecca with a passion for vengeance, she began rousing the people to avenge Uthman's blood by circulating stories of his having been victimized. The first to respond to this call was Abdullah ibn Amir al-Hadrami, who had been the governor of Mecca in Uthman's reign, and with him Marwan ibn al-Hakam. Said ibn Alaz and other Umayyads rose to support her. On the other side, Talha ibn Ubaydillah and Zubair ibn al-Awam also reached Mecca from Medina. From Yemen, ibn Munabi, who had been governor there during Uthman's caliphate, and the former governor of Basra, Abdullah ibn Amir ibn Qurayz also reached there, and joining together began preparing their plans. Battle had been decided upon, but discussion was about the venue of confrontation. Aisha's opinion was to make Medina the venue of the battle, but some people opposed and held that it was difficult to deal with Medinites, and that some other place should be chosen as the venue. At last, after much discussion, it was decided to march towards Basra, as there was no dearth of men to support the cause. Consequently, on the strength of Abdullah ibn Amir's countless wealth, and the offer of 600,000 dirhams and 600 camels by Yala ibn Munabi, they prepared an army of 3,000 and set off to Basra. There was a small incident on the way on account of which Aisha refused to advance further. What happened was that at a place she heard the barking of dogs and inquired from the camel driver the name of the place. He said it was Hob. On hearing this name, she recalled the Prophet's admonition when he had said to his wives, "I wish I could know at which of you the dogs of Hob would bark." So when she realized that she herself was that one, she got the camels seated by patting and expressed her intention to abandon the march. But the device of her companions saved the deteriorating situation. Abdullah swore to assure her that it was not Hob. Talha seconded him, and for her further assurance also sent for 50 persons to stand witness to it. When all the people were on one side, what could a single woman do by opposing? Eventually, they were successful, and Aisha resumed her forward march with the same enthusiasm. When this army reached Basra, people were first amazed to see the riding animal of Aisha. Yariya ibn Qudama came forward and said, "O mother of the faithful, the assassination of Uthman was one tragedy, but the greater tragedy is that you have come out on this cursed camel and ruined your honor and esteem. It is better that you should get back." But since neither the incident at Hob could deter her, nor could the Quranic injunction, "Keep sitting in your houses," stop her, what effect could these voices produce? When this army tried to enter the city, the governor of Basra, Uthman ibn Hunayf, came forward to stop them, and when the two parties came face to face, they drew their swords out of the sheaths and pounced upon each other. When a good number had been killed from either side, Aisha intervened on the basis of her influence, and the two groups agreed that till the arrival of Amir al-Mu'minin, the existing administration should continue, and Uthman ibn Hunayf should continue on his post. But only 2 days had elapsed when they made a nightly attack on Uthman ibn Hunayf, killed 40 innocent persons, beat Uthman ibn Hunayf, plucked every hair of his beard, took him in their custody, and shut him up. Then they attacked public treasury, and while ransacking it, killed 20 persons on the spot and beheaded 50 more after arresting them. Then they attacked the grain store, whereupon an elderly noble of Basra, Hukaym ibn Jabalah, could not control himself, and reaching there with his men, said to Abdullah ibn Amir, "Spare some of this grain for the city's populace. After all, there should be a limit to oppression. You have spread killing and destruction all round, and put Uthman ibn Hunayf in confinement. For Allah's sake, keep off these ruining activities and release Uthman ibn Hunayf. Is there no fear of Allah in your hearts?" Ibn Amir said, "This is vengeance of Uthman's life." Hukaym ibn Jabalah retorted, "Were those who have been killed assassins of Uthman? By Allah, if I had supporters and comrades, I should have certainly avenged the blood of these Muslims whom you have killed without reason." Ibn Amir replied, "We shall not give anything out of this grain, nor will Uthman ibn Hunayf be released." At last the battle raged between these two parties, but how could a few individuals deal with such a big force? The result was that Hukaym ibn Jabalah, his son Al-Ashraf ibn Hukaym ibn Jabalah, his brother Arl ibn Jabalah, and 70 persons of his tribe were killed. In short, killing and looting prevailed all round. Neither anyone's life was secure, nor was there any way to save one's honor or property. When Amir al-Mu'minin was informed of the march to Basra, he set out to stop it with a force which consisted of 70 of those who had taken part in the Battle of Badr, and 400 out of those companions who had the honor of being present at the allegiance of Ridwan. When he stopped at the stage of Dikr, he sent his son Hassan and Ammar ibn Yasir to Kufa to invite its people to fighting. Consequently, despite interference of Abu Musa al-Ash'ari, 7,000 combatants from there joined Amir al-Mu'minin's army. He left that place after placing the army under various commanders. Eyewitnesses state that when this force reached near Basra, first of all a contingent of Ansar appeared foremost. Its standard was held by Abu Ayyub al-Ansari. After it appeared another contingent of 1,000 whose commander was Khuzaymah ibn Thabit al-Ansari. Then another contingent came in sight. Its standard was borne by Abu Qatada ibn Arabi. Then a crowd of 1,000 old and young persons was seen. They had signs of prostration on their foreheads and veil of fear of Allah on their face. It seemed as if they were standing before the divine glory on the day of judgment. Their commander rode a dark horse, was dressed in white, had black turban on his head, and was reciting the Quran loudly. This was Ammar ibn Yasir. Then another contingent appeared. Its standard was in the hand of Qays ibn Sad ibn Abadah. Then an army came to sight. Its leader wore a white dress and had a black turban on his head. He was so handsome that all eyes centered around him. This was Abdullah ibn Abbas. Then followed a contingent of the companions of the Prophet. Their standard bearer was Qudam ibn al-Abbas. Then, after the passing of a few contingents, a big crowd was seen, wherein there was such a large number of spears that they were overlapping and flags of numerous colors were flying. Among them, a big and lofty standard was seen with distinctive position. Behind it was seen a rider guarded by sublimity and greatness. His sinews were well developed, and eyes were cast downwards. His awe and dignity was such that no one could look at him. This was the ever-victorious lion of Allah, namely Ali ibn Abi Talib. On his right and left were Hassan and Hussein. In front of him, Muhammad ibn al-Hanafiya walked in slow steps, carrying the banner of victory and glory, and on the back were the young men of Banu Hashim, the people of Badr, and Abdullah ibn Jafar ibn Abi Talib. When this army reached the place, Izizawiyah, Amir al-Mu'minin alighted from the horse, and after performing 4 rak'ah of prayer, put his cheeks on the ground. When he lifted his head, the ground was drenched with tears, and the tongue was uttering these words: O sustainer of earth, heaven and the high firmament, this is Basra. Fill our lap with its good, and protect us from its evils. Then, proceeding forward, he got down in the battlefield of Jamal, where the enemy was already camping. First of all, Amir al-Mu'minin announced in his army that no one should attack another, nor take the initiative. Saying this, he came in front of the opposite army and said to Talha and Zubair, You ask Aisha by swearing in the name of Allah and his prophet whether I am not free from the blame of Uthman's blood, and whether I use the same words for him which he used to say, and whether I pressurize you for allegiance or you swore it of your own free will. Talha got exasperated at these words, but Zubair relented, and Amir al-Mu'minin turned back after it, and giving the Quran to Muslim, sent him towards them to pronounce to them the verdict of the Quran. But people took both of them within aim and covered this godly man with their arrows. Then Ammar ibn Yasir went to canvass and convinced them and cautioned them with the consequences of war, but his words were also replied by arrows. Till now, Amir al-Mu'minin had not allowed an attack, as a result of which the enemy continued feeling encouraged and went on raining arrows constantly. At last, with the dying of a few valiant combatants, consternation was created among Amir al-Mu'minin's ranks, and some people came with a few bodies before him and said, O commander of the faithful, you are not allowing us to fight while they are covering us with arrows. How long can we let them make our bosoms the victim of their arrows, and remain hand-folded at their excesses? At this, Amir al-Mu'minin did show anger, but acting with restraint and endurance, came to the enemy in that very form without wearing armor or any arm, and shouted, Where is Zubair? At first, Zubair hesitated to come forward, but he noticed that Amir al-Mu'minin had no arms. He came out. Amir al-Mu'minin said to him, O Zubair, You must remember that one day the Prophet told you that you would fight with me and wrong and excess would be on your side. Izabir replied that he had said so. Then Amir al-Mu'minin inquired, "Why have you come then?" He replied that his memory had missed it, and if he had recollected it earlier, he would not have come that way. Amir al-Mu'minin said, "Well, now you have recollected it." And he replied, "Yes." Saying this, he went straight to Aisha and told her that he was getting back. She asked him the reason, and he replied, "Ali has reminded me of forgotten matter. I had gone astray, but now I have come on the right path and would not fight Ali ibn Abi Talib at any cost." Aisha said, "You have caught fear of the swords of the sons of Abd al-Muttalib." He said, "No." And saying this, he turned the reins of his horse. However, it is gratifying that some consideration was accorded to the Prophet's saying, for at Hab, even after recollection of the Prophet's words, no more than transient effect was taken of it. On returning after this conversation, Amir al-Mu'minin observed that they had attacked the right and left flanks of his army. Noticing this, Amir al-Mu'minin said, "Now the plea has been exhausted. Call my son Muhammad." When he came, Amir al-Mu'minin said, "My son, attack them now." Muhammad bowed his head and taking the standard proceeded to the battlefield. But arrows were falling in such exuberance that he had to stop. When Amir al-Mu'minin saw this, he called out at him, "Muhammad, why don't you advance?" He said, "Father, in the shower of arrows there is no way to proceed. Wait till the violence of arrows subsides." He said, "No, thrust yourself in the arrows and spears and attack." Muhammad ibn al-Hanafiyyah advanced a little, but the archers so surrounded him that he had to hold his steps. On seeing this, a frown appeared on Amir al-Mu'minin's forehead, and getting forward, he hit the sword's handle on Muhammad's back and said, "This is the effect of your mother's veins." Saying this, he took the standard from his hands and, folding up his sleeves, made such an attack that a tumult was created in the enemy's ranks from one end to the other. To whichever row he turned, it became clear, and to whatever side he directed himself, bodies were seen falling and heads rolling in the hoofs of horses. When after convulsing the rows he returned to his position, he said to Muhammad ibn al-Hanafiyyah, "Look, my son, battle is fought like this." Saying this, he gave the standard to him and ordered him to proceed. Muhammad advanced towards the enemy with a contingent of Ansar. The enemy also came out moving and balancing their spears. But the brave son of the valiant father convulsed rows over rows, while the other warriors also made the battlefield glory and left heaps of dead bodies. From the other side, also, there was full demonstration of spirit of sacrifice. Dead bodies were falling one over the other, but they continued sacrificing their lives devotedly around the camel. Particularly the condition of Banu Dabba was that although their hands were being severed from the elbows for holding the reins of the camel, and bosoms were being pierced, yet they had the following battle song on their tongues. A. To us death is sweeter than honey. We are Banu Dabba, camel rearers. B. We are sons of death when death comes. We announce the death of Uthman with the edges of spears. C. Give us back our chief, and there is an end to it. The low character and ignorance from faith of these Banu Dabba can be well understood by that one incident which al-Madani has narrated. He writes that in Basra there was a man with mutilated ear. He asked him its reason when he said, "I was watching the sight of dead bodies in the battlefield of Jamal when I saw a wounded man who sometimes raised his head and sometimes dashed it back on the ground. I approached near. Then the following two verses were on his lips. A. Our mother pushed us into the deep waters of death and did not get back till we had thoroughly drunk. B. By misfortune we obeyed Banu Taym, who are none but slave men and slave girls." I told him it was not the time to recite verses. He should rather recall Allah and recite the Kalimat ash-Shahada. On my saying this, he saw me with angry looks and, uttering a severe abuse, and said, "You are asking me to recite Kalimat ash-Shahada, get frightened at the last moment, and show impatience." I was astonished to hear this, and decided to return without saying anything further. When he saw me returning, he said, "Wait, for your sake I am prepared to recite, but teach me." I drew close to teach him the kalima when he asked me to get closer. When I got closer, he caught my ear with his teeth and did not leave it till he tore it from the root. I did not think it proper to molest a dying man, and was about to get back abusing and cursing him when he asked me to listen one more thing. I agreed to listen, lest he had an unsatisfied wish. He said that when I should get to my mother, and she inquired who had bitten my ear, I should say that it was done by Umar ibn al-Alab ad-Dabi, who had been deceived by a woman aspiring to become the commander of the faithful. However, when the dazzling lightning of swords finished the lives of thousands of persons and hundreds of Banu Azd and Banu Dabba were killed for holding the rein of the camel, Amir al-Mu'minin ordered, "Kill the camel, for it is Satan." Saying this, he made such a severe attack that the cries of peace and protection rose from all around. When he reached near the camel, he ordered Bujir ibn Dulja to kill the camel at once. Consequently, Bujir hit him with such full might that the camel fell in agony on the side of its bosom. No sooner than the camel fell, the opposite army took to heels, and the carrier, holding Aisha, was left lonely and unguarded. The companion of Amir al-Mu'minin took control of the carrier, and under orders of Amir al-Mu'minin, Muhammad ibn Abi Bakr escorted Aisha to the house of Safiya bint al-Harith. This encounter commenced on the 10th of Jamada 88 Thaniya, 36H, in the afternoon, and came to an end the same evening. In it, from Amir al-Mu'minin's army of 22,000, 1,070, or according to another version, 500 persons were killed as martyrs, while from Aisha's army of 30,000, 17,000 persons were killed, and the prophets saying that people who assigned their affairs to a woman would never prosper was fully corroborated. 2. Ibn Abi al-Adid has written that is prophesied by Amir al-Mu'minin. Basra was flooded twice, once in the days of Al-Qadir by Allah, and once in the reign of Al-Quwaim by Amri Allah, and the state of flooding was just this, that while the whole city was underwater, but the top ends of the mosque were seen about the surface of the water and looked like a bird sitting on the side of its bosom. Sermon 14. Your land is close to the sea. This also is in condemnation of the people of Basra. وَمِنْ كَلَامِ اللَّهِ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامِ فَمِثْلُ ذَلِكَ. Your land is close to the sea and away from the sky. Your wits have become light, and your minds are full of folly. You are the aim of the archer, a morsel for the eater, and an easy prey for the hunter. Alternative sources for Sermon 14. Al-Mufid, Al-Jamal, 217. Al-Waqidi, Al-Jamal, see Al-Mufid, Opsit. Al-Dinawari, Al-Akbar, 151. Ibn Qutayba, Yuyun, I, 217. Al-Masudi, Muraj, 2, 368. Ibn Abd Rabbi, Alikt, 2, 169. Sermon 15. By God, even if I had found that. After returning to the Muslims the land grants made by Uthman ibn Affan, he said, by Allah, even if I had found that by such money women have been married or slave maids have been purchased, I would have returned it, because there is wide scope in dispensation of justice. And he who finds it hard to act justly will find it harder to deal with injustice. وَلْهُ لَوْ وَجَدَتْهُ قَدْ تَزَوَّجَ بِهِ النِّسَاءَ وَمَلَكَ بِهِ الْإِمَاءَ لِرَدَدَتِهِ فَإِنْ فَالْعَدْلُ سَعَ وَمَنْ ضَاقَ عَلَيْهِ الْعَدْلُ فَالْجَوْرُ عَلَيْهِ. Adyak. Alternative sources for Sermon 15. Al-Askari, Al-Avel, 102. Al-Qadi al-Numan, Dawaim, I, 396. Al-Masudi, Ithbat, 120. Sermon 16. My word is the guarantee of my promise, delivered when allegiance was sworn to him at Medina. Lema buya bil Medina. The responsibility for what I say is guaranteed, and I am answerable for it. He to whom experiences have clearly shown the past exemplary punishments is prevented by piety from falling into doubts. You should know that the same troubles have returned to you which existed when the prophet was first sent. By Allah who sent the prophet with faith and truth, you will be severely subverted, bitterly shaken as in sieving, and fully mixed as by spooning in a cooking pot till your low persons become high and high ones become low. Those who were behind would attain forward positions, and those who were forward would become backward. By Allah, I have not concealed a single word or spoken any lie, and I have been informed of this event and of this time. ذمت بما أقول رهينة وأنا به زعيم إن من سرحت له العبر عما بين يديه من المثلات حجزه ألقوا عن تقحم الشبهات إلا وانبليتم قد عادت كهيتها يوم بعث إله نبيه صل إله عليه وآله والذي بعثه بالحق لتبلبلنا بلبلة ولتغربلنا غربلة ولتساتنا سوت القدر حتى يعود أسفلم أعلاكم وأعلاكم أسفلم وليسبقنا سابقون كانوا قصروا وليكسرن سبقون كانوا سبقوا وله ما كتمت وشمة ولا كذبت كذبة ولقد نبيت بهذا المقام وهذا اليوم. Beware that sins are like unruly horses on whom their riders have been placed, and their reins have been let loose so that they would jump with them in hell. Beware that piety is like trained horses on whom the riders have been placed with the reins in their hands, so that they would take the riders to heaven. There is right and wrong, and there are followers for each. If wrong dominates, it has in the past been so, and if truth goes down, that too has often occurred. It seldom happens that a thing that lagged behind comes forward. إلا وأن ألقوا مطايا ذلل اثنان حمل عليها أهلها وأعطوا أزمتها فوردتهم الجنة مربوطة. Ash-Sharif Iradi says, in this small speech, there is more beauty than can be appreciated, and the quantity of amazement aroused by it is more than the appreciation accorded to it. Despite what we have stated, it has so many aspects of eloquence that cannot be expressed, nor can anyone reach its depth, and no one can understand what I am saying unless one has attained this art and known its details. No one appreciates it except those who know. From the same sermon, وَمِنْ هَذِهِ الْخُطْبَةِ وَفِيهَا يُقْسَمُ النَّاسُ إِلَّا ثَلَاثَةَ أَصْنَافٍ. He who has heaven and hell in his view has no other aim. He who attempts and acts quickly succeeds, while the seeker who is slow may also entertain hope, and he who falls short of action faces destruction in hell. On right and left there are misleading paths. Only the middle way is the path which is the everlasting book and the traditions of the Prophet. From it the Sunnah has spread out, and towards it is the eventual return. شغل من الجنة مربوطة وألن أرى أمامه ساع سريع نجا وطالب بطء رجا ومقصر فألن أرى هوى اليمين والشمال مدلتاء مربوطة والطريق قلت الجدة عليها باق التب وآثار بوتا ومنها منفذ السنة مربوطة وإليها مسير العاقبة. He who claims is ruined, and he who concocts falsehood is disappointed. He who opposes one right with his face gets destruction. It is enough ignorance for a man not to know himself. He who is strong-rooted too in piety does not get destruction, and the plantation of a people based on piety never remains without water. Hide yourselves in your houses and reform yourselves. Repentance is at your back. One should praise only Allah and condemn only his own self. هلك من أودع وخاب من افترى من أبدى صفحته للحق هلك وكفى بالمرء جهلا ألا يعرف قدره ليهلك عله ألقوا سنخ أصل ولا يضمع عليها زرع قوم. Alternative sources for Sermon 16. Al-Jaiz, Al-Bayan, I 170. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nahaya, I 132. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 139. Ibn Qutayba, Yun, 2, 236. Ibn Abd Rabi, Al-Ikt, 2, 162. Al-Askari, Al, 102. Al-Kalani, Usul al-Kafi, I, 369, and Radat al-Kafi, 67. Al-Tasi, Imam Ali, 147. 1. In some versions after the words, Man abdis safatahu lil haki halaka, the words indijavin also occur. In that case, the meaning of this sentence would be that he who stands in face of right dies in the estimation of the ignorant. 2. Piety is the name of heart and mind being affected and impressed by the divine greatness and glory, as an effect of which the spirit of man becomes full of fear of Allah. And its inevitable result is that engrossment in worship and prayer increases. It is impossible that heart may be full of divine fear and there be no manifestation of it in actions and deeds. And since worship and submission reform the heart and nurture the spirit, purity of heart increases with the increase of worship. That is why in the Quran, taqwa has been applied sometimes to fear, sometimes to worship and devotion, and sometimes to purity of heart and spirit. Thus in the verse wa ayaya fatikan, taqwa implies fear. In the verse, itaqullaha haqqa tuqatihi, worship Allah as he ought to be worshipped. 102. Taqwa implies worship and devotion, and in the verse, wa yakshallaha wa yatachi faleka, humuel phazin, taqwa implies purity of spirit and cleanliness of heart. In the traditions, taqwa has been assigned 3 degrees. The first degree is that a man should follow the injunctions and keep aloof from prohibitions. The second degree is that recommended matters should also be followed and disliked things should be avoided. The third degree is that for fear of falling into doubts, one may abstain from the permissible as well. The first degree is for the common men, the second for the nobles, and the third for high dignitaries. Allah has referred to these 3 degrees in the following verse. On those who believe and do good is no blame for what they ate when they did guard themselves and did believe and did good. Still they guard themselves and do good, and Allah loveth the doers of good. Amir al-Mu'minin says that only action based on piety is lasting, and only that action will blossom and bear fruit, which is watered by piety, because worship is only that wherein the feeling of submission exists. Thus, Allah says, is he therefore better who hath laid his foundation on fear of Allah and goodwill, or he who layeth his foundation on the brink of a crumbling hollowed bank, so it crumbled down with him into the fire of hell? Consequently, every such belief as is not based on knowledge and conviction is like the edifice, erected without foundation, wherein there is no stability or firmness, while every action that is without piety is like the plantation which withers for lack of watering. Sermon 17. Among all the people the most detested before Allah are 2 persons. About those who sit for dispensation of justice among people, but are not fit for it. Among all the people the most detested before Allah are 2 persons. One is he who is devoted to his self. So he is deviated from the true path and loves speaking about innovations and inviting towards wrong path. He is therefore a nuisance for those who are enamored of him, is himself misled from the guidance of those preceding him, misleads those who follow him in his life or after his death, carries the weight of others' sins, and is entangled in his own misdeeds. An أبغض الخلائق الإله تعال رجلان. رجل وكله إله نفسه فهو جائر عن قصد سبيل مشغوف بلام بدعة ودعاء ضلالة فهو فتنة لمن أفتتن به ضل عن هدي من كان قبله مضل لمن اقتدى به فحياته وبعد وفاته حمال خطايا غيره رهن بخطيته. The other man is he who has picked up ignorance. He moves among the ignorant, is senseless in the thick of mischief, and is blind to the advantages of peace. Those resembling like men have named him scholar, but he is not so. He goes out early morning to collect things whose deficiency is better than plenty, till when he has quenched his thirst from polluted water and acquired meaningless things, he sits among the people as a judge responsible for solving whatever is confusing to the others. If an ambiguous problem is presented before him, he manages shabby argument about it of his own accord and passes judgment on its basis. In this way, he is entangled in the confusion of doubts, as in the spider's web, not knowing whether he was right or wrong. If he is right, he fears lest he erred, while if he is wrong, he hopes he is right. He is ignorant, wandering astray in ignorance, and riding on carriages aimlessly moving in darkness. He did not try to find reality of knowledge. He scatters the traditions as the wind scatters the dry leaves. ورجل قمش جهلا مودع فجهال الأمة غادر فأغباش الفتنة عما فعقد الهدنة قد سماه أشباه والنؤوس عالما وليس به بير فاستثر من جمع ما قل منه خير مما كثر حتى إذا ارتوى من ماء آجينك وأكثر من غير تائل جلس بين نسقاديا دامنا لتخليص ما التبس على غيره فإن نزلت به إحدى المبهمات هي لها حشوة رثة من راية ثم قطع به فهو من لبس الشبيهات فمثل نسج العنبوت لا يدري أصاب أم أخطأ إن أصاب خاف إن يونا قد أخطأ وإن أخطأ رجا إن يونا قد أصاب جاهل خب جهلات عاشر كاب عشوات لم يعد على العلم بدرس قاطع يذري روايات إذراء الريح الهشيم. By Allah, he is not capable of solving the problems that come to him, nor is fit for the position assigned to him. Whatever he does not know, he does not regard it worth knowing. He does not realize that what is beyond his reach is within the reach of others. If anything is not clear to him, he keeps quiet over it, because he knows his own ignorance. Lost lives are crying against his unjust verdicts, and properties are grumbling against him. لا مل ولهم بإصدار ما ورد عليه ولا هو أهل لما فود إليه لا يحسب العلم فشيء مما نره ولا يرى أن من وراء ما بلغ منه مذهبا لغيره وأن أظلم عليه أمر اكتتم به الماء يعلم من جهل نفسه تصرخ من جور قدره الدماء وتعج منه المواريث. I complain to Allah about persons who live ignorant and die misguided. For them nothing is more worthless than the Quran if it is recited as it should be recited, nor anything more valuable than the Quran if its verses are removed from their places, nor anything more vicious than virtue, nor more virtuous than vice. الألهم إشوي من معشر يعيشون جهالا ويموتون دلالا ليس فيهم سلعة أبورما التابي إذا تل حق تلاوته ولا سلعة أنفق بيعا ولا أغلى ثمنا من التابي إذا حرف عن موادعه ولا عندهم أنر من المعروف ولا إعرف من. Al-Manar. Alternative sources for Sermon 17. Al-Kalani, Yusul al-Kafi, I. 55. Abu Talib al-Maki, Cut, I. 290. Al-Harawi, Al-Jam, c. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nahaya. Al-Qadi, Al-Numan. Yusul al-Madhahib, 135. Al-Tisi, Al-Mali, I. 240. Al-Tabarsi, Al-Atijaj, I. 390. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 109. Ibn Qutayba, Yun, I. 61. Ibn Qutayba, Garib al-Hadith, see Ibn Abi al-Adid, Shar I. 90. 1. Amir al-Mu'minin has held two categories of persons as the most detestable by Allah and the worst among people. Firstly, those who are misguided even in basic tenets and are busy in the spreading of evil. Secondly, those who abandon the Quran and Sunnah and pronounce injunctions through their imagination. They create a circle of their devotees and popularize the religious code of law concocted by themselves. The misguidance and wrongfulness of such persons does not remain confined to their own selves, but the seed of misguidance sown by them bears fruit, and growing into the form of a big tree provides asylum to the misguided, and this misguidance goes on multiplying. And since these very people are the real originators, the weight of other sins is also on their shoulders, as the Quran says. And certainly they shall bear their own burdens and burdens with their own burdens. Sermon 18, when a problem is put before. Amir al-Mu'minin said in disparagement of the differences of view among the theologians. فَذَمَّ اخْتِلَافِ الْعُلَمَاءِ فَالْفُتِيَةِ. When a problem is put before any one of them, he passes judgment on it from his imagination. When exactly the same problem is placed before another of them, he passes an opposite verdict. Then these judges go to the chief who had appointed them, and he confirms all the verdicts, although their Allah is one, their prophet is one, their book is one. Is it that Allah ordered them to differ, and they obeyed him? Or he prohibited them from it, but they disobeyed him? Or Allah sent an incomplete faith and sought their help to complete it? Or they are his partners in the affairs, so that it is their share of duty to pronounce, and he has to agree? Or is it that Allah the Glorified sent a perfect faith, but the Prophet fell short of conveying it and handing it over? The fact is that Allah the Glorified says, "We have not neglected anything in the book." And in it is a clarification of everything too, and he says that one part of the Quran verifies another part and that there is no divergence in it, as he says. And if it had been from any other than Allah, they would surely have found in it much discrepancy. أفأمرهم الله سبحانه بالاختلاف فطاعوه أم نهاهم عنه فعصوه أم إنزل الله سبحانه دينا ناقصا فاستعان بهم على إتمامه أم كانوا شركاء له فلهم أن يقولوا وعليه أن يرد أم إنزل الله سبحانه دينا تما فقصر الرسول صلى الله عليه وآلهما فرتنا فالتاب منشاء وفيه تبيان للشيء وذكر أن التاب يصدق بعضه بعضا وأنه لا اختلاف فيه فقال سبحانه ولو كان من عند غير آله لوجدوا فيه اختلافا كثيرا. Certainly the outside of the Quran is wonderful and its inside is deep. Its wonders will never disappear, its amazements will never pass away, and its intricacies cannot be cleared except through itself. Alternative sources for Sermon 18. Ibn Talha, Talib, I. 141. Al-Tabarsi, Al-Atijaj, I. 139. Al-Qadi al-Numan, Dawaim, I. 93. Narrated by Ibn Adhana from Al-Imam al-Sadiq and al-Nuri. Mustadrak al-Wasail, 3. 174. See also al-Safar, Basar, al-Darajat. 1. It is a disputed problem that where there is no clear argument about a matter in the religious law, whether there does in reality exist an order about it or not. The view adopted by Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari and his master Abu Ali al-Jabai is that in such a case Allah has not ordained any particular course of action, but he assigned the task of finding it out and passing a verdict to the jurists, so that whatever they hold is prohibited would be deemed prohibited, and whatever they regard permissible would be deemed permissible. And if one has one view and the other another, then as many verdicts will exist as there are views, and each of them would represent the final order. For example, if one scholar holds that barley malt is prohibited and another jurist's view is that it is permissible, then it would really be both prohibited and permissible. That is, for one who holds it prohibited, its use would be prohibited, while for the other, its use would be permissible. About this correctness, Muhammad ibn Abdi al-Karim ash-Shahrastani writes, a group of theorists hold that in matters where ijtihad is applied, there is no settled view about permissibility or otherwise in lawfulness and prohibition thereof. But whatever the mujtahid holds is the order of Allah, because the ascertainment of the view of Allah depends upon the verdict of the mujtahid. If it is not, so there will be no verdict at all. And according to this view, every mujtahid will be correct in his opinion. In this case, the mujtahid is taken to be above mistake, because a mistake can be deemed to occur where a step is taken against reality. But where there is no reality of verdict, mistake has no sense. Besides this, the mujtahid can be considered to be above mistake if it is held that Allah, being aware of all the views that were likely to be adopted, has ordained as many final orders, as a result of which every view corresponds to some such order. Or that Allah has assured that the views adopted by the mujtahids should not go beyond what he has ordained, or that by chance the view of every one of them would, after all, correspond to some ordained order or other. The Imamiyya sect, however, has different theory, namely that Allah has neither assigned to anyone the right to legislate nor subjected any matter to the view of the mujtahid, nor in case of difference of views has he ordained numerous real orders. Of course, if the mujtahid cannot arrive at a real order, then whatever view he takes after research and probe, it is enough for him and his followers to act by it. Such an order is the apparent order, which is a substitute for the real order. In this case, he is excused for missing the real order, because he did his best for diving in the deep ocean and to explore its bottom. But it is a pity that instead of pearls, he got only the seashell. He does not say that observers should accept it as a pearl or it should sell as such. It is a different matter that Allah, who watches the endeavors, may price it at half, so that the endeavor does not go waste, nor is passion discouraged. If the theory of correctness is adopted, then every verdict on law and every opinion shall have to be accepted as correct, as Maybudi has written in Fawadi. In this matter, the view adopted by al-Ash'ari is right. It follows that differing opinions should all be right. Beware, do not bear a bad idea about jurists, and do not open your tongue to abuse them. When contrary theories and divergent views are accepted as correct, it is strange why the action of some conspicuous individuals are explained as mistakes of decision, since mistake of decision by the mujtahid cannot be imagined at all. If the theory of correctness is right, the action of Muawiyah and Aisha should be deemed right, but if their actions can be deemed to be wrong, then we should agree that ijtihad can also go wrong, and that the theory of correctness is wrong. It will then remain to be decided in its own context whether feminism did not impede the decision of Aisha or whether it was a finding of Muawiyah or something else. However, this theory of correctness was propounded in order to cover mistakes and to give them the garb of Allah's orders, so that there should be no impediment in achieving objectives, nor should anyone be able to speak against any misdeeds. In this sermon, Amir al-Mu'minin has referred to those people who deviate from the path of Allah and, closing their eyes to light, grope in the darkness of imagination, make faith the victim of their views and opinions, pronounce new findings, pass orders by their own imagination, and produce divergent results. Then, on the basis of a theory of correctness, they regard all these divergent and contrary orders as from Allah, as though each of their order represents divine revelation, so that no order of theirs can be wrong, nor can they stumble on any occasion. Thus, Amir al-Mu'minin says in disproving this view that 1. When Allah is one, book is one, and prophet is one, then the religion should also be one. And when the religion is one, how can there be divergent orders about any matter? Because there can be divergence in an order only in case he who passed the order has forgotten it, or is oblivious, or senselessness overtakes him, or he willfully desires entanglement in these labyrinths, while Allah and the Prophet are above these things. These divergences cannot therefore be attributed to them. These divergences are rather the outcome of the thinkings and opinions of people who are bent on twisting the delineations of religion by their own imaginative performances. 2. Allah must have either forbidden these divergences or ordered creating them. If he has ordered in their favor, where is that order and at what place? As for forbidding, the Quran says, "Say thou, hath Allah permitted you, or ye forge a lie against Allah?" That is, everything that is not in accordance with the divine orders is a concoction, and concoction is forbidden and prohibited. For concoctors, in the next world, there is neither success or achievement, nor prosperity and good. Thus Allah says, "And utter ye not whatever lie describe your tongues. This is lawful, and this is forbidden, to forge a lie against Allah. Verily, those who forge a lie against Allah succeed not." 3. If Allah has left religion incomplete, and the reason for leaving it halfway was that he desired that the people should assist him in completing the religious code and share with him in the task of legislating, then this belief is obviously polytheism. If he sent down the religion in complete form, the prophet must have failed in conveying it, so that room was left for others to apply imagination and opinion. This, Allah forbid, would mean a weakness of the prophet and a bad slur on the selection of Allah. For Allah has said in the Quran that he has not left out anything in the book and has clarified each and every matter. Now, if an order is carved out in conflict with the Quran, it would be outside the religious code, and its basis would not be on knowledge and perception, or Quran and Sunnah, but it would be personal opinion and one's personal judgment, which cannot be deemed to have accord with religion and faith. 5. Quran is the basis and source of religion and the fountainhead of the laws of Sharia. If the laws of Sharia were divergent, there should have been divergence in it also, and if there were divergences in it, it could not be regarded as divine word. When it is divine word, the laws of Sharia cannot be divergent, so as to accept all divergent and contrary views as correct and imaginative verdicts taken as Quranic dictates. 2. Ref.16:89. Sermon 19. How do you know what is for me, and what is against me? Amir al-Mu'minin was delivering a lecture from the pulpit of Kufa when Al-Ashadhibn's one objected and said, "O Amir al-Mu'minin, this thing is not in your favor, but against you." 2. Amir al-Mu'minin looked at him with anger and said, "How do you know what is for me and what is against me?" Curse of Allah and others beyond you. You are a weaver and son of a weaver. You are the son of an unbeliever and yourself a hypocrite. You were arrested once by the unbelievers and once by the Muslims, but your wealth and birth could not save you from either. The man who contrives for his own people to be put to sword and invites death and destruction for them does deserve that the near ones should hate him and the remote ones should not trust him. وَمَا يُدْرِيكَ مَا عَلَّ مِمَّا لِي عَلَيْكَ لَعْنَةُ أَلْهِ وَلَعْنَةُ اللَّاعِنِينَ حَائِكَ ابْنَ حَائِكَ مُنَافِقُ ابْنِ كَافِرٍ وَلْهُ لَقَدْ أَسْرَكَ الْفَرُّ مَرَّةً وَالْإِسْلَامُ أُخْرَى فَمَا فَدَاكَ مِنْ وَاحِدَةٍ مِنْهُمَا مَالِكَ وَلَا حَسِبَكَ وَإِنْ أَمْرَ دَلَّ عَلَّ قَوْمَهُ السَّيْفَ وَسَاقَ إِلَيْهِمْ الْحَتْفُ لِحَرِيٍّ يَمْقَتْهُ الْأَقْرَبَ وَلَا يَمَمِنَهُ الْأَبْعَدَ. As Sayyid A.R. says, this man was arrested once when an unbeliever and once in days of Islam. As for Amir al-Mu'minin's words that the man contrived for his own people to be put to sword, the reference herein is to the incident which occurred to Al-Ashadh ibn Qais in confrontation with Khalid ibn Walid at Yamama, where he deceived his people and contrived a trick till Khalid attacked them. After this incident, his people nicknamed him Urf and Anar, which in the parlance stood for traitor. Alternative sources for Sermon 19. Abu al-Faraj, Al-Aghani, 859. 1. His original name was Mahdi Karib and surname Abu Muhammad, but because of his disheveled hair, he is better known as Al-Ashith. When after proclamation he came to Mecca along with his tribe, the Prophet invited him and his tribe to accept Islam. But all of them turned back without anyone accepting Islam. When after Hijra Islam became established and in full swing and deputations began to come to Medina in large numbers, he also came to the Prophet's audience with Banu Kinda and accepted Islam. The author of Al-Istiab writes that after the Prophet this man again turned unbeliever, but when during the Caliphate of Abu Bakr he was brought to Medina as prisoner he again accepted Islam, though this time too his Islam was a show. Thus, as Sheikh Muhammad Abdur writes in his annotations on Nahjul Balagha, just as Abdullah ibn Ubi ibn Salul was a companion of the Prophet, Al-Ashith was a companion of Ali, and both were high-ranking hypocrites. He lost one of his eyes in the Battle of Yarmouk. Ibn Qutayba has included him in the list of the one-eyed. Abu Bakr's sister Farwa bint Abi Quafa, who was once the wife of an Al-Azdi and then of Tamim ad-Darimi, was on the third occasion married to this Al-Ashith. 3 sons were born of her viz: Muhammad, Ismail, and Ishaq. Books on biography show that she was blind. Ibn Abi al-Hadid has quoted the following statement of Abu al-Faraj, wherefrom it appears that this man was equally involved in the assassination of Ali. On the night of the assassination, Ibn Muljam came to Al-Ashith ibn Qais, and both retired to a corner of the mosque, and sat there when Hujr ibn Adi passed by that side, and he heard Al-Ashith saying to Ibn Muljam, "Be quick now, or else dawn's light would disgrace you." On hearing this, Hujr said to Al-Ashith, "O one-eyed man, you are preparing to kill Ali," and hastened towards Ali ibn Abi Talib. But Ibn Muljam had preceded him and struck Ali with sword. When Hujr turned back, people were crying, "Ali has been killed." It was his daughter who killed Imam Hassan by poisoning him. Masudi has written that his wife Jada bint Al-Ashith poisoned him, while Muawiyah had conspired with her that if she could contrive to poison Hassan, he would pay her 100,000 dirhams and marry her to Yazid. His son Muhammad ibn al-Ashith was active in playing fraud with Hadrat Muslim ibn Aqil in Kufa and in shedding Imam Hussein's blood in Karbala. But despite all these points, he is among those from whom al-Bukhari, Muslim, Abu Dawud, At-Tirmidhi, and Nasa'i, and Ibn Majah have related traditions. 2. After the Battle of Narawan, Amir al-Mu'minin was delivering a sermon in the mosque of Kufa about ill effects of arbitration, when a man stood up and said, "O Amir al-Mu'minin, first you desisted us from this arbitration, but thereafter you allowed it. We cannot understand which of these two was more correct and proper." On hearing this, Amir al-Mu'minin clapped his one hand over the other and said, "This is the reward of one who gives up firm view, that is, This is the outcome of your actions, as you had abandoned firmness and caution and insisted on arbitration. But Al-Lashith mistook it to mean, as though Amir al-Mu'minin implied that my worry was due to having accepted arbitration. So he spoke out, "O Amir al-Mu'minin, this brings blame on your own self." Whereupon Amir al-Mu'minin said harshly, "What do you know what I am saying? And what do you understand what is for me or against me? You are a weaver and the son of a weaver brought up by unbelievers and a hypocrite. Curse of Allah and all the world be upon you." Commentators have written several reasons for Amir al-Mu'minin calling Ashith a weaver. First reason is because he and his father, like most of the people of his native place, pursued the industry of weaving cloth. So, in order to refer to the lowliness of his occupation, he has been called weaver. Yamanis had other occupations also, but mostly this profession was followed among them. Describing their occupations, Khalid ibn Safwan has mentioned this one first of all. "What can I say about a people among whom there are only weavers, leather dyers, monkey keepers, and donkey riders? The hoopoe found them out, the mouse flooded them, and a woman ruled over them." The second reason is that hayaka means walking by bending on either side, and since out of pride and conceit this man used to walk shrugging his shoulders and making bends in his body, he has been called hayek. The third reason is, and it is more conspicuous and clear, that he has been called a weaver to denote his foolishness and lowliness, because every low person is proverbially known as a weaver. Their wisdom and sagacity can be well gauged by the fact that their follies had become proverbial, while nothing attains proverbial status without peculiar characteristics. Now, that Amir al-Mu'minin has also confirmed it, no further argument or reasoning is needed. The fourth reason is that by this is meant the person who conspires against Allah and the Holy Prophet and prepares webs of which is the peculiarity of hypocrites. Thus, in Wasa al-Ashya, it is stated, "It was mentioned before Imam Jafar as-Sadiq that the weaver is accursed when he explained that the weaver implies the person who concocts against Allah and the Prophet." After the word weaver, Amir al-Mu'minin has used the word hypocrite, and there is no conjunction in between them in order to emphasize the nearness of meaning thereof. Then, on the basis of this hypocrisy and concealment of truth, he declared him deserving of the curse of Allah and all others, as Allah, the Glorified, says, "Verily, those that conceal what we have sent of manifest evidences and guidance, after what we have clearly shown for mankind in the book, those that Allah doth curse them, and curse them all those who curse." After this, Amir al-Mu'minin says that you could not avoid the degradation of being prisoner when you were unbeliever, nor did these ignominies spare you after acceptance of Islam, and you were taken prisoner. When an unbeliever, the event of his being taken prisoner occurred in this way, that when the tribe of Banu Murad killed his father Qais, he collected the warriors of Banu Kinda and divided them in 3 groups. Over one group, he himself took the command, and on the others he placed Kabs ibn Hani and Al-Kashim ibn Yazid al-Arkam as chiefs, and set off to deal with Banu Murad. But as misfortune would have it, instead of Banu Murad, he attacked Banu al-Harith ibn Kab. The result was that Kabs ibn Hani and Al-Kashim ibn Yazid al-Arkam were killed, and this man was taken prisoner alive. Eventually, he got a release by paying 3,000 camels as ransom. In Amir al-Mu'minin's words, "Your wealth or birth could not save you from either." The reference is not to real fidya, because he was actually released on payment of release money, but the intention is that neither plenty of wealth nor his high position and prestige in his tribe could save him from this ignominy, and he could not protect himself from being a prisoner. The event of his second imprisonment is that when the Holy Prophet of Islam passed away from this world, a rebellion occurred in the region of Hadramaut for repelling, which Caliph Abu Bakr wrote to the governor of the place at Ibn Labid al-Bayadi al-Ansari that he should secure allegiance and collect zakat and charities from those people. When Ziyad ibn Labid went to the tribe of Banu Amr ibn Wawiyah for collection of zakat, he took keen fancy for a she-camel of Shaitan ibn Hujr, which was very handsome and of huge body. He jumped over it and took possession of it. Shaitan ibn Hujr did not agree to spare it, and said to him to take over some other she-camel in its place, but Ziyad would not agree. Shaitan sent for his brother Al-Ada, ibn Hujr, for his support. On coming, he too had a talk, but Ziyad insisted on his point and did not, by any means, consent to keep off his hand from that she-camel. At last, both these brothers appealed to Masruk ibn Madi Karib for help. Consequently, Masruk also used his influence so that Ziyad might leave the she-camel, but he refused categorically, whereupon Masruk became enthusiastic and, untying the she-camel, handed it over to Shaitan. On this, Ziyad was infuriated and, collecting his men, became ready to fight. On the other side, Banu Waliya also assembled to face them, but could not defeat Ziyad and were badly beaten at his hands. Their women were taken away and property was looted. Eventually, those who had survived were obliged to take refuge under the protection of Al-Ashith. Al-Ashith promised assistance on the condition that he should be acknowledged ruler of the area. Those people agreed to this condition, and his coronation was also formally solemnized. After having his authority acknowledged, he arranged an army and set out to fight Ziyad. On the other side, Abu Bakr had written to the chief of Yemen, Al-Muhajir ibn Abi Umayyah, to go for the help of Ziyad with a contingent. Al-Muhajir was coming with his contingent when they came face to face. Seeing each other, they drew swords and commenced fighting at Ad-Zirkan. In the end, Al-Ashith fled from the battlefield and, taking his remaining men, closed himself in the fort of An-Nujair. The enemy was such as to let them alone. They laid siege around the fort. Al-Ashith thought, how long could he remain shut up in the fort with this lack of equipment and men, and that he should think out some way of escape. So one night, he stealthily came out of the fort and met Ziyad and Al-Muhajir and conspired with them that if they gave asylum to 9 members of his family, he would get the fort gate opened. They accepted this term and asked him to write for them the names of those 9 persons. He wrote down the 9 names and made them over to them, but acting on his traditional wisdom, forgot to write his own name in that list. After settling this, he told his people that he has secured protection for them, and the gate of the fort should be opened. When the gate was opened, Ziyad's forces pounced upon them. They said they had been promised protection, whereupon Ziyad's army said that this was wrong and that Al-Ashith had asked protection only for 9 members of his house, whose names preserved with them. In short, 800 persons were put to sword and hands of several women were chopped off, while according to the settlement 9 men were left off, but the case of Al-Ashith became complicated. Eventually, it was decided he should be sent to Abu Bakr, and he should decide it about him. At last, he was sent to Medina in chains along with 1,000 women prisoners. On the way, relations and others, men and women, all hurled curses at him, and the women were calling him traitor and one who got his own people put to sword. Who else can be a greater traitor? However, when he reached Medina, Abu Bakr released him, and on that occasion, he was married to Farwa. Sermon 20. Indeed, if you could see death and taking lessons from it. ومن خطبة الله عليه السلام وفيها ينفر من الغفلة وينبه إلى الفرار له. Indeed, if you could see that has been seen by those of you who have died, you would be puzzled and troubled. Then you would have listened and obeyed, but what they have seen is yet curtained off from you. Shortly, the curtain would be thrown off. You have been shown, provided you see, and you have been made to listen, provided you listen, and you have been guided if you accept guidance. I spoke unto you with truth. You have been called aloud by examples and warned through items full of warnings. After the heavenly messengers, only man can convey message from Allah. فانم لو عاينتم ما قد عين من مات منم لجزعتم ووهلتم وسمعتم وطعتم ولن محجوب عنم ما عاينوا وقريب ما يطرح الحجاب. ولقد بصرتم إن أبصرتم واسمعتم إن سمعتم وهديتم إن اهتديتم وبحق أقول لما لقد جاهرتم. العبر وزجتم بما فيه مزجر وما يبلغ عن آله بعد رسل السماء إلا البشر. Alternative sources for Sermon 20. Al-Kalani, Yusul al-Kafi, I, 405. Sermon 21. Your ultimate goal is before you. Advice to keep light in this world. Your ultimate goal is before you. Behind your back is the hour which is driving you on. Keep light and overtake. Your last ones are being awaited by the first ones. As Sayyid Ar-Radi says, if this utterance of Ali is weighed with any other utterance except the word of Allah or of the Holy Prophet, it would prove heavier and superior in every respect. For example, Ali's saying, keep light and overtake, is the shortest expression ever heard with the greatest sense conveyed by it. How wide is its meaning and how clear its spring of wisdom. We have pointed out the greatness and meaningfulness of this phrase in our book Al-Qasis. وأقول إن هذا اللام لو وزن بعد كلام الله سبحانه وكلام رسوله صلى الله عليه وآله بل كلام لمال به راجحا وبرز عليه سابقا. فأما قوله عليه السلام تخففوا تلحقوا فما سمع كلام أقل منه مسموعا ولا أكثر منه محسولا وما أبعد غورها من كلمة وأنقع نطفتها من شمه وقد نبهنا فكتاب الخصائص على عظم قدرها وشرف جوهرها. Alternative sources for Sermon 21. Al-Sharif al-Radi, Qasi is 87. Al-Tabari, Tariq, v. 157. Sermon 22. Beware. Satan has certainly started, when he received reports about those who had broken their oath of allegiance to him. حين بلغه خبر الناكثين ببيعته. Beware. Satan has certainly started instigating his forces and has collected his army in order that oppression may reach its extreme ends and wrong may come back to its position. By Allah, they have not put a correct blame on me, nor have they done justice between me and themselves. Criticism of their actions. يُذُمُّ عَمَلَهُمْ. They are demanding of me a right which they have abandoned, and a blood that they have themselves shed. Point 1. If I were a partner with them in it, then they too have their share of it. But if they did it without me, they alone have to face the consequences. Their biggest argument is against themselves. They are suckling from a mother who is already dry and bringing into life innovation that is already dead. How disappointing is this challenger? Who is this challenger, and for what is he being responded to? I am happy that the reasoning of Allah has been exhausted before them, and he knows about them. دون فما باعة إلا عندهم وأن أعظم حجتهم لعل أنفسهم يرتدعون أما قد فتمت ويحيون بدعة قد ميتت. يا خيبة آل دعاء من دعا والأم أجيب والإرادة بحجة آله عليهم وعلمه فيهم. The threat to wage war against them. التهديد بالحرب. If they refuse, I will offer them the edge of the sword, which is enough a curer of wrong and supporter of right. It is strange they send me word to proceed to them for spear fighting and to keep ready for fighting with swords. May the mourning women mourn over them. I have ever been, so that I was never frightened by fighting nor threatened by clashing. I enjoy full certainty of belief from my God and have no doubt in my faith. فإن أبوى أعطيتهم حد السيف وكف به شافيا من الباطل وناصرا للحق ومن العجب بعثهم الآن أبرز للتعين وأن أصبر للجلاد هبلتهم الهبول لقد كانت وما إهدي بالحرب ولا إرهب بالضرب وأن لعل يقين من رب وغير شبهة من دين. Alternative sources for Sermon 22. Ibn Qutayba, Al-Imama, I 154. Al-Thaqafi, Al-Gharat, C. Ibn Abi al-Adid, 2, 35. Al-Tabari, Al-Mustarshid, 95. Ibn Tas, Kashf, 173. Al-Tasi, Imam Ali, I 172. Al-Khwarazmi, Al-Manakib, 117. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nahaya, I 171, 2, 167. Al-Mu'fid, Al-Jamal, 129. See Sermon 26 and Sermon 171 below. 1. When Amir al-Mu'minin was accused of Uthman's assassination, he delivered this sermon to refute that allegation, wherein he says about those who blamed him that these seekers of vengeance cannot say that I alone am the assassin and that no one else took part in it. Nor can they falsify witnessed events by saying that they were unconcerned with it. Why then have they put me foremost for this avenging? With me they should include themselves also. If I am free of this blame, they cannot establish their freedom from it. How can they detach themselves from this punishment? The truth of the matter is that by accusing me of this charge, their aim is that I should behave with them in the same manner to which they are accustomed. But they should not expect from me that I would revive the innovations of the previous regimes. As for fighting, neither was I ever afraid of it, nor am I so now. Allah knows my intention, and He also knows that those standing on the excuse of taking revenge are themselves His assassins. Thus, history corroborates that the people who managed his assassination by agitation and had even prevented his burial in Muslims' graveyard by hurling stones at his coffin were the same who rose for avenging his blood. In this connection, the names of Talha ibn Ubaydillah, Zubair ibn Awam, and Aisha are at the top of the list, since on both occasions their efforts come to sight with conspicuity. Thus, Ibn Abi al-Adid writes that those who have written the account of assassination of Uthman state that on the day of his killing Talha's condition was that in order to obscure himself from the eyes of the people, he had a veil on his face and was shooting arrows at Uthman's house. Historians have also stated that Zubair used to say, "Kill Uthman. He has altered your faith." People said, "Your son is standing at his door and guarding him." And he replied, "Even my son may be lost, but Uthman must be killed. Uthman will be lying like a carcass on Sirat tomorrow." Umrah ibn Shubah came to Aisha when she said, "O Abu Abdillah, I wish you had been with me on the day of Jamal. How arrows were piercing through my hautage till some of them stuck my body." Al-Mughira said, "I wish one of them should have killed you." She said, "Allah may have pity you." "Why so?" He replied, "So that it would have been some atonement for what you had done against Uthman." Sermon 23. Verily, divine orders descends about keeping aloof from envy and good behavior towards kith and kin. وَمِنْ خُطْبَةٍ لَهُ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ. Now then, verily divine orders descend from heaven to earth like drops of rain, bringing to everyone what is destined for him, whether plenty or paucity. So if any one of you observes for his brother plenty of progeny, or of wealth, or of self, it should not be a worry for him. So long as a Muslim does not commit such an act that if it is disclosed he has to bend his eyes, and by which low people are emboldened. He is like the gambler who expects that the first draw of his arrow would secure him gain and also cover up the previous loss. أما بعد فإن الأمر ينزل من السماء إلى الأرض كقطر المطر لكل نفس بما قسم لها من زيادة أو نقصان فإذا رأى أحدكم لأخيه غفيرة في أهل أو مال أو نفس فلا تونن له فتنة فإن المرأة المسلمة ما لم يغش دناء تظهر فيخشع لها إذا ذكرت ويغرى بها للأم ألن أسكن كالفالج اليسرشري الذي ينتظر أول فوزة من قداحه توجب له المغنم ويرفع عنه بها المغرم. Similarly, the Muslim who is free from dishonesty expects one of the two good things: either call from Allah, and in that case whatever is with Allah is the best for him, or the livelihood of Allah. He has already children and property, while his faith and respect are with him. Certainly, wealth and children are the plantations of this world, while virtuous deed is the plantation of the next world. Sometimes Allah joins all these in some groups. كذلك المرء المسلم البريء من الخيانة ينتظر من أله إحدى الحسنيين. أما داع أله فما عند أله خير له وأما رزق أله فإذا هو ذواهل ومال ومعه دينه وحسبه. إن المال والبنين حرث النية والعمل الصالح حرث الآخرة وقد يجمعهما أله لقوام. Beware of Allah against what He has cautioned you, and keep afraid of Him to the extent that no excuse be needed for it. Act without show or intention of being heard. For if a man acts for other than Allah, then Allah entrusts him to that one. We ask Allah the positions of the martyrs, company of the virtuous, and friendship of the prophets. فاحذروا من أله ما حذركم من نفسه واخشوه خشية ليست بتعذير واعملوا فغير رياء ولا سمعة فإن هم من يعمل لغير ألها يله ألهم المن عمل له. نسأل ألها منازل الشهداء ومعايشة السعداء ومرافقة الأنبياء. O people, surely no one can do without his kinsmen and their support by hands or tongues. They alone are his support from rear and can ward off from him his troubles, and they're the most kind to him when tribulations befall him. The good memory of a man that Allah retains among people is better than the property which others inherit from him. أيها الناس أنه لا يستغنى الرجل وإن كان ذا مال عن عشيرته ودفاعهم عنه بأيديهم وألسنتهم وهم أعظم الأس حيطة من ورائه والمهم لشعثه وعطفهم عليه عند نازلة إن نزلت به ولسان الصدق يجعله أله للمرء فالنوس خير له من المال يورثه غيره. In the same sermon, behold, if any one of you finds your near ones in want or starvation, he should not desist from helping them with that which will not increase if this help is not extended, nor decrease by thus spending it. Whoever holds up his hand from his kinsman, he holds only one hand, but at the time of his need, many hands remain held up from helping him. One who is sweet-tempered can retain the love of his people for good. إلا لا يعدلن أحدكم عن القرابة يرى بها الخصاصة أن يسدها بال ذي لا يزيده أن أمسه ولا ينقصه أن أهله ومن يقبض يده عن عشيرته فإن ما تقبض منه عنهم يد واحدة وتقبض منهم عنه أيد كثيرة ومن تلن حاشيته يستدم منه. قومه المودة. As Sayyid Iradi says, in this sermon, al-Ghafara means plenty or abundance. And this is derived from the Arab saying, al-Jam al-Ghafar or al-Jama al-Ghafar, meaning thick crowd. In some versions for al-Ghafara, afwatan appears. Afwa means the good and selected part of anything. It is said at kaltufwata titam to mean I ate select meal. About one man Yakbid Yadaho and Asheratahai appearing towards the end, he points out how beautiful the meaning of this sentence is. Amir al-Mu'minin implies that he who does not help his own kinsman withholds only his hand, but when he is in need of their assistance and would be looking for their sympathy and support, then he would remain deprived of the sympathies and succor of so many of their extending hands and marching feet. قال السيد الشريف أقول الغفيرة ها هنا زيادة والثرة من قولهم للجمع الثير الجم الغفير والجماء الغفير ويروي عفوة من أهل أو مال والعفوة الخيار من الشاء يقال أكلت عفوة الطعام أي خيارة وما أحسن المعنى الذي أراده عليه السلام بقوله ومن يقبض يده عن عشيرته التمام اللام فإن الممسك خيره عن عشيرته إنما يمسك نفع يد واحدة فإذا احتاج لنصرتهم واضطر لمرافدتهم قعدوا عن نصره وتثاقلوا عن صوته فمنع ترافد الأيدي الثيرة وتناهد الأقدام الجمة. Alternative sources for Sermon 23. Al-Kalani, Al-Kafi 2, 56, 294, v. 56. Ibn Abd Rabbi, Al-Ikt 2, 366. Nasr ibn Muzaim, Sifin 10. Al-Yaqubi Tariq 2, 149. Al-Zamakhshari, Rabi, Bab al-Kaz wa al-Mal. Al-Mataki, Kanz 8, 225. Ibn as-Sakir, Tariq, in the biographical account of a one-eye. Ibn Salam, Garib al-Hadith 2, 183. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nahaya 3, 468. Ibn Qutayba, Yiyun, I 189. Sermon 24, By My Life, exhorting people for jihad. ومن خطبة له عليه السلام فيها تسويغ قتال المخالف والدعوة إلى طاعة الله والترق فيها لضمان الفوز. By my life, there will be no regard for anyone nor slackening from me in fighting against one who opposes right or gropes in misguidance. O creatures of Allah, fear Allah and flee unto Allah from his wrath. Tread on the path he has laid down for you, and stand by what he has enjoined upon you. In that case, Ali would stand surety for your success eventually, even though you may not get immediately. Alternative sources for Sermon 24. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nahaya, 3, 244. Sermon 25. Nothing but Kufa. When Amir al-Mu'minin received successive news that Muawiyah's men were occupying cities 1 and his own officers in Yemen, namely Ubaydullah ibn Abbas and Sa'idi ibn Nimran, came to him retreating after being overpowered by Busr ibn Abi Arda. He was much disturbed by the slackness of his own men in jihad and their difference with his opinion. Proceeding on to the pulpit, he said, وَمِنْ خُطْبَةٍ لَهُ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ. Nothing but kufa which I can hold and extend. If this is your condition that whirlwinds continue blowing through you, then Allah may destroy you. Then he illustrated with the verse of a poet. O Amr, by your good father's life, I have received only a small bit of fat from this pot. Then he continued, I have been informed that Busr has overpowered Yemen. By Allah, I have begun thinking about these people that they would shortly snatch away the whole country through their unity on their wrong and your disunity. In separation, your disobedience of your Imam in matters of right and their obedience to their leader in matters of wrong, their fulfillment of the trust and favor of their master and your betrayal, their good work in their cities and your mischief. Even if I give you charge of a wooden bowl, I fear you would run away with its handle. Oh my God, they are disgusted of me, and I am disgusted of them. They are weary of me, and I am weary of them. Change them for me with better ones, and change me for them with worse one. Oh my God, melt their hearts as salt melts in water. By Allah, I wish I had only 1,000 horsemen of Banu Faras IB. And Gam, if you call them, the horsemen would come to you like the summer cloud. هنالك لو دعوت أتاك منهم فوارس مثل أرمية الحميم. As Sayyid A.R. Radi says, in this verse the word Armiya is plural of Rami, which means cloud, and Hamim here means summer. The poet has particularized the cloud of summer because it moves swiftly. This is because it is devoid of water, while a cloud moves slowly when it is laden with rain. Such clouds generally appear in winter. By this verse, the poet intends to convey that when they are called and referred to for help, they approach with rapidity, and this is borne by the first line. If you call them, they will reach you. قال السيد الشريف قلت أنا والإرمية الجمع رم وهو السحاب والحميم فهذا المودع وقت الصيف وإنما خاص الشاعر سحاب الصيف بالذكر لأنه أشد جفولا وأسرع خفوفا لأنه لا ماء فيه وإنما يون السحاب ثقيل السير لامتلائه بالماء وذلك لا يون فالأكثر إلا زمان الشتاء وإنما أراد الشاعر وصفهم بالسرعة إذا دعوت والإغاثة إذا استغيثوا والدليل على ذلك قوله هنالك لو دعوت أتاك منهم. Alternative sources for Sermon 25. Al-Masudi, Muraj, 3, 149. Ibn Abd Rabi, Al-Iqt, 3, 337. Ibn Asakir, Tariq I, 305x 225. Al-Baladuri, Ansab, 2, 383. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 163. Al-Thaqafi, Al-Gharat 2, 636. 1. When after arbitration Muawiyah's position was stabilized, he began thinking of taking possession of Amir al-Mu'minin cities and extend his domain. He sent his armies to different areas in order that they might secure allegiance from Muawiyah by force. In this connection, he sent Busr ibn Abi Ardit to Hijaz, and he shed blood of thousands of innocent persons from Hijaz up to Yemen, burned alive tribes after tribes in fire, and killed even children, so much so that he butchered 2 young boys of Abdullah ibn Abbas, the governor of Yemen, before their mother Juriya bint Khalid ibn Karaz al-Kinaniyah. When Amir al-Mu'minin came to know of his slaughtering and bloodshed, he thought of sending a contingent to crush him, but due to continuous fighting, people had become weary and showed heartlessness instead of zeal. When Amir al-Mu'minin observed their shirking from war, he delivered this sermon, wherein he roused them to enthusiasm and self-respect, and prompted them to jihad by describing before them the enemy's wrongfulness and their own shortcomings. At last, Yariya ibn Qudama as-Sadi responded to his call, and taking an army of 2,000 set off in pursuit of Busr, and chased him out of Amir al-Mu'minin's domain. Sermon 26. Verily, Allah sent Muhammad. Arabia before proclamation of prophethood. ومن خطبة له عليه السلام وفيها يصف العرب قبل البعثة ثم يصف حاله قبل البيعة له. Verily, Allah sent Muhammad as a warner for all the worlds and a trustee of his revelation, while you people of Arabia were following the worst religion, and you resided among rough stones and venomous serpents. You drank dirty water and ate filthy food. You shed blood of each other and cared not for relationship. Idols are fixed among you, and sins are clinging to you. Part of the same sermon in describing his condition before. Allegiance was paid to him. I looked and found that there is no supporter for me except family, so I refrained from thrusting them unto death. I kept my eyes closed despite motes in them. I drank despite choking a throat. I exercised patience despite trouble in breathing and despite having to take sour colocynth as food. Minha, part of the same sermon on the settlement between Muawiyah and Amr ibn al-As. He did not swear allegiance till he got him to agree that he would pay him its price. The hand of this purchaser may not be successful, and the contract of the seller may face disgrace. Now you should take up arms for war and arrange equipment for it. Its flames have grown high, and its brightness has increased. Clothe yourself with patience, for it is the best to victory. Point 1. ومنها ولم يبايع حتى شرط أن يؤتيها على البيع ثمنا فلا ظفرت يد المبايع وخزيت أمانة المبتاع فخذوا للحرب أهبتها وأعدوا لها عدتها فقد شب لذاها وعلى سناها واستشعروا الصبر فإنه أحزم للانصار. Alternative sources for Sermon 26. Ibn Qutayba, Al-Imama, I-154. Al-Thaqafi, Al-Gharat, I-303-2, 633. Al-Tabari, Al-Mustarshid, 95. Ibn Tas, Kashf, 173. Al-Kalani, Al-Razal, mentioned by Ibn Tas, Opseti. 1. Amir al-Mu'minin had delivered a sermon before setting off for Narawan. These are 3 parts from it. In the first part, he has described the condition of Arabia before proclamation. In the second, he has referred to circumstances which forced him to keep quiet. And in the third, he has described the conversation and settlement between Muawiyah and Amr ibn al-As. The position of this mutual settlement was that when Amir al-Mu'minin sent Jarir ibn Abdullah al-Bajali to Muawiyah to secure his allegiance, he detained Jarir under the excuse of giving a reply. And in the meantime, he began exploring how far the people of Syria would support him. When he succeeded in making them his supporters by rousing them to avenge Uthman's blood, he consulted his brother Utbah ibn Abi Sufyan. He suggested, if in this matter Amr ibn al-As was associated, he would solve most of the difficulties through his sagacity, but he would not be easily prepared to stabilize your authority unless he got the price he desired for it. If you are ready for this, he would prove the best counselor and helper. Muawiyah liked this suggestion, sent for Amr ibn al-As and discussed with him. And eventually it was settled that he would avenge Uthman's blood by holding Amir al-Mu'minin liable for it in exchange for the governorship of Egypt, and by whatever means possible would not let Muawiyah's authority in Syria suffer. Consequently, both of them fulfilled the agreement and kept their words fully. Sermon 27. Indeed, surely jihad is one of the doors of paradise. Exhorting people for jihad. وَمِنْ خُطْبَةٍ اللَّهِ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ وقد قالها يستنهد بها الناس حين ورد خبر غزوالنبر بجيش معاوية فلم ينهضوا وفيها يذكر فضل الجهاد ويستنهد الناس ويذكر علمه بالحرب ويلقي عليهم التابعة لعدم طاعته. Indeed, surely jihad is one of the doors of paradise, which Allah has opened for his chief friends. It is the dress of piety and the protective armor of Allah and his trustworthy shield. Whoever abandons it, Allah covers him with the dress of disgrace and the clothes of distress. He is kicked with contempt and scorn, and his heart is veiled with screens. Truth is taken away from him because of missing jihad. He has to suffer ignominy, and justice is denied to him. أما بعد فإن الجهاد باب من أبواب الجنة مربوطة فتحه إلها لخاصة أوليائه وهو لباس القوة ودرع آل الحسينة وجنته الوثيقة فمن تركه رغبة عنه البسه إله ثوب الذلي وشمله البلاء وديث بالصغار والقماءة وضرب على قلبه بالإسهاب وديل الحق منه بتضييع الجهاد وسيم الخسف ومنع النصف. Beware, I called you to fight these people night and day, secretly and openly, and exhorted you to attack them before they attacked you. Because by Allah, no people have been attacked in the hearts of their houses, but they suffered disgrace. But you put it off to others and forsook it till destruction. Befell you and your cities were occupied. The horsemen of Banu Gamid I have reached Al-Anbar and killed Hassan ibn Hassan al-Bakri. They have removed your horsemen from the garrison. إلا وإن قد دعوتم القتال هؤلاء القوم ليلا ونهارا وسرا وعلانا وقلت لمن أغزوهم قبل أن يغزوكم فواله ما غزي قوم قط فعقرت دارهم إلا الذل وفتواكلتم وتخاذلتم حشنت عليم الغارات وملت عليم الأوطان. وهذا أخو غامد قد وردت خيله الأنبار وقد قتل حسان بن حسان البري وأزال خيلم عن مسالحها. I have come to know that every one of them entered upon Muslim women and other women under protection of Islam, and took away their ornaments from legs, arms, necks, and ears, and no woman could resist it except by pronouncing the verse, "We are for Allah, and to Him we shall return." Then they got back laden with wealth without any wound or loss of life. If any Muslim dies of grief after all this, he is not to be blamed, but rather there is justification for him before me. وَلَقَدْ بَلَغْنَا أَنَّ الرَّجُلَ مِنْهُمْ كَانَ يَدْخُلُ عَلَى الْمَرْأَةِ الْمُسْلِمَةِ وَالْأُخْرَى الْمُعَاهَدَةَ فَيَنْتَزِعُ حَجَلَهَا وَقَلْبَهَا وَقَلَائِدَهَا وَرِعَاثَهَا ما تمتنع منه إلا بالاسترجاع والاسترحام ثم انصرفوا وافرين ما نال رجلا منهم كلما ولا أريق لهم دم فلو أن أمرا مسلما مات من بعد هذا أسفا ما كان به ملوما بل كان به عندي جديرا. How strange! How strange! By Allah, my heart sinks to see the unity of these people on their wrong and your dispersion from your right. Woe and grief befall you. You have become the target at which arrows are shot. You are being killed and you do not kill. You are being attacked, but you do not attack. Allah is being disobeyed and you remain agreeable to it. When I ask you to move against them in summer, you say it is hot weather. Spare us till heat subsides from us. When I order you to march in winter, you say it is severely cold. Give us time till cold clears from us. These are just excuses for evading heat and cold, because if you run away from heat and cold, you would be by Allah running away from sword. فَيَا عَجَبًا عَجَبًا وَالَهُ يميت القلب ويجلب الهم من اجتماع هؤلاء القوم على باطلهم وتفرقهم عن حقهم. فقبحا لم وترحى حين سرتم غردا يرم يغار عليم ولا تغيرون وتغزون ولا تغرون ويعس ألهى وتردون. فإذا أمرتم بالسير إليهم فأيام الحر قلتم هذه حمارة القيد أمهلنا يسبخ عن ألف الحر وإذا أمرتم بالسير إليهم فالشتاء قلتم هذه صبارة القر أمهلنا ينسلخ عنا ألف البرد كل هذا فرارا من الحر والقر فإذا كنتم من الحر والقر تفرون فأنتم من السيف أفر. O you semblance of men, not men, your intelligence is that of children, and your wit is that of the occupants of the curtain canopies. I wish I had not seen you nor known you. By Allah, this acquaintance has brought about shame and resulted in repentance. May Allah fight you. You have filled my heart with pus and loaded my bosom with rage. You made me drink mouthful of grief one after the other. You shattered my counsel by disobeying and leaving me so much, so that Quraysh started saying that the son of Abi Talib is brave, but does not know war. Allah bless them. Is any one of them fiercer in war and older in it than I am? I rose for it, although yet within 20s, and here I am, have crossed over 60, but one who is not obeyed can have no opinion. يشبه الرجال ولا رجال. حلوم الأطفال وعقول ربات الحجال لوددت أن لم أركم ولم أعرف معرفة ولم جرت ندما وعقب تزدم قاتل أله. لقد ملاتم قلب قيحا وشحنتم صدري غيظا وجرعممون نغب أدهمم أنفاسا وافسدتم على راي بالعصيان والخذلان حتى قالت قريش إن ابن أبي طالب رجل شجاع ولن لا علم له بالحرب. وهل أحد منهم أشد لها مراسا وأقدم فيها مقاما من لقد نهضت فيها وما بلغت 20 وها أناذا قد ذرفت على 60 ولن لا راية لمن لا يطاع. Alternative sources for Sermon 27. Al-Jaiz al-Bayan, I 172-66. Ibn Qutayba, Yun 2, 236. Al-Dinawari, Al-Akbar, 211. Al-Thaqafi, Al-Gharat, 2, 474. Al-Mubarrad, Al-Kamil, I 13. Abu al-Faraj, Al-Aghani, 15, 45. Edom, Makatil, 27. Al-Sadaq, Mani, 309. Al-Baladuri, Ansab, 2, 442. Al-Masudi, Miraj, 2, 403. Ibn Abd Rabi, Al-Ikt, 469. Al-Mu'fid, Al-Irshad, 160 to 164. Al-Kalani, Furu al-Kafi, 4-5. 1. After the Battle of Siffin, Muawiyah had spread killing and bloodshed all round and started encroachments on cities within Amir al-Mu'minin's domain. In this connection, he deputized Sufyan ibn Awf al-Ghamidi with a force of 6,000 to attack it, Al-Anbar, and Al-Madin. First he reached Al-Madin, but finding it deserted proceeded to Al-Anbar. Here a contingent of 500 soldiers was posted as guard from Amir al-Mu'minin's side, but it could not resist the fierce army of Muawiyah. Only 100 men stuck to their position, and they did face them stoutly as far as they could, but collecting together the enemy's force made such a severe attack that they too could no more resist, and the chief of the contingent, Hassan ibn Hassan al-Bakri, was killed along with 30 others. When the battlefield was clear, the enemy ransacked Al-Anbar with full freedom and left the city completely destroyed. When Amir al-Mu'minin got the news of this attack, he ascended the pulpit and exhorted the people for crushing the enemy and called them to jihad, but from no quarter was there any voice or response. He alighted from the pulpit utterly disgusted and worried, and in the same condition set off for the enemy on foot. When people observed this, their sense of self-respect and shame was also awakened, and they too followed him. Amir al-Mu'minin stopped at a Nakela. People then surrounded and insisted upon him to get back, as they were enough with the enemy. When their insistence increased beyond reckoning, Amir al-Mu'minin consented to return and said Ibn Qais al-Hamdani proceeded forward with a force of 8,000. But Sufyan ibn Awf al-Ghamidi had gone, so Said came back without any encounter. When Said reached Kufa then, according to the version of Ibn Abi al-Adid, Amir al-Mu'minin was so deeply grieved and indisposed during those days to an extent of not wishing to enter the mosque, but instead sat in the corridor of his residence and wrote this sermon and gave it to his slave Sad to read it over to the people. But Al-Mubarrad has related from Abdullah ibn Hafs al-Taymi, Ibn Aisha, that Amir al-Mu'minin delivered this sermon on a high pace in a Nakela. Ibn Maytham has held this view preferable. Sermon 28. Surely the world has turned its back. About the transient nature of this world and importance of the next world. This is a section of the sermon that begins, All praise belongs to Allah from whose mercy no one loses hope. It contains 11 exhortations. Surely this world has turned its back and announced its departure, while the next world has appeared forward and proclaimed its approach. Today is the day of preparation, while tomorrow is the day of race. The place to proceed to is paradise, while the place of doom is hell. Is there no one to offer repentance over his faults before his death? Or is there no one to perform virtuous acts before the day of trial? أما بعد فإن الدنيا قد أدبرت وآذنت بوداع وأن الآخرة قد أقبلت وأشرفت باتلاع إلا وأن اليوم المدمار وغدا السباق والسبقر الجنتاء مربوطة والغاية ألن أرى أفلا تائب من خطيته قبل منيته إلا عامل لنفسه قبل يوم بوسة. Beware, surely you are in the days of hopes behind which stands death. Whoever acts during the days of his hope before approach of his death, his action would benefit him and his death would not harm him. But he who fails to act during the period of hope before the approach of death, his action is a loss, and his death is a harm to him. Beware, and act during a period of attraction, just as you act during a period of dread. Beware, surely I have not seen a coveter for paradise asleep, nor a dreader from hell to be asleep. Beware, he whom right does not benefit must suffer the harm of the wrong, and he whom guidance does not keep firm will be led away by misguidance towards destruction. Beware, you have been ordered insistently to march and been guided how to provide for the journey. Surely the most frightening thing which I am afraid of about you is to follow desires and to widen the hopes. Provide for yourself from this world what would save you tomorrow. As-Sayyid Aradi says, if there could be an utterance which would drag my neck towards renunciation in this world and force to action for the next world, it is this sermon. It is enough to cut off from the entanglements of hopes and to ignite the flames of preaching and warning. His most wonderful words in this sermon are, "Today is the day of preparation, while tomorrow is the day of race." The place to proceed to is paradise, while the place of doom is hell. Because besides sublimity of words, greatness of meaning, true similes, and factual illustrations, there are wonderful secrets and delicate implications therein. قال السيد الشريف ردي الهمعان وأقول إنه لو كان كلام يأخذ بالأعناق إلى الزهد في الدنيا ويضطر إلا عمله الآخرة لأن هذا اللام وكاف به قاطعا لعلائق الآمال وقادحا زناد الاتعاذ والازدجار ومن أعجبه قوله عليه السلام ألا وإن اليوم المدمار وغدا السباق والسبقر الجنر والغاير النار فإن فيه مع فخامة اللفظ وعظم قدر المعنى وصادق التمثيل وواقع التشبيه سررا عجيبا ومعنى لطيفا. It is his saying that he placed to proceed to his paradise, while the place of doom is hell. Here he has used two different words to convey two different meanings. For paradise, he has used the word, the place to proceed to, but for hell this word has not been used. One proceeds to a place which he likes and desires, and this can be true for paradise only. Hell does not have the attractiveness that it may be liked or proceeded to. We seek Allah's protection from it. Since for hell it was not proper to say, to be proceeded, to a mere al-Mu'minin employed the word doom, implying the last place of stay where one reaches, even though it may mean grief and worry or happiness and pleasure. وهو قوله عليه السلام وسبق الجنر والغاير النار فخالف بين اللفظين لاختلاف المعنيين ولم يقل السبقر النار كما قال السبقر الجنر لأن الاستباق إنما يون إلا أمر محبوب وغرض مطلوب وهذه صفة الجنة وليس هذا المعنى موجودا فالنار نعو باله منها فلم يجوز أن يقول والسبقر النار بل قال والغاية النار لأن الغاية قد ينتهي إليها من لا يسره الانتهاء إليها ومن يسره ذلك. This word is capable of conveying both senses. However, it should be taken in the sense of al-Mazir or al-Ma'al, that is, last resort. The Quranic verse is, Say thou, enjoy ye, for your last resort is unto the fire. Here to say sapitakum, that is, the place for you to proceed to in place of the word masarakum, that is, your doom or last resort would not be proper in any way. Think and ponder over it, and see how wondrous is its inner implication and how far its depth goes with beauty. Amir al-Mu'minin's utterance is generally on these lines. In some versions the word sabka is shown as subka, which is applied to reward fixed for the winner in a race. However, both the meanings are near each other, because a reward is not for an undesirable action, but for good and commendable performance. فصلح أن يعبر بها عن الأمرين معا فهذا الموضع كالمسير والمأل قال إله عز وجل قل تمتعوا فإن مسيركم إلى النار عليه السلام. وفي رواية أخرى والسبقة بضم السين والسبقة اسم عندهم لما يجعل للسابق إذا سبق من مال أو عرض والمعنيان متقاربان لأن ذلك لا يون جزاء على فعل الأمر المذموم وإنما يون جزاء على فعل الأمر المحمود. Alternative sources for Sermon 28. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 138. Al-Ja'iz, Al-Bayan, I, 171. Al-Bakalani, Ijaz, 222. Al-Harani, Tahaf, 35. Ibn Abd Rabi, Al-Ikt, 2, 365. Ibn Qutayba, Yiyun, 2, 235. Al-Masudi, Miraj, 2, 413. Al-Thaqafi, Al-Gharat, 2, 633. Sermon 29. O people who were together with their bodies, but about those who found pretexts at the time of jihad. بعد غيرة الضحاك بن قيس صاحب معاوية على الحج بعد قصة الحمين. O people, your bodies are together, but your desires are divergent. Your talk softens the hard stones, and your action attract your enemy towards you. You claim in your sittings that you would do this and that, but when fighting approaches, you say, "Turn thou away." If one calls you, the call receives no heed. And he who deals hardly with you, his heart has no solace. The excuses are amiss like that of a debtor unwilling to pay. The ignoble cannot ward off oppression. Right cannot be achieved without effort, which is the house besides this one to protect. And with which leader would you go for fighting after me? أيها النؤوس المجتمعة لأبدانهم المختلفة أهواؤهم كلام يوهي السم والسلابة وفعل يطمع فيما الأعداء. تقولون في المجالس كيت وكيت فإذا جاء القتال قلتم حيدي حياد. ما عز الدعوة من دعاكم ولا استراح قلب من قاسك مع عليل بدليل دفاع ذي الدين المتولي لا يمنع الديم ألذ ليل ولا يدرك الحق إلا بالجد. أي دار بعد داركم تمنعون ومع أمام بعدي تقاتلون. By Allah, deceived is one whom you have deceived while, by Allah, he who is successful with you receives only useless arrows. You're like broken arrows thrown over the enemy. By Allah, I am now in the position that I neither confirm your views, nor hope for your support, nor challenge the enemy through you. What is the matter with you? What is your ailment? What is your cure? The other party is also men of your shape. Will there be talk without action, carelessness without piety, and greed in things not right? 1. Alternative sources for Sermon 29. Al-Jaiz, Al-Bayan, I-170. Ibn Qutayba, Al-Imama, I-150. Ibn Abd Rabi, Al-Iqt, 471. Al-Baladuri, Ansab, 2, 380. Al-Qadi al-Numan, Daim, I, 391. Ibn Asakir, Tariq, I, 306. Al-Tusi, Al-Amali, I, 112. Al-Thaqafi, Al-Gharat, 2, 483. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 158. Al-Kalani, Al-Kafi. 1. After the Battle of Narawan, Muawiyah sent Adak ibn Qays al-Firi with a force of 4,000 towards Kufa with the purpose that he should create disorder in this area, kill whomever he finds, and keep busy in bloodshed and destruction so that Amir al-Mu'minin should find no rest or peace of mind. He set off for the achievement of this aim, and shedding innocent blood and spreading destruction all round reached Upto, the place of Adh Thalabiyah. Here he attacked a caravan of pilgrims and looted all their wealth and belongings. Then at Al-Kut Katana, he killed the nephew of Abdullah ibn Masud, the Holy Prophet's companion, namely Amr ibn Uwais ibn Masud together with his followers. In this manner, he created havoc and bloodshed all round. When Amir al-Mu'minin came to know of this wrack and ruin, he called his men to battle in order to put a stop to this vandalism. But people seemed to avoid war. Being disgusted with their lethargy and lack of enthusiasm, he ascended the pulpit and delivered this sermon, wherein he has roused the men to feel shame and not to try to avoid war, but to rise for the protection of their country like brave men without employing wrong and lame excuses. At last, Hujar ibn Adi al-Kindi rose with a force of 4,000 for crushing the enemy and overtook him at Tadmur. Only a small encounter had taken place between the parties when night came on, and he fled away with only 19 killed on his side. In Amir al-Mu'minin's army, also 2 persons fell as martyrs. Sermon 30, If I Had Ordered It. Disclosing real facts about assassination of Uthman ibn Affan. 1. Amir al-Mu'minin said, Faman qatala Uthman. If I had ordered his assassination, I should have been his killer. But if I had refrained others from killing him, I would have been his helper. The position was that he who helped him cannot now say that he is better than the one who deserted him, while he who deserted him cannot say that he is better than the one who helped him. I am putting before you his case. He appropriated and did it badly. You protested against it and committed excess therein. With Allah lies the real verdict between the appropriator and the protester. لو أمرت به لنت قاتلا أو نهيت عنه لنت ناصرا غيري أن من نصره لا يستطيع أن يقول خذله من أنا خير منه ومن خذله لا يستطيع أن يقول نصره من هو خير من وإن أنا جامع لم أمره استيثر فسأل أثر لو وجزعتم فساتم الجزع ولهكم واقع فالمستنثر والجازع. Alternative sources for Sermon 30. Al-Baladuri, Ansab, v. 98-101. 1. Uthman is the first Umayyad Caliph of Islam who ascended the caliphate on the first Muharram. 24 AH at the age of 70, and after having wielded full control and authority over the affairs of the Muslims for 12 years, was killed at their hands on the 18th Al-Hijjah, 35 AH, and buried at Hashkakab. This fact cannot be denied that Uthman's killing was the result of his weaknesses and the black deeds of his officers. Otherwise, there is no reason that Muslims should have unanimously agreed on killing him while no one except a few persons of his house stood up to support and defend him. Muslims would have certainly given consideration to his age, seniority, prestige, and distinction of companionship of the Prophet, but his ways and deeds had so marred the atmosphere that no one seemed prepared to sympathize and side with him. The oppression and excesses perpetrated on high-ranking companions of the Prophet had roused a wave of grief and anger among the Arab tribes. Everyone was infuriated and looked at his haughtiness and wrongdoings with disdainful eyes. Thus, due to Abu Dar's disgrace, dishonor and exiled Banu Ghaffar and their associate tribes. Due to Abdullah ibn Mas'ud's merciless beating Banu Hudhail and their associates. Due to breaking of the ribs of Ammar ibn Yasir, Banu Maksum and their associate Banu Zura, and due to the plot for the killing of Muhammad ibn Abi Bakr, Banu Taym all had a storm of rage in their hearts. The Muslims of other cities were also brimful of complaints at the hands of his officers, who under intoxication of wealth and the effects of luxury, did whatever they wished and crushed whomever they wanted. They had neither fear of punishment from the center nor apprehension of any inquiry. People were fluttering to get out of their talons of oppression, but no one was ready to listen to their cries of pain and restlessness. Feelings of hatred were rising, but no care was taken to put them down. The companions of the Prophet were also sick of him, as they saw that peace was destroyed, administration was topsy-turvy, and Islam's features were being metamorphosed. The poor and the starving were craving for dried crusts, while Banu Umayyah were rolling in wealth. The caliphate had become a handle for belly-filling and a means of amassing wealth. Consequently, they too did not lag behind in preparing the ground for killing him. Rather, it was at their letters and messages that people from Kufa, Basra, and Egypt had collected in Medina. Observing this behavior of the people of Medina, Uthman wrote to Muawiyah, "So now, certainly the people of Medina have turned heretics, have turned faith against obedience, and broken the allegiance. So you send to me the warriors of Syria on brisk and sturdy horses." The policy of action adopted by Muawiyah on receipt of this letter also throws light on the condition of the companions. Historian At-Tabari writes after this, "When the letter reached Muawiyah, he pondered over it and considered it bad to openly oppose the companions of the Prophet, since he was aware of their unanimity. In view of these circumstances, to regard the killing of Uthman as a consequence of merely enthusiasm and temporary feelings and to hurl it at some insurgents is to veil the fact. Since all the factors of his opposition existed within Medina itself, while those coming from without had collected for seeking redress of their grievances at their call. Their aim was only improvement of the position, not killing or bloodshed. If their complaints had been heard, then the occasion for this bloodshed would not have arisen. What happened was that when, having been disgusted with the oppression and excesses of Abdullah ibn Sa'd ibn Abi Sar, who was foster brother of Uthman, the people of Egypt proceeded towards Medina and camped in the valley of Dakashub near the city. They sent a man with a letter to Uthman and demanded that oppression should be stopped, the existing ways should be changed, and repentance should be offered for the future. But instead of giving a reply, Uthman got this man turned out of the house and did not regard their demands worth attention. On this, these people entered the city to raise their voice against this pride and haughtiness, and complained to the people of this behavior besides other excesses. On the other side, many people from Kufa and Basra had also arrived with their complaints, and they, after joining these ones, proceeded forward with the backing of the people of Medina and confined Uthman within his house, although there was no restriction on his going and coming to the mosque. But in his sermon on the very first Friday, he severely rebuked these people and even held them accursed, whereupon people got infuriated and threw pebbles at him, as a result of which he lost control and fell from a pulpit. After a few days, his coming and going to the mosque was also banned. When Uthman saw matters deteriorating to this extent, he implored Amir al-Mu'minin very submissively to find some way for his rescue and to disperse the people in whatever way he could. Amir al-Mu'minin said, "On what terms can I ask them to leave when their demand are justified?" Uthman said, "I authorize you in this matter. Whatever terms you would settle with them, I will be bound by them." So Amir al-Mu'minin went and met the Egyptians and talked to them. They consented to get back on the condition that all the tyrannies should be wiped off and Muhammad ibn Abi Bakr be made governor by removing Ibn Abi Sar. Amir al-Mu'minin came back and put their demand before Uthman, who accepted it without any hesitation and said that to get over these excesses time was required. Amir al-Mu'minin pointed out that for matters concerning Medina, delay had no sense. However, for other places, so much time could be allowed that the caliph's message could reach them. Uthman insisted that for Medina, also 3 days were needed. After discussion with the Egyptians, Amir al-Mu'minin agreed to it also, and took all the responsibility thereof upon himself. Then they dispersed at his suggestion. Some of them went to Egypt with Muhammad ibn Abi Bakr, while some went to the valley of Dakashub and stayed there, and this whole matter ended. On the second day of this event, Marwan ibn al-Hakam said to Uthman, "It is good, these people have gone, but to stop people coming from other cities, you should issue a statement so that they should not come this way and sit quiet at their places, and that statement should be that some people collected in Medina on hearing some irresponsible talk, but when they came to know that whatever they heard was wrong, they were satisfied, and have gone back." Uthman did not want to speak such a clear lie, but Marwan convinced him, and he agreed. And speaking in the Holy Prophet's mosque, he said, "These Egyptians had received some news about their caliph, and when satisfied that they were all baseless and wrong, they went back to their cities." No sooner he said this than there was great hue and cry in the mosque, and people began to shout to Uthman, "Offer repentance, fear Allah. What is this lie you are uttering?" Uthman was confused in this commotion and had to offer repentance. Consequently, he turned to the Kaaba, moaned in the audience of Allah, and returned to his house. Probably after this very event, Amir al-Mu'minin advised Uthman that you should openly offer repentance about your past misdeeds, so that these uprisings should subside for good. Otherwise, if tomorrow people of some other place come, you will again cling to my neck to rid you of them. Consequently, he delivered a speech in the Prophet's mosque wherein, admitting his mistakes, he offered repentance and swore to remain careful in future. He told the people that when he alighted from the pulpit, their representatives should meet him, and he would remove their grievances and meet their demands. On this, people acclaimed this action of his and washed away their ill feelings with tears to a great extent. When he reached his house after finishing from here, Marwan sought permission to say something, but Uthman's wife Naila bint Farafiza intervened. Turning to Marwan, she said, "For Allah's sake, you keep quiet. You would say only such a thing as would bring but death to him." Marwan took it ill and retorted, "You have no right to interfere in these matters. You are the daughter of that very person who did not know till his death how to perform ablution." Naila replied with fury, "You are wrong and are laying a false blame. Before uttering anything about my father, you should have cast a glance on the features of your father." But for the consideration of that old man, I would have spoken things at which people would have shuddered, but would have confirmed every such word. When Uthman saw the conversation getting prolonged, he stopped them and asked Marwan to tell him what he wished. Marwan said, "What is it you have said in the mosque, and what repentance you have offered? In my view, sticking to the sin was 1,000 times better than this repentance, because however much the sins may multiply, there is always scope for repentance. But repentance by force is no repentance. You have said what you have, but now see the consequences of this open announcement, that crowds of people are at your door. Now go forward and fulfill their demands." Uthman then said, "Well, I have said what I have said. Now you deal with these people. It is not in my power to deal with them." Consequently, finding out his implied consent, Marwan came out and addressing the people spoke out. "Why have you assembled here? Do you intend to attack or to ransack? Remember, you cannot easily snatch away power from our hands. Take out the idea from your hearts that you would subdue us. We are not to be subdued by anyone. Take away your black faces from here. Allah may disgrace and dishonor you." When people noticed this changed countenance and altered picture, they rose from their full of anger and rage and went straight to Amir al-Mu'minin and related to him the whole story. On hearing it, Amir al-Mu'minin was infuriated and immediately went to Uthman and said to him, "Good heavens! How badly you have behaved with the Muslims. You have forsaken faith for the sake of a faithless and characterless man and have lost all wit. At least you should have regard and consideration for your own promise. What is this that at Marwan's betokening you have set off with folded eyes? Remember, he will throw you in such a dark well that you will never be able to come out of it. You have become the carrier animal of Marwan, so that he can ride on you howsoever he desires and put you on whatever wrong way he wishes. In future, I shall never intervene in your affair, nor tell people anything. Now you should manage your own affairs." Saying all this, Amir al-Mu'minin got back, and Naila got the chance. She said to Uthman, "Did I not tell you to get rid of Marwan? Otherwise, he would put such a stain on you that it would not be removed despite all effort. Well, what is the good in following the words of one who is without any respect among the people and low before their eyes? Make Ali agree, otherwise remember that restoring the disturbed state of affairs is neither within your power nor in that of Marwan." Uthman was impressed by this and sent a man after Amir al-Mu'minin, but he refused to meet him. There was no siege around Uthman, but shame deterred him. With what face could he come out of the house? But there was no way without coming out. Consequently, he came out quietly in the gloom of night and reaching Amir al-Mu'minin's place. He moaned his helplessness and loneliness, offered excuses, and also assured him of keeping promises, but Amir al-Mu'minin said, "You make a promise in the Prophet's mosque standing before all the people, but it is fulfilled in this way that when people go to you, they are rebuked, and even abuses are hurled at them. When this is the state of your undertakings which the world has seen, then how and on what ground can I trust any word of yours in future? Do not have any expectation from me now. I am not prepared to accept any responsibility on your behalf. The tracks are open before you. Adopt whichever way you like and tread whatever track you choose." After this talk, Uthman came back and began blaming Amir al-Mu'minin in retort to the effect that all the disturbances were rising at his instance, and that he was not doing anything despite being able to do everything. On this side, the result of repentance was as it was. Now, let us see the other side. When after crossing the border of Hijaz, Muhammad ibn Abi Bakr reached the place Ayla on the coast of the Red Sea, people caught sight of a camel rider who was making his camel run so fast as though the enemy was chasing him. These people had some misgivings about him, and therefore called him and inquired who he was. He said he was the slave of Uthman. They inquired wherefore he was bound. He said Egypt. They inquired to whom he was going. He replied, to the governor of Egypt. People said that the governor of Egypt was with them. To whom was he going then? He said he was to go to Ibn Abi Sar. People asked him if any letter was with him. He denied. They asked for what purpose he was going. He said he did not know that. One of these people thought that his clothes should be searched. So the search was made, but nothing was found on him. Kanana ibn Bishr at Tajibi said, "See his water skin." People said, "Leave him. How can there be a letter in water?" Kanana said, "You do not know what cunning these people play." Consequently, the water skin was opened and seen. There was a lead pipe in it, wherein was a letter. When it was opened and read, the caliph's order in it was that, when Muhammad ibn Abi Bakr and his party reaches you, then from among them kill so-and-so, arrest so-and-so, and put so-and-so in jail, but you remain on your post. On reading this, all were stunned, and thus began to look at one another in astonishment. A Persian hemistich says, "Mine was just burst in astonishment as to what wonder it was. Now proceeding forward was riding into the mouth of death." Consequently, they returned to Medina, taking the slave with them. Reaching there, they placed that letter before all the companions of the Prophet. Whoever heard this incident remained stunned with astonishment, and there was no one who was not abusing Uthman. Afterwards, a few companions went to Uthman along with these people, and asked whose seal was there on this letter. He replied that it was his own. They inquired whose writing it was. He said it was his secretary's. They inquired whose slave was that man. He replied that it was his. They inquired whose riding beast it was. He replied that it was that of the government. They inquired who had sent it. He said he had no knowledge of it. People then said, "Good heavens! Everything is yours, but you do not know who had sent it. If you are so helpless, you leave this caliphate and get off from it, so that such a man comes who can administer the affairs of the Muslims." He replied, "It is not possible that I should put off the dress of caliphate which Allah has put on me. Of course, I would offer repentance." The people said, "Why should you speak of repentance which has already been flouted on the day when Marwan was representing you on your door, and whatever was wanting has been made up by this letter? Now we are not going to be duped into these bluffs. Leave the caliphate, and if our brethren stand in our way, we will hold them up. But if they prepare for fighting, we too will fight. Neither our hands are stiff, nor our swords blunt. If you regard all Muslims equally and uphold justice hand over Marwan to us, to enable us to inquire from him on, whose strength and support he wanted to play with the precious lives of Muslims by writing this letter. But he rejected this demand and refused to hand over Marwan to them, whereupon people said that the letter had been written at his behest. However, improving conditions again deteriorated, and they ought to have deteriorated because despite lapse of the required time, everything was just as it had been and not a jot of difference had occurred. Consequently, the people who had stayed behind in the valley of Dakashub to watch the result of repentance again advanced like a flood and spread over the streets of Medina, and closing the borders from every side, surrounded his house. During these days of siege, a companion of the Prophet, Nahjul ibn Iyad, desired to talk to Uthman, went to his house, and called him. When he peeped out from the above, he said, "O Uthman, for Allah's sake, give up this caliphate and save Muslims from this bloodshed." While he was just conversing, one of Uthman's men aimed at him with an arrow and killed him, whereupon people were infuriated and shouted that Nahjul's killer should be handed over to them. Uthman said it was not possible that he would hand over his own support to them. This stubbornness worked like a fan on fire, and in the height of fury, people set fire to his door and began advancing for entering. When Marwan ibn al-Hakam said ibn al-Az and Mughira ibn al-Aknas together with their contingents pounced upon the besiegers, and killing and bloodshed started at his door. People wanted to enter the house, but they were being pushed back. In the meanwhile, Amr ibn Hazm al-Ansari, whose house was adjacent to that of Uthman, opened his door and shouted for advancing from that side. Thus, through this house, the besiegers climbed on the roof of Uthman's house, and descending down from there drew their swords. Only a few scuffles had taken place when all except people of Uthman's house, his well-wishers, and Banu Umayyah ran away in the streets of Medina, and a few hid themselves in the house of Habiba bint Abi Sufyan. The rest were killed with Uthman defending him to the last. At his killing, several poets wrote elegies. A couplet from the elegy by Abu Huraira is presented. "Today people have only one grief, but I have two griefs, the loss of my money bag and the killing of Uthman." After observing these events, the stand of Amir al-Mu'minin becomes clear. namely that he was neither supporting the group that was instigating at Uthman's killing, nor can be included in those who stood for his support and defense, but when he saw that what was said was not acted upon, he kept himself aloof. When both the parties are looked at then, among the people who had raised their hands off from Uthman's support are seen Aisha. And according to the popular versions, the then living persons out of the 10 pre-informed ones. Out of those who took part in the consultative committee, Ansar, original Muhajirin, people who took part in the Battle of Badr, and other conspicuous and dignified individuals, while on the side are seen only a few slaves of the Caliph and a few individuals from Banu Umayyah. If people like Marwan and said Ibn al-Az cannot be given precedence over the original Muhajirin, their actions, too, cannot be given precedence over the actions of the latter. Again, if ijma is not meant for particular occasions, only then it would be difficult to question this overwhelming unanimity of the companions. Sermon 31. Don't meet Talha. Before the commencement of the Battle of Jamal, Amir al-Mu'minin sent Abdullah ibn Abbas to ibn al-Awam with the purpose that he should advise him back to obedience. He said to him on that occasion, Lema anfada abdaluhu bunu al-Abbas, rahimahu il Zubayr. قبل وقوع الحرب يوم الجمل ليستفيئه الطاعته. Do not meet Talha. If you meet him, you will find him like an unruly bull whose horns are turned towards its ears. He rides a ferocious riding beast and says it has been tamed. But you meet Zubair because he is soft-tempered. Tell him that your maternal cousin says that, in the Hijaz you knew me, but Iraq you do not know me. So, what has dissuaded from what was shown? لتلقين طلحة فإن كان تلقه تجده كافي ور عاكسا قرنه يركب الصعب ويقول هو لذ لول ولن ألقى الزبير فان هو الين عارية فقل له يقول لك ابن خالك عرفتنا بالحجاز وانرتنا بالعراق فما عدا ممابدا. As Sayyid Aradi says, the last sentence of this sermon, Fama, Ada Mimabada, has been heard only from Amir al-Mu'minin. Alternative sources for Sermon 31. Al-Jaiz, Al-Bayan, 2, 115. Ibn Qutayba, Yiyun, I, 115. Ibn Abd Rabbi, Al-Ikt, 4, 314. Al-Zubair, Ibn Bakr, Al-Muwafaqiyat, see Ibn Abi al-Hadid, I, 171. Ibn Khalikan, Wafayat al-In, biographical account of Ibn al-Malim, Sabidi al-Zura, I, for 12. Sermon 32. O people, we have been born in. About the disparagement of the world and categories of its people. Man jawd zaman. O people, we have been born in such a wrongful and thankless period wherein the virtuous is deemed vicious and the oppressor goes on advancing in his excess. We do not make use of what we know and do not discover what we do not know. We do not fear calamity till it befalls. People are of 4 categories. Among them is one who is prevented from mischief only by his low position, lack of means, and paucity of wealth. Then there is he who has drawn his sword, openly commits mischief, has collected his horsemen and footmen, and has devoted himself to securing wealth, leading troops, rising on the pulpit, and has allowed his faith to perish. How bad is the transaction that you allow this world to be a prize for yourself as an alternative for what there is with Allah for you? And among them is he who seeks this world through actions meant for the next world, but does not seek the next world through actions of this world. He keeps his body calm, raises small steps, holds up his clothes, embellishes his body for appearance of trustworthiness, and uses the position of Allah's connivance as a means of committing sins. Then there is one whose weakness and lack of means have held him back from conquest of lands. This keeps down his position, and he has named it contentment, and he clothes himself with the robe of renunciation, although he has never had any connection with these qualities. ومنهم من أقعده عن طلب الملك دولة نفسه وانقطاع سببه فقصرته الحال على حاله فتحل باسم القناعة. وتزين بلباس أهل الزهادة وليس من ذلك فمراح ولا مغد. Then there remain a few people in whose case the remembrance of their return keeps their eyes bent, and the fear of resurrection moves their tears. Some of them are scared away and dispersed. Some are frightened and subdued. Some are quiet as if muzzled. Some are praying sincerely. Some are grief-stricken and pain-ridden whom fear has confined to namelessness and disgrace has shrouded them. So they are in bitter water, their mouths are closed, and their hearts are bruised. They preached till they were tired, they were oppressed till they were disgraced, and they were killed till they remained few in number. The world in your eyes should be smaller than the bark of acacia and the clippings of wool. Seek instruction from those who preceded you before those who follow you take instruction from you, and keep aloof from it realizing its evil, because it cuts off even from those who are more attached to it than you. فلتنغنيا أصغر فأعين من حثالة القرد وقرادة الجلم واتعظوا بمن كان قبل أن يتعظ بما من بعدكم وارفضوها ذميمة فإنها قد رفضت من كان أشغاف بها منم. As Sayyid A.R. Radi says, some ignorant persons attributed this sermon to Muawiyah, but it is the speech of Amir al-Mu'minin. There should be no doubt about it. What comparison is there between gold and clay or sweet and bitter water? This has been pointed out by the skillful guide and the expert critic Mr. Ibn Bar al-Jaiz as he has mentioned this sermon in his book, Al-Bayan wa Tabiyan. He has also mentioned who attributed it to Muawiyah, and then states that it is most akin to be the speech of Ali and most in accord with his way of categorizing people and information about their oppression, disgrace, apprehension, and fear. We never found Muawiyah speaking on the lives of renunciates or worshippers. قال السيد الشريف أقول وهذه الخطبة ربما نسبها من لا علم له بها المعاوية وهو من كلام أمير المؤمنين عليه السلام الذي لا يشك فيه وأين الذهب من الرغام والعذب من الإجاج وقد دل على ذلك الدليل الخريط ونقده الناقد البصير عمرو بن بحر الجاحظ فإنه ذكر هذه الخطبة فكتابه البيان والتبيين وذكر من نسبها المعاوية ثم تلم من بعدها بلام فمعناها جملته أنه قال وهذا اللام بلام عليه السلام أشبه وبمذهبه فالتصنيف الناس وفي الأخبار عماهم عليه من القهر والإذلال ومن التقية والخوف أليق قال ومتى وجدنا معاوية فحال مان الأحوال يسلك فكلامه مسلك زهاد ومذاهب العباد. Alternative sources for Sermon 32. Ibn Talha Talib I-90, Al-Jaiz, Al-Bayan I-175, Al-Dahabi, Mizan 2, 276, Ibn Qutayba, Yiyun 2, 237, Ibn Abd Rabi, Alikt 2, 173, Al-Baqillani, Ijiz I-197, Sermon 33, Verily, God sent Muhammad. At the time of setting out for the Battle of Jamal, عند خروجه لقتال أهل البصرة, Abdullah ibn Abbas says that when Amir al-Mu'minin set out for war with the people of Basra, he came to his audience at Daikar and saw that he was stitching a shoe. Then Amir al-Mu'minin said to me, "What is the price of this shoe?" I said, "It has no value now." He then said, "By Allah, it should have been dearer to me than ruling over you, but for the fact that I may establish right and ward off wrong." Then he came out and spoke. Verily, Allah sent Muhammad when none among the Arabs read a book or claimed prophethood. He guided the people till he took them to their position and their salvation. So their spears became straight and their conditions settled down. By Allah, surely I was in their lead till it took shape with its walls. I did not show weakness or cowardice. My existing march is also like that. I shall certainly pierce the wrong till right comes out of its side. What is there between me and the Quraysh? By Allah, I have fought them when they were unbelievers, and I shall fight them when they have been misled. I shall be the same for them today as I was for them yesterday. By Allah, the Quraysh only take revenge against us because Allah has given us preference over them. So, we have allowed them into our domain, whereupon they have become, as the former poet says, "By my life, you continued drinking fresh milk every morning and eating fine stone dates with butter. We have given you the nobility which you did not possess before, and surrounded you with thoroughbred horses and tawny-colored spears won. Men walukrash. وله لقد قاتلتهم كافرين ولا أقاتلنهم مفتونين وأنا لصاحبهم بالأمس كما أنا صاحبهم اليوم. وله ما تنقم منا قريش إلا أن الله اختارنا عليهم فادخلناهم فحيزنا فأنه كما قال الأول. ونحن وهبناك العلاء ولم تن عليا وحتنا حولك الجرد والسمرة. Alternative sources for Sermon 33. Al-Mu'affid, Al-Irshad, 154. 1. In fact, the aim of the poet here is to say that the condition of the addressee's life, from the moral and material point of view, had been worse in the past, and that the poet and his tribe have given him the best means of leading their lives. But as the result of this improved condition, the addressee has completely lost himself and forgotten his past condition and thinks that he had had this kind of life previously. Now, Amir al-Mu'minin wants to convey the same idea here to the Quraysh as Fatima, the holy daughter of the Holy Prophet, said in her speech on Fadak. You were on the brink of the pit of hellfire. You were as worthless as the mouthful of water. You were minority like the handful greedy and a spark of the hasty. You were as downtrodden as the dust under feet. You drank dirty water. You ate untanned skin. You were abased and condemned. But Allah has rescued you through my father Muhammad. Sermon 34. Woe to you! I'm tired of rebuking you. To prepare the people for fighting with the people of Syria 1, after dealing with the Kharijites, Amir al-Mu'minin rebukes the people and counsels them to be on the right. Woe to you! I'm tired of rebuking you. Do you accept this worldly life in place of the next life? Or disgrace in place of dignity? When I invite you to fight your enemy, your eyes revolve as though you are in the clutches of death and in the senselessness of last moments. My pleadings are not understood by you, and you remain stunned. It is as though your hearts are affected with madness, so that you do not understand. You have lost my confidence for good. Neither are you a support for me to lean upon, nor a means to honor and victory. Your example is that of the camels whose protector has disappeared, so that if they are collected from one side, they disperse away. From the other side, Uflam, لقد سئمت عتابم. إرديتم بالحياة الدنيا من الآخرة عوضا وبذل من العز خلفا إذا دعوتم الجهاد عدوكم دارت أعين مسكينة من الموت فغمرت ومن ألذ هول فسرت يرتج عليم حواري فتعمهون فائن قلوب ملوسة فأنتم لا تعقلون ما أنتم لي بثقل سجيس أليل وما أنتم بركني إيمل بما ولا زوافر عزة يفتقر اليم ما أنتم إلا كابلة ضل رعاتها فلما جمعت من جانب انتشرت من آخر. By Allah, how bad are you for igniting flames of war? You are intrigued against, but do not intrigue. Your boundaries are decreasing, but you do not get enraged over it. Those against you do not sleep, but you are unmindful. By Allah, those who leave matters one for the other are subdued. By Allah, I believed about you, that if battle rages and death hovers around you, you will cut away from the son of Abi Talib like the severing of head from the trunk point too. By Allah, he who makes it possible for his adversary to so overpower him as to remove the flesh, crush his bones, and cut his skin into pieces, then it means that his helplessness is great and his heart, surrounded within the sides of his chest, is weak. You may become like this if you wish. But for me, before I allow it, I shall use my sharp-edged swords of al-Mashrafiyah, which would cut as under the bones of the head and fly away arms and feet. Thereafter, Allah will do whatever He wills. وَلْهُ أَنَّ أَمْرًا يَمُنْ عَدُوهُ مِنْ نَفْسِهِ يَعْرَقُ لَحْمَهُ وَيُهَشِّمُ عَظْمُهُ وَيُفَرِّ جِلْدُهُ لَعَظِيمٌ عَجْزُهُ ضَعِيفٌ مَا دَامْتَ عَلَيْهِ جَوَانِحَ صَدْرِهِ أَنَّ فَنُذَاكَ أَنْشَدْ فَمَا أَنَا فَوَالَهُ دُونَ أَنْ أَعْطِي ذَلِكَ ضَرَبَ بِالْمَشْرَفِيَّةِ تَثِيرُ مِنْهُ فِرَاشُ أَلْهَامٍ وَتُتِيحُ السَّوَاعِدُ وَالْإِقْدَامُ وَيَفْعَلُ أَلْهُ بَعْدَ ذَلِكَ مَا يَشَاءُ. O people, I have a right over you, and you have a right over me. As for your right over me, that is to counsel you, to pay you your dues fully, to teach you that you may not remain ignorant, and instruct you in behaviorism that you may act upon. As for my right over you, it is fulfillment of allegiance, well-wishing in presence or in absence, response when I call you, and obedience when I order you. Ayyuha al-Na'us, أني عليم حقا ولمعل حق فما حق معل فال سيحر لم وتوفير فيء من عليم وتعليم كيلا تجهل وتاديب كيما تعلموا وأما شق عليم فالوفاء بالبيعة وألن سيحر فالمشهد والمغيب والإجابة فين أدعوكم وتأعت حين آمركم. Alternative sources for Sermon 34. Al-Tabari, Tariq, 651. Ibn Qutayba, Al-Imama, I. 150. Al-Baladuri, Ansab, 380. Al-Mufid, Al-Majalis, 79. Nasr ibn Musim, C. Ibn Abi al-Hadid, I. 179. 1. The word Ash-Sham was a name used for a vast geographical area occupied by Muslim countries in those days. This area included present-day Syria, Lebanon, and Palestine. Its capital was Damascus. Wherever the word Syria is mentioned, it should be understood in its larger meaning. 2. This sentence is employed for such severance after which there is no occasion or possibility of joining. The author of Dur-Najafiyya has quoted several views in its explanation. Ibn Durayd's view is that it means that, just as when a head is severed, its joining again is impossible, in the same way you will not join me after once deserting me. 2. Al-Mufaddal says Urays was the name of a man, and a village of Syria, Beit Urays, is named after him. This man left his home and went away somewhere and never again returned to his village, after which the proverb sprang up, "You went as Urays had gone." 3. One meaning of it is that, just as if the joints of the bones of the head are opened, they cannot be restored. In the same way, you will not join me after cutting from me. For it has also been said that this sentence is in the sense of separating completely. After copying this meaning from the Shar of Ash-Sheikh Qutbuddin Arawandi, the commentator Ibn Abi al-Hadid has written that this meaning is not correct because when the word Urays is used in the sense of whole, it is not preceded by aleph and lam v. It is also taken to mean that you will so run away from me as one to save his head. Besides this, one or two other meanings have also been stated, but being remote, they are disregarded. First of all, it was used by the philosopher of Arabia Aktham ibn Sayfi while teaching unity and concord to his children. He says, "O my children, do not cut away at the time of calamities like the cutting of head, because after that you will never get together." Sermon 35. Praise belongs to God, even though. Amir al-Mu'minin said after arbitration, 1. All praise is due to Allah, even though time has brought crushing calamity and great occurrence. And I stand witness that there is no God but Allah the One. There is no partner for him, nor is there with him any God other than himself, and that Muhammad is his slave and his prophet. So now, certainly the disobedience of sympathetic counselor who has knowledge as well as experience brings about disappointment and result in repentance. I had given you my orders about this arbitration and put before you my hidden view. If Khizr's 2 orders were fulfilled, but you rejected it like rough opponents and disobedient insurgents, till the counselor himself fell in doubt about his counsel, and the flint ceased to give flame. Consequently, mine and your position became, as the poet of Hawazin says, I gave you my orders at Munaraji Aliwa, but you did not see the good of my counsel till the noon of next day 3. Hawaz. Alternative sources for Sermon 35. Al-Baladuri, Ansab, 365. Al-Tabari, Tariq, 643. Ibn Qutayba, Al-Imama, I, 119, 141. Nasr, Sifin, C. Ibn Abi al-Hadid, I, 110. Sit, Takara, 103. Abu al-Faraj, Al-Aghani, 9-5. Al-Masudi, Miraj, 2, 112. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Kamil, 2, 171. Ibn Kathir, Al-Bidayah, 7, 286. 1. When the Syrian spirit was broken by the bloody swords of the Iraqis, and the incessant attacks of the night of Al-Harir lowered their morale and ended their aspirations, Amr ibn al-Az suggested to Muawiyah the trick that the Quran should be raised on spears and shouts urged forth to treat it as the arbitrator. Its effect would be that some people would try to stop the war and others would like to continue it. We would thus divide them and be able to get the war postponed for another occasion. Consequently, copies of the Quran were raised on spears. The result was that some brainless persons raised hue and cry and created division and disturbance in the army, and the efforts of simple Muslims turned slow after having been near victory. Without understanding anything, they began to shout that they should prefer the verdict of the Quran over war. When Amir al-Mu'minin saw the Quran being the instrument of their activities, he said, "O people, do not fall in this trap of deceit and trickery. They are putting up this device only to escape the ignominy of defeat. I know the character of each one of them. They are neither adherents of the Quran, nor have they any connection with the faith or religion. The very purpose of our fighting has been that they should follow the Quran and act on its injunctions. For Allah's sake, do not fall in their deceitful device. Go ahead with determination and courage, and stop only after vanquishing the dying foe." Nevertheless, the deceitful instrument of wrong had worked. The people took to disobedience and rebellion. Misar ibn Fadaki at Tamimi and Zayd ibn Husayn at Tai, each with 20,000 men, came forward and said to Amir al-Mu'minin, "O Ali, if you do not respond to the call of the Quran, we will deal with you in the same manner as we did with Uthman. You end the battle at once and bow before the verdict of the Quran." Amir al-Mu'minin tried his best to make them understand, but Satan was standing before them in the garb of the Quran. He did not allow them to do so, and they compelled Amir al-Mu'minin that he should send someone to call Malik ibn al-Harith al-Ashta from the battlefield. Being obliged, Amir al-Mu'minin sent Yazid ibn Hani to call Malik back. When Malik heard this order, he was bewildered and said, "Please tell him this is not the occasion to leave the position. He may wait a bit, then I will come to his audience with the tidings of victory." Hani conveyed this message on return, but people shouted that Amir al-Mu'minin must have sent word to him secretly to continue. Amir al-Mu'minin said he never got any occasion to send any secret message to him. Whatever he said was said before them. People said he should be sent again, and that if Malik delayed his return, Amir al-Mu'minin should forsake his life. Amir al-Mu'minin again sent Yazid ibn Hani and sent word that rebellion had occurred. He should return in whatever condition he was. So Hani went and told Malik, "You hold victory dear or the life of Amir al-Mu'minin. If his life is dear, you should raise hands off the battle and go to him." Leaving the chances of victory, Malik stood up and came to the audience of Amir al-Mu'minin with grief and disappointment. Chaos raged there. He rebuked the people very much, but matters had taken such a turn that could not be corrected. It was then settled that either party should nominate an arbitrator so that they should settle the caliphate according to the Quran. From Muawiyah's side, Amr ibn al-As was decided upon, and from Amir al-Mu'minin's side, people proposed the name of Abu Musa al-Ash'ari. Seeing this wrong selection, Amir al-Mu'minin said, "Since you have not accepted my order about arbitration, at least now agree that do not make Abu Musa the arbitrator. He is not a man of trust. Here is Abdullah ibn Abbas, and here is Malik al-Ashta. Select one of them." But they did not at all listen to him and stuck to his name. Amir al-Mu'minin said, "All right, do whatever you want. The day is not far when you will cut your own hands through your misdeeds." After the nomination of arbitrators, when the deed of agreement was being written, then with Ali ibn Abi Talib, the word Amir al-Mu'minin was also written. Amr ibn al-As said, "This should be rubbed off. If we regarded him Amir al-Mu'minin, why should this battle have been fought?" At first, Amir al-Mu'minin refused to rub it off, but when they did not in any way agree, he rubbed it off and said, "This incident is just similar to the one at Al-Hudaybiyah, when the unbelievers stuck on the point that the words Prophet of Allah with the name of the Prophet should be removed, and the Prophet did remove it." On this, Amr ibn al-As got angry and said, "Do you treat us as unbelievers?" Amir al-Mu'minin said, "On what day have you had anything to do with believers, and when have you been their supporters? However, After the settlement, the people dispersed, and after mutual consultation, these two arbitrators decided that by removing both Ali and Muawiyah from the caliphate, the people should be accorded the power to choose whomever they desired. When time came to its announcement, there was a meeting at Dumatul Jandal, a place between Iraq and Syria, and then two arbitrators also reached there to announce the judgment on the fate of the Muslims. Acting cunningly, Umar ibn al-As said to Abu Musa, "I regard it ill manner to precede you. You are older in years and age, so first you make the announcement." Abu Musa succumbed to his flattery and came out proudly and stood before the gathering. Addressing them, he said, "O Muslims, we have jointly settled that Ali ibn Abi Talib and Muawiyah should be removed and the right to choose a caliph be accorded to the Muslims. They should choose whomever they like." Saying this, he sat down. Now the turn was for Amr ibn al-As, and he said, "O Muslims, you have heard that Abu Musa removed Ali ibn Abi Talib. I also agree with it. As for Muawiyah, there is no question of removing him. Therefore I place him in his position." No sooner that he said this, there were cries all around. Abu Musa cried hoarse that it was a trick, a deceit, and told Amr ibn al-As that, "You have played a trick, and your example is that of a dog on which if you load something he would gasp, or leave him he would gasp." Amr ibn al-As said, "Your example is like the ass on whom books are loaded." However, Amr ibn al-Az's trick was effective, and Muawiyah's shaking feet were again stabilized. This was the short sketch of the arbitration whose basis was laid in the Quran and Sunnah. But was it a verdict of the Quran or the result of those deceitful contrivances which people of this world employ to retain their authority? Could these pages of history be made a torch guide for the future, and the Quran and Sunnah be not used as a means of securing authority or as an instrument of worldly benefits? When Amir al-Mu'minin got the news of this lamentable result of arbitration, he climbed on the pulpit and delivered this sermon, every word of which savors of his grief and sorrow, and at the same time it throws light on soundness of his thinking, correctness of his opinion, and foresight sagacity. 2. This is a proverb which is used on occasion where the advice of a counselor is rejected and afterwards it is repented. The fact of it was that the ruler of Al-Harith, namely Jadima al-Abrash, killed the ruler of Al-Jazira, named Amr ibn Zarib, whereafter his daughter, Uzabah, was made the ruler of Al-Jazira. Soon after accession to the throne, she thought out this plan to avenge her father's blood. That she sent a message to Jadima that she could not alone carry on the affairs of the state, and that if he could become her patron by accepting her as his wife, she would be grateful. Jadima was more than puffed up at this proposal, and prepared himself to set off for Al-Jazira with 1,000 horsemen. His slave Khizr advised him much that this was just a deceit and trick, and that he should not place himself in this danger. But his wit had been so blinded that he could not think over why Azizabah should select the murderer of her father for her life companionship. Anyhow, he set off, and when he reached the border of Al-Jazira, although Azizabah's army was present for his reception, but she neither gave any special reception nor offered any warm welcome. Seeing this state, Khizr was again suspicious, and he advised Jadima to get back, but nearness to the goal had further fanned his passion. He paid no heed, and stepping further, entered the city. Soon on arrival there he was killed. When Khizr saw this, he said, "Had the advice of Khizr been followed?" From that time this proverb gained currency. 3. The poet of Hawazin implies Duraid ibn as-Sima. He wrote this couplet after the death of his brother Abdullah ibn as-Sima. Its facts are that Abdullah, along with his brother, led an attack of two groups of Banu Jasam and Bani Nasr, who were both from Hawazin, and drove away many camels. On return, when they intended to rest at Munaraj el-Liwa, Duraid said it was not advisable to stay there lest the enemy attacked from behind, but Abdullah did not agree and stayed there. The result was that as soon as dawn appeared, the enemy attacked and killed Abdullah on the spot. Duraid also received wounds, but he slipped away alive, and after this he wrote a few couplets, out of which one couplet is this wherein he has referred to the destruction resulting from his advice having been rejected. Sermon 36. I warn you. warning the people of Narawan one of their fate. I am warning you that you will be killed on the bend of this canal and on the level of this low area, while you will have no clear excuse before Allah, nor any open authority with you. You have come out of your houses, and then divine decree entangled you. I had advised you against this arbitration, but you rejected my advice like adversaries and opponents till I turned my ideas in the direction of your wishes. You are a group whose heads are devoid of wit and intelligence. May you have no father. I have not put you in any calamity nor wished you harm. Alternative sources for Sermon 36. Al-Zubair ibn Bakr, Al-Muwaffaqiyat, 350. Al-Tabari, Tariq, 647. Ibn Qutayba, Al-Imama, 147. Sit, Tadkara 100. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nahaya, 97. Al-Masudi, Miraj, 402. Al-Baladuri, Ansab, 371. 1. The cause of the Battle of Narawan was that when, after arbitration, Amir al-Mu'minin was returning to Kufa, the people who were foremost in pleading acceptance of arbitration began to say that appointment of anyone other than Allah as arbitrator is heresy, and that, Allah forbid, by accepting the arbitration, Amir al-Mu'minin turned heretic. Consequently, by distorting the meaning of "there is no authority same with Allah," they made simple Muslims share their views, and separating from Amir al-Mu'minin encamped at Anira near Kufa. When Amir al-Mu'minin learned of these plottings, he sent Sasa ibn Su'in al-Abdi and Ziyad ibn Nadir al-Harithi in the company of Ibn Abbas towards them, and afterwards himself went to the place of their stay and dispersed them after discussion. When these people reached Kufa, they began to spread the news that Amir al-Mu'minin had broken the agreement of arbitration and that he is again ready to fight against the Syrians. When Amir al-Mu'minin learned this, he contradicted it, whereupon these people stood up in rebellion and encamped 12 miles from Baghdad in the low area of the canal called Narawan. On the other side, after hearing the verdict of arbitration, Amir al-Mu'minin rose for fighting the army of Syria and wrote to the Kharijites that the verdict passed by the two arbitrators in pursuance of their heart's wishes instead of the Quran and Sunnah was not acceptable to him, that he had therefore decided to fight with them and they should support him for crushing the enemy. But the Kharijites gave him this reply: when you had agreed to arbitration, in our view, you had turned heretic. Now if you admit your heresy and offer repentance, we will think over this matter and decide what we should do. Amir al-Mu'minin understood from their reply that their disobedience and misguidance had become very serious. To entertain any kind of hope from them now was futile. Consequently, ignoring them, he encamped in the valley of Anukela with a view to marching towards Syria. When the army had been arrayed, he came to know that the men desired to deal with the people of Narawan first and to move towards Syria afterwards. Amir al-Mu'minin, however, said that they should be left as they were, that they themselves should first move towards Syria, while the people of Narawan could be dealt with afterwards. People said that they were prepared to obey every order of his with all their might, whether he moved this way or that way. The army had not moved when news about the rebellion of Kharijites began to reach, and it was learnt that they had butchered the governor of Narawan, namely Abdullah ibn Kabab ibn al-Larit, and his slave made with the child in her womb, and have killed 3 women of Banu Tayyi and of Sinan as-Saidawiyah. Amir al-Mu'minin sent al-Harith ibn Murra al-Abdi for investigation, but he too was killed by them. When their rebellion reached this stage, it was necessary to deal with them. Consequently, the army turned towards Narawan. On reaching there, Amir al-Mu'minin sent them word that those who had killed Abdullah ibn Kabab ibn al-Larit and innocent women should be handed over to him for avenging blood. Those people replied that they had killed these persons jointly and that they considered it lawful to shed the blood of all the people on his side. Even at this, Amir al-Mu'minin did not take the initiative for the battle, but sent Abu Ayyub al-Ansari with a message of peace. So he spoke to them aloud: whoever comes under this banner or separates from that party and goes to Kufa or Almin would get amnesty and he would not be questioned. As a result of this, Farwa ibn Nawfal al-Ashja'i said that he did not know why they were at war with Amir al-Mu'minin. Saying this, he separated along with 500 men. Similarly, group after group began to separate, and some of them joined Amir al-Mu'minin. Those who remained numbered 4,000, and according to At-Tabari's account, they numbered 2,800. These people were not in any way prepared to listen to the voice of truth, and were ready to kill or be killed. Amir al-Mu'minin had stopped his men to take the initiative, but the Kharijites put arrows in their bows and broke and threw away the sheaths of their swords. Even at this juncture, Amir al-Mu'minin warned them of the dire consequences of war, and this sermon is about that warning and admonition. But they were so brimming with enthusiasm that they leapt on Amir al-Mu'minin's force all of a sudden. This onslaught was so severe that the footmen lost ground, but they soon fixed themselves firmly that the attack of arrows and spears could not dislodge them from their position, and they soon so cleared away the Kharijites that except for 9 persons who fled away to save their lives, not a single person was left alive. From Amir al-Mu'minin's army, only 8 persons fell as martyrs. The battle took place on the 9th Safar, 38H. Sermon 37. I took up the task. Amir al-Mu'minin's utterance, which runs like a sermon, about his own steadfastness in religion and precedence in belief. Spoken after the Battle of Narawan. يجري مجرى الخطبة وفيه يذكر فضائله عليه السلام قاله بعد وقعة النهروان. I discharged duties when others lost courage, and I came forward when others hid themselves. I spoke when others remained mum. I stroke with divine light when others remained standing. I was the quietest of them in voice, but the highest in going forward. I cleaved to its reign and applied myself solely to its pledge, like the mountain which neither sweeping wind could move nor storm could shake. No one could find fault with me, nor could any speaker speak ill of me. فقمت بالأمر حين فشلوا وتطلعت حين تعتعوا ومضيت بنور إله حين وقفوا وكانت أخفضهم صوتا وعلاهم فوتا فطرت بعنانها واستبددت برهانها كالجبل لا تحركه القواسف ولا تزيله العواصف لمين لأحد فمهمز ولا لقائل فمغمز. The low is in my view worthy of honor till I secure right for him, while the strong is in my view weak till I take right from him. We are happy with the destiny ordained by Allah and have submitted to the command of Allah. Do you think I would speak lie about the Prophet of Allah? By Allah, I am surely the first to testify him, so I will not be the first to falsify him. I looked at my affairs and found that my obedience should have precedence over my allegiance, while my pledge with him is a burden on my neck. ألذ ليل عندي عزيز حد آخذ الحق له والقوي عندي ضعيف حد آخذ الحق منه رضينا عن أله قدره وسلمنا له أمره. إتران اكذب على الرسول أله صلي أله عليه وآله. وله لنا أول من صدقه فلا أكون أول من كذب عليه. فنظرت فأمري فذا تعت قد سبقت بيعت وإذا الميثاق فعنق لغيري. Alternative sources for Sermon 37. Al-Sadaq, Imam Ali, 134. Al-Bayhaqi, Al-Mahasin, I, 37. Sermon 38. Doubt is called doubt because. About naming of doubt as such and disparagement of those in doubt. Doubt is named doubt because it resembles truth. As for lovers of Allah, their conviction serves them as light and the direction of the right path serves as their guide. While the enemies of Allah, in time of doubt, call to misguidance in the darkness of doubt, and their guide is blindness. One who fears death cannot escape it, nor can one who loves eternal life secure it. وإنما سميت الشبهة شبهة لأنها تشبه الحق فما أولياء الله فديوهم فيها اليقين ودليلهم سمت الهدى وأما أعداء الله فدعوهم الضلال ودليلهم العام فما ينجو من الموت من خافه ولا يعطي البقاء من أحبه. Alternative sources for Sermon 38. Al-Amidi, Gurar, 98. Ibn Talha, Talib, I, 170. Al-Jaiz, Raziel, 125. Sermon 39. I am faced with men who do not obey. in disparagement of those who shrink from fighting. خطبها عند علمه بغزوة النعمان بن بشير صاحب معاوية لعين التمر وفيها يبدي عذره ويستنهد الناس لنصرته. I am faced with men who do not obey when I order and do not respond when I call them. May you have no father. What are you waiting for to rise for the cause of Allah? Does not faith join you together, or sense of shame rouse you? I stand among you shouting, and I am calling you for help, but you do not listen to my word, and do not obey my orders, till circumstances show out their bad consequences. No blood can be avenged through you, and no purpose can be achieved with you. I called you for help of your brethren, but made noises like the camel having pain in stomach, and became loose like the camel of thin back. Then a wavering, weak contingent came to me from amongst you, as if they are being led to death, and they are only watching. 1. مانيت بمن لا يثير إذا أمرت ولا يجيب إذا دعوت لا أبا لم. ما تنتظرون بنصركم ربهم. أما دين يجمعم ولا حمية تحمشم. أقوم فيما مستصرخا وأنا ديما متغوثا فلا تسمعون لي قولا ولا تطيعوني لي أمرا حتى تشف الأمور عن عواقب المساءة فما يدرك بمثار ولا يبلغ بممرام دعوتم النصر أخوان فجرجرتم جرجرة. الجمل الأسر وتثلقلتم تثاقل الندو الأدبر ثم خرج المنى من جنيد متذائب ضعيف كان ما يساقون آل الموت وهم ينظرون. As Sayyid A.R. Radi says, Amir al-Mu'minin's word, matarabi, means mudtarib, as they say, tatawebat arrih. Similarly, the wolf is called daibi because of its troubled movement. Alternative sources for Sermon 39. Al-Thaqafi, Al-Gharat, I, 291, 297, 2, 453-4. Al-Baladuri, Ansab, 2, 404. Al-Tabari, Tariq, 6, 41. Events of the year 39H. 1. Muawiyah sent a contingent of 2,000 soldiers under Nu'man ibn Bashir to assault Ainat Tamr. This place was a defense base of Amir al-Mu'minin near Kufa, whose in charge was Malik ibn Kab al-Arhabi. Although there were 1,000 combatants under him, but at the moment only 100 men were present there. When Malik noticed the offensive force advancing, he wrote to Amir al-Mu'minin for help. When Amir al-Mu'minin received the message, he asked the people for his help, but only 300 men got ready, as a result of which Amir al-Mu'minin was much disgusted and delivered this sermon in their admonition. When Amir al-Mu'minin reached his house after delivering the sermon, Adi ibn Hatim Attai came and said, O Amir al-Mu'minin, 1,000 men of Banu Ta'i are under me. If you say, I shall send them off. Amir al-Mu'minin said, It does not look nice that people of one tribe only should meet the enemy. You prepare your force in the valley of Nukayla. Accordingly, he went there and called people to jihad, when besides Banu Ta'i 1,000 other combatants also assembled. They were still preparing to set off when word reached from Malik ibn Kab that there was no need for help, as he had repulsed the enemy. The reason of this was that Malik had sent off Abdullah ibn Hawala al-Azdi hastily to Karaza ibn Kab al-Ansari and Miknaf ibn Salam al-Azdi, so that if there was delay in the arrival of support from Kufa, he could get help from here in time. Abdullah went to both, but got no help from Karaza. However, Miknaf ibn Salam got ready 50 persons under Abd Araman ibn Miknaf, and they reached there near evening. Up to that time, the 2,000 men had not been able to subdue the 100 men of Malik. When Nu'man saw these 50 men, he thought that their forces had started coming in, so he fled away from the battlefield. Even in their retreat, Malik attacked them from rear and killed 3 of their men. Sermon 40. A true statement to which a false meaning. When Amir al-Mu'minin heard the cry of Kharijites that verdict is only that of Allah, he said, a true statement to which a false meaning is attributed. It is true that verdict lies, but with Allah, but these people say that governance is only for Allah. The fact is that there is no escape for men from ruler good or bad. The faithful persons perform acts in his rule, while the unfaithful enjoys benefits in it. During the rule, Allah would carry everything to end. Through the ruler tax is collected, enemy is fought, roadways are protected, and the right of the weak is taken from the strong till the virtuous enjoys peace and allowed protection from the wicked. Hal alayhi salam. كلمة حق يراد بها باطل. نعم أنه لا حم إلا له ولن هؤلاء يقولون. لا إمرة فائن لا بدل لن أس من أمير بر أو فاجر يعمل فأمرته المؤمن ويستمتع فيها الأفرى ويبلغ أله فيها الأجل ويجمع به الفأ ويقاتل به العدو وتامن به السبل ويوخذ به للضعيف من القوي حتى يستريح بر ويستراح من فاجر. Another version. When Amir al-Mu'minin heard the cry of the Kharijites on the said verdict, he said, I am expecting the verdict of Allah on you. Then he continued, As for good government, the pious man performs good acts in it, while in a bad government, the wicked person enjoys till his time is over and death overtakes him. Waqal. Alternative sources for Sermon 40. Al-Shafi'i, Kitab Alam. Al-Tabari, Tariq, 641. Abu Talib al-Makki, Cut, I, 530. Al-Yaqubi, Tariq, 2, 136. Al-Baladuri, Ansab, 352, 355, 361, 377. Al-Mubarad, Al-Kamil, 2, 131. Sermon 41. O people, surely loyalty and truthfulness are twins. In condemnation of treason. وَمِنْ خُطْبَةٍ لَهُ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ. O people, surely loyalty and truthfulness are twins. I do not know a better shield than it. One who realizes the reality of return never betrays. We are in a period when most of the people regard betrayal as wisdom. In these days, the ignorants call it excellence of cunning. What is the matter with them? Allah may destroy them. One who has been through thick and thin of life finds the excuses to be preventing him from orders and prohibitions of Allah, but he disregards them despite capability. While one who has no restraints of religion seizes the opportunity. إن الوفاة دوام الصدق ولا يعلم جنتاء مربوطة أوق منه وما يغدر من علم كيف المرجع ولقد أصبحنا فزمان آت خذ أكثر أهله الغدر كيسا ونسبهم أهل الجهل فيه الحسن الحيلة ما لهم قاتلهم مؤله قد يرى الحول القل بوجه الحيلة ودونها مانع من أمر أله ونهيه فيدعها راي عين بعد القدرة عليها وينتهز فرصتها من لا حريجة له في الدين. Alternative sources for Sermon 41. Ibn Talha, Talib, I 170. Al-Jaiz, Raziel, 125. Sermon 42. O people, what I fear most for you. About heart's desires and extended hopes. وَمِنْ خُطْبَةٍ لَهُ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ. O people, what I fear most about you are two things, acting according to desires and extending of hopes. As regards acting according to desires, this prevents from truth, and as regards extending of hopes, it makes one forget the next world. You should know this world is moving rapidly, and nothing has remained out of it except last particles like the dregs of a vessel which has been emptied by someone. Beware, the next world is advancing, and either of them has sons, i.e. followers. You should become sons of the next world and not become sons of this world, because on the day of judgment, every son would cling to his mother. Today is the day of action, and there is no reckoning, while tomorrow is the day of reckoning, but there would be no action. أيها النؤوس إن أخوف ما أخاف عليم اثنان اتباع الهوى وطول الأمل فما اتباع الهوى فيسد عن الحق وأما طول الأمل فينس الآخرة إلا وإن الدنيا قد ولد حذاء فلم يبقى منها إلا سبابة كسبابة الإناء استبها سابها إلا وأن الآخرة قد أقبلت ولل منهما بانون فونوا من أبناء الآخرة ولا تونوا من أبناء الدنيا فإن كل ولد سيلحق بأمه يوم القيامة وأن اليوم عمل ولا حساب وغدا حساب ولا عمل. As Sayyid A.R. says, Al-Hada means rapid, but some people have read it Jada. According to this version, the meaning would be that the cycle of worldly enjoyments would end soon. Alternative sources for Sermon 42. Nasr, Sifin 3-4. Al-Mufid, Al-Majalis 50, Ibn Qutayba, Yun 2, 353. Al-Kalani, Furu al-Kafi 3, 29. Al-Harani, Tuhaf, 35, 47. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 138. Al-Tusi, Al-Amali, 73, 145. Abu Nuaym, Hilya I 56. Al-Masudi, Miraj 2 for 36. Sermon 43. My preparations for war with the Syrians. After Amir al-Mu'minin had sent Jarir ibn Abdullah al-Bajali to Muawiyah, after Amir al-Mu'minin had sent Jarir ibn Abdullah al-Bajali to Muawiyah, some of his companions suggested preparation to fight with him. Then he said, my preparation for war with the people of Syria, while Jarir ibn Abdullah al-Bajali is still there would be closing the door for Syria and prevention of its people from good action if they intend doing it. However, I have fixed a time limit for Jarir, after which he would not stay without either deception or in disobedience. My opinion is in favor of patience, so wait a while. I do not dislike your getting ready. إن استعدادي لحرب أهل أشيم وجرير عندهم إغلاق لشيم وصرف لأهله عن خير أن أرادوه ولن قد وقيت. لجرير وقتا لا يقيم بعده إلا مخدوعا أو عاسيا والرأي مع الأنا فرود ولا أكره لما الإعداد. I have observed this matter thoroughly from all sides, but I do not find any way except war or heresy. Certainly, there is over the people a ruler who brought about new things and compelled the people to speak out. So they did speak, then rose up and thereafter changed the whole system. وَلَقَدْ ضَرَبْتُ إِنْ فِي هَذَا الْأَمْرِ وَعَيْنَهُ وَقَلَّبَتُ ظَهْرِهِ وَبَطْنِهِ فَلَمْ أَرْلِ إِلَّا الْقِتَالَ أَوْ الْفَرْ أَنَّهُ قَدْ كَانَ عَلَى الْأَمَةِ وَالِي أحدث أحداثا وأوجد أن أسم قالا فقلوا ثم نقموا فغيروا. Alternative sources for Sermon 43. Al-Khwarazmi, Manakib 108. Nasr ibn Museum, Sifin 55. Ibn Qutayba, Al-Imama I 94. Ibn Abd Rabbi, Al-Ikt 2, 108. Al-Sadaq, Manlivru I 461. Al-Tusi, Mizbah for 29. Sermon 44. May God disgrace Maskala. When Maskala one ibn Hubera ash-Shibani fled to Muawiyah because he had purchased some prisoners of Banu Najiyah from an executive of Amir al-Mu'minin, but when he demanded the price the latter avoided and ran to Syria, Amir al-Mu'minin said, Assalamu alayhi salam, bil-mali khasa bihi wa haraba ili ash-Sham. Allah may be bad to Maskala. He acted like the noble, but fled away like a slave. Before his admirer could speak, he silenced him, and before his eulogist could testify to his good deeds, he closed his mouth. If he had stayed behind, we would have taken from him what he could easily pay and waited for the balance till his money increased. قبح إله مسقله فعل فعل السادة وفر فرار العبيد فما انتق مادحه حت أستهي ولا صدق واسفه شت بته ولو أقام لأخذنا ميسوره وانتظرنا بماله فوره. Alternative sources for Sermon 44. Al-Tabari, Tariq 6, 65-77. Al-Thaqafi, Al-Gharat, 329-372. Al-Baladuri, Ansab, 411-417. Ibn Asakir, Tariq, Volume 55 in the account of Maskala ibn Hubera. Al-Masudi, Miraj 3, 419. Abu al-Faraj, Al-Aghani, 9, 100-106. 1. When after arbitration the Kharijites rose, a man of Bani Najiyah from them, named Al-Qurad ibn Rashid and Naji, stood up for instigating people and set off towards Al-Madain with a group killing and marauding. Amir al-Mu'minin sent Ziyad ibn Kasafa with 300 men to check him. When the two forces met at Al-Madain, they attacked each other with swords. Only one encounter or so had taken place when the gloom of evening prevailed and the battle had to be stopped. When morning appeared, Zad's men noticed that 5 dead bodies of the Kharijites were lying and they themselves had cleared off the battlefield. Seeing this, Ziyad set off for Basra along with his men. There he came to know that the Kharijites had gone to Awaz. Ziyad did not move onwards for paucity of force and informed Amir al-Mu'minin of it. Amir al-Mu'minin called back Ziyad and sent Makil ibn Qais Arioi with 2,000 experienced combatants towards Awaz and wrote to the governor of Basra, Abdullah ibn Abbas, to send 2,000 swordsmen of Basra for the help of Makil. Consequently, the contingent from Basra also joined them at Awaz, and after proper organization, they got ready for attacking the enemy. But Al-Qurat marched on along with his men to the hills of Ramhermes. These people also followed him and overtook him near these hills. Both arrayed their forces and started attacking each other. The result of this encounter was also that 370 Kharijites were killed in the battlefield while the rest ran away. Makil informed Amir al-Mu'minin of his performance and of the enemies running away when Amir al-Mu'minin directed him to chase them and so to shatter their power that they should not be able to raise heads again. On receipt of this order, he moved on and overtook him on the coast of the Persian Gulf, where Al-Qurat had by persuasion secured the cooperation of the people and enlisting men from here and there, had collected a considerable force. When Makil reached there, he raised the flag of peace and announced that those who had collected from here and there should get away. They would not be molested. The effect of this announcement was that, save for his own community, all others deserted him. He organized those very men and commenced the battle, but valorous combatants of Basra and Kufa displayed such excellent use of swords that in a short time 170 men of the insurgents were killed, while Numan ibn Suban Arizabai encountered Al-Qurat and eventually felled him and killed him. Soon upon his fall, the enemy lost ground, and they fled away from the battlefield. Thereafter Makil collected all the men, women, and children from their camps at one place. From among them, those who were Muslims were released after swearing of allegiance. Those who had turned heretics were called upon to resume Islam. Consequently, except one old Christian, all others secured release by accepting Islam, and this old man was killed. Then he took with him those Christians of Bani Najiyah who had taken part in this revolt together with their families. When Makil reached Ardashir Kura, these prisoners wailed and cried before its governor Maskala ibn Hubera Ash-Shaybani and beseeched humiliatively to do something for their release. Maskala sent word to Makil through Dul ibn al-Harith to sell these prisoners to him. Makil agreed and sold those prisoners to him for 500,000 dirhams and told him to dispatch the price immediately to Amir al-Mu'minin. He said that he was sending the first installment at once, and the remaining installments would also be sent soon. When Makil met Amir al-Mu'minin, he related the whole event before him. Amir al-Mu'minin ratified this action and waited for the prize for some time, but Maskala observed such deep silence as if nothing was due from him. At last Amir al-Mu'minin sent a messenger to him and sent him word to either send the price or to come himself. On Amir al-Mu'minin's order, he came to Kufa and on demand of the price paid 200,000 dirhams, but to evade the balance went away to Muawiyaz, who made him the governor of Tabarastan. When Amir al-Mu'minin came to know all this, he spoke these words. Its sum total is that, if he had stayed, we would have been considerate to him in demanding the price and would have waited for improvement of his financial condition. But he fled away like slaves after displaying a showy act. Talk about his high perseverance had just started when people began to discuss his baseless and lowliness. Sermon 45, Praise belongs to God, whose mercy. About Allah's greatness and lowliness of this world. وَمِنْ خُطْبَةٍ لَهُ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ وهو بعد خطبة طويلة خطبها يوم الفطر وفيها يحمد إله ويذم الدنيا. Praise is due to Allah, from whose mercy no one loses hope, from whose bounty no one is deprived, from whose forgiveness no one is disappointed, and for whose worship no one is too high. His mercy never ceases, and his bounty is never missed. الأحمد له غير مقنوط من رحمته ولا مخلون من نعمته ولا ميؤوس من مغفرته ولا مستنف عن عبادته الذيلة تبرح منه رحمة ولا تفقد له نعمة. This world is a place for which destruction is ordained, and for its inhabitants departure from here is destined. Is sweet and green. It hastens towards its seeker and attaches to the heart of the viewer. So depart from here with the best of provision available with you, and do not ask herein more than what is enough, and do not demand from it more than subsistence. ولدنيا دار من لها الفناء ولأهلها منها الجلاء وحلوة خضرة قد عجلت للطلب والتبست بقلب ألن آذر. فارتحلوا منها بأحسن ما بحضرتم من الزاد ولا تسلوا فيها فوق الفاف ولا تطلبوا منها أكثر من البلاغ. Alternative sources for Sermon 45. Al-Sadak, Manladaru, I. 327. Al-Tusi, Mizbah, 458. Parts of it recorded by Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, Al-Jaiz, Al-Bayan, I. 171. Ibn Qutayba, Yiyun, 2. 235. Al-Harani, 2-half. Al-Bakalani, Ijaz, 222. Sermon 46. My God, I seek thy refuge. When Amir al-Mu'minin decided to march toward Syria, he made this supplication when mounting the horse and placing his foot in the stirrup. My God, I seek thy protection from the hardships of journey, from the grief of returning, and from the scene of devastation of property and men. O Allah, thou art the companion in journey, and thou art one who is left behind for family. None except thee can join these two, because one who is left behind cannot be a companion in journey, nor one who is in company on a journey can at the same time be left behind. اللهم أن أعوذ بك من وعثاء السفر وكآبة المنقلب وسوء المنظر فالأهل والمال والولد. اللهم أنت الصاحب فالسفر وأنت الخليفة فالأهل ولا يجمعهما غيرك لأن المستخلف لا يون مستصحبا والمستصحب لا يون مستخلفا. As Sayyid Ararati says, the earlier part of this sermon is related from the Prophet, but Amir al-Mu'minin has completed it very aptly by adding most eloquent sentences at the end. This addition is from None except thee can join up to the end. قال السيد الشريف أقول وابتداء هذا اللام مروي عن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله عليه السلام بأبلغ كلام وتممه بأحسن تمام من قولي ولا يجمعهما غيرك الآخر الفصل. Alternative sources for Sermon 46. Atham al-Kufi, Alpha 2, 2, 461. Nasr, Sifin, 132. Al-Qadi al-Numan, Dawa'im, I. 347. Narrated from the Prophet in Al-Azhari, Talib, 3, 153. Al-Nuri, Riyad al-Salihin, 197. Hadith 975. Sermon 47. O Kufa, it is as if I see you. About calamities befalling Kufa. فَذَكَرَ أَلُوفَهُ. O Kufa, as though I see you being drawn like the tan leather of a qazi one in the market. You are being scraped by calamities and being ridden by severe troubles. I certainly too know that if any tyrant intends evil for you, Allah will afflict him with worry and fling him with a killer. Alternative sources for Sermon 47. Ibn al-Faqih, Kitab al-Buldan, 163. Al-Zamakhshari, Rabi, Bab al-Bilad wa al-Dair. 1. During pre-Islamic days, a market used to be organized every year near Mecca. Its name was Ukase, where mostly hides were traded, as a result of which leather was attributed to it. Besides sale and purchase, literary meetings were also arranged, and Arabs used to attract admiration by reciting their works. After Islam, because of the better congregation in the shape of Hajj, this market went down. 2. This prophecy of Amir al-Mu'minin was fulfilled word by word, and the world saw how the people who had committed tyranny and oppression on the strength of their masterly power had a face tragic end, and what ways of their destruction were engendered by their bloodshedding and homicidal activities. Consequently, the end of Ziyad ibn Abi was that when he intended to deliver a speech for vilification of Amir al-Mu'minin, suddenly paralysis overtook him, and he could not get out of his bed thereafter. The end of the bloodshed perpetrated by Ubaydullah ibn Ziyad was that he fell a prey to leprosy, and eventually bloodthirsty swords put him to death. The ferocity of al-Hajjaj ibn Yusuf ADH the coffee drove him to the fate that snakes cropped up in his stomach, as a result of which he died after severe pain. Umar ibn Hubaira al-Fazari died of leukoderma. Khalid ibn Abdullah al-Khazri suffered the hardships of prison and was killed in a very bad way. Musab ibn Azubair and Yazid ibn al-Muhalab ibn Abi Sufra were also killed by swords. Sermon 48, Praise belongs to God when night. Delivered at the time of marching towards Syria. عند المسير إلى الشام. Praise is due to Allah when night spreads and darkens, and praise be to Allah whenever the star shines and sets. And praise be to Allah whose bounty never misses and whose favors cannot be repaid. الحمد له كل ما وقب ليل وغسق والحمد له كل ما لاح نجم وخفق والحمد له غير مفقود للنعام ولا مافن. Al-Afdal. Well, I have sent forward my vanguard one, and have ordered them to remain in camp on this bank of the river till my order reaches them. My intention is that I should cross this water over to the small habitation of people residing on the sides of the Tigris, and rouse them to march with you towards the enemy, and keep them as auxiliary force for you. As Sayyid A.R. Radi says, hereby Miltat, Amir al-Mu'minin has meant the direction where he had ordered the men to camp, and that was the bank of the Euphrates. And Miltat is used for the bank of a river, although its literal meaning is level ground, whereas by Nutfa, he means the water of the Euphrates. And these are amazing expressions. قال السيد الشريف أقول يعان عليه السلام بالملتات ها هنا السمت الذي أمرهم بلزومه وهو شاطئ الفرات ويقال ذلك أيضا لشاطئ البحر وأصله ما استوى من الأرض ويعن بالنطفة ماء الفرات وهو من غريب العبارات وعجيبها. Alternative sources for Sermon 48. Nasr, Sifin, 131-132. Mentioned by a group of biographers. See Ibn Abi al-Adid, I, 287. 1. Amir al-Mu'minin delivered this sermon when he camped at the valley of Nukayla on Wednesday, the 5th Shawwal. 37H on his way to Sifin. The vanguard mentioned herein means the 12,000 persons whom he had sent towards Sifin under the command of Ziyad ibn Nadir and Shure ibn Hani. While the small force of Al-Madin mentioned by him was a contingent of 1,200 men who had come up in response to Amir al-Mu'minin's call. Sermon 49. Praise belongs to God, who knows the inside, about Allah's greatness and sublimity. Praise be to Allah who lies inside all hidden things, and towards whom all open things guide. He cannot be seen by the eye of an onlooker, but the eye which does not see him cannot deny him, while the mind that proves his existence cannot perceive him. He is so high in sublimity that nothing can be more sublime than he, while in nearness he is so near that no one can be nearer than he. But his sublimity does not put him at a distance from anything of his creation, nor does his nearness bring them on equal level to him. He has not informed wit about the limits of his qualities. Nevertheless, he has not prevented it from securing essential knowledge of him. So he is such that all signs of existence stand witness for him till the denying mind also believes in him. Allah is sublime beyond what is described by those who liken him to things or those who deny him. Alternative sources for Sermon 49. Al-Wasiti, Yun, see Al-Majlisi Bihar, Volume 67, 304. Sermon 50. Verily, the source of misguidance lies in admixture of right and wrong. وَمِنْ خُطْبَةٍ لَهُ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ. The basis of the occurrence of evils are those desires which are acted upon and the orders that are innovated. They are against the Book of Allah. People cooperate with each other about them, even though it is against the religion of Allah. If wrong had been pure and unmixed, it would not be hidden from those who are in search of it. And if right had been pure, without admixture of wrong, those who bear hatred towards it would have been silenced. What is, however, done is that something is taken from here and something from there, and the two are mixed. At this stage, Satan overpowers his friends, and they alone escape, for whom virtue has been apportioned by Allah from before. إنما بدء وقوع الفتن أهواء تتبع وحام تبتدع يخالف فيها كتاب الله ويتولى عليها رجالا على غير دين الله فلو أن الباطل خلص من مزاج الحق لم يخف على المرتدين ولو أن الحق خلص من لبس الباطل انقطعت عنه سن المعاندين ولن يؤخذ من هذا ضغث ومن هذا ضغث فيمزجان فهنالك يستول الشيطان على أوليائه وينجو الذين سبقت لهم من الله الحسن. Alternative sources for Sermon 50. Al-Barqi, Al-Mahisin, I, 208. Al-Kalani, Yusul al-Kafi, Bab al-Bida, wa al-Ray wa al-Makais. Edom, Radat al-Kafi, 58. Al-Yaqubi, Tariq, 2, 136. Al-Tawidi, Al-Basar, 32. Sermon 51. They ask you to feed them. When in Siphon the men of Muawiyah overpowered the men of Amir al-Mu'minin and occupied the bank of river Euphrates and prevented them from taking its water, Amir al-Mu'minin said, "Wa min kalami alayhi salam." They are asking you morsels of battle. So either you remain in ignominy and the lowest position or drench your swords with blood and quench your thirst with water. Real death is in the life of subjugation, while real life is in dying as subjugators. Beware, Muawiyah is leading a small group of insurgents and has kept them in dark about the true facts with the result that they have made their bosoms the targets of death. قد استطعموكم القتال فاقروا علم ذلتاء مربوطة وتخير محلتاء مربوطة أو رو السيوف من الدماء تروا من الماء فالموت فحياة مقهورين والحياة فموت قاهرين إلا وأن معاوية قاد لمة من الغوات وعمس عليهم الخبر حتى جعلوا نحورهم أغراض المنية. Alternative sources for Sermon 51. Nasr, Sifin, C. Ibn Abi al-Adid, Sha'ari, 329. 1. Amir al-Mu'minin had not reached Sifin when Muawiyah posted 40,000 men on the bank of the river to close the way to the watering place, so that none except the Syrians could take the water. When Amir al-Mu'min's force alighted there, they found that there was no watering place except this one for them to take water. If there was one, it was difficult to reach there by crossing high hillocks. Amir al-Mu'minin sent Sasa ibn Su'an al-Abdi to Muawiyah with a request to raise the control over water. Muawiyah refused. On this side, Amir al-Mu'minin's army was troubled by thirst. When Amir al-Mu'minin noticed this position, he said, "Get up and secure water by dint of sword." Consequently, these thirsty persons drew their swords out of sheaths, put arrows in their bows, and dispersing Muawiyah's men, went right down into the river, and then hit these guards away and occupied the watering place themselves. Now, Amir al-Mu'minin's men also desired that just as Muawiyah had put restriction on water by occupation of the watering place, the same treatment should be accorded to him and his men, and no Syrian should be allowed water, and every one of them should be made to die of thirst. But Amir al-Mu'minin said, "Do you want to take the same brutal step which these Syrians had taken? Never prevent anyone from water. Whoever wants to drink may drink, and whoever wants to take away may take away." Consequently, despite occupation of the river by Amir al-Mu'minin's army, no one was prevented from the water, and everyone was given full liberty to take water. Sermon 52. Beware, the world is wrapping itself. The downfall of the world and reward and punishment in the next world. Its subject is the downfall of the world and reward and punishment in the next world. Beware, the world is wrapping itself up and has announced its departure. Its known things have become strangers, and it is speedily moving backward. It is advancing its inhabitants towards destruction and driving its neighbors towards death. Its sweet things have become sour, and its clear things have become polluted. Consequently, what has remained of it is just like the remaining water in a vessel or a mouthful of water in the measure. If a thirsty person drinks it, his thirst is not quenched. إلا وأن المياه قد تسرمت وآذنت بانقضاء وتنر معروفها وادبرت حذاء أنفه تحفز بالفناء سنها وتحدو بالموت جيرانها وقد مر منها ما كان حلوى وكدر منها ما كان سفو فلم يبق منها إلا سملا كسمالة لداوة أو جرعة كجرعة المقلة لو تمززها السديان لم ينقع. O creatures of Allah, get ready to go out of this world for whose inhabitants decay is ordained, and heart's wishes should overpower you, nor should you take your stay to be long. By Allah, if you cry like the she-camel that has lost its young one, call out like the cooing of pigeons, make noise like devoted recluses, and turn to Allah, leaving your wealth and children as a means to secure his nearness and high position with him, or the forgiveness of sins which have been covered by his books and recorded by his angels. It would be less than his reward that I expect for you, or his retribution that I fear about you. فاسمعوا عباد أله الرحيل عن هذه لدو أرى المقدورة على أهلها الزوال ولا يغلبن مفيها الأمل ولا يطولن عليم الأمد. فواله لو حننتم حنين أله العجال ودعوتم بهديل الحمام وجرتم جوار متبتل الرهبان وخرجتم الأله من الأموال والأولاد التماس القربة إليه فارتفاع الدرجة عنده أو غفران سية أحصتها كتبه وحفظتها رسله لان. قليلا فيما أرجو لمن ثوابه وأخاف عليم من عقابه. By Allah, if your hearts melt down thoroughly and your eyes shed tears of blood, either in hope for him or for fear from him, and you're also allowed to live in this world all the time that it lasts, even then your actions cannot pay for his great bounties over you and his having guided you towards faith. وتاله لو أن ماثت قلوبهم أنمياثا وسالت عيون من رغبة إليه ورهبة منه دما ثم عمرتم فألدنيا ما ألدنيا باقية ما. Alternative sources for Sermon 52. Al-Sadaq, Manladru I, 329. Al-Tusi, Al-Misbah, 461. Parts of it in Abu Nuaym, Al-Hilya, I, 77. Al-Mufid, Imam Ali, 87. Sermon 53, The Best Kind of Sacrifice. Description of the day of sacrifice. For an animal to be fully fit for sacrifice, it is necessary that both its ears should be raised upwards and its eyes should be healthy. If the ears and the eyes are sound, the animal of sacrifice is sound and perfect, even though its horn be broken or it drags its feet to the place of sacrifice. As Sayyid A.R. Radi says, here place of sacrifice means place of slaughter. ومن تمام الأضحية استشراف إذنها وسلامة عينها. فإذا سلمت الأذن والعين سلمت الأضحية وتمت ولو كانت عذباء لقرن تجر رجلها المنسك. قال السيد الشريف والمنسك هنا المذبح. Alternative sources for Sermon 53. Al-Shaduk, Man la yaduru, e. 461. Al-Tusi, Mizbah, 429. Al-Khwarazmi, Al-Manakib, 108. Nasr, Sifin, 201. Ibn Qutayba, Al-Imama, 94. Ibn Abd Rabbi, Alik 2, 108. Sermon 54, Rush Towards Me. On the swearing of allegiance. فَذَكَرَ الْبَيْعَةِ. They leapt upon me as the camels leap upon each other on their arrival for drinking water, having been let loose after unfastening of their four legs, till I thought they would either kill me or kill one another in front of me. I thought over this matter in and out to the extent that it prevented me from sleeping. But I found no way except to fight them or else to reject whatever has been brought by Muhammad. I found that to face war was easier for me than to face the retribution, and the hardships of this world were easier than the hardships of the next world. Mawtatul Akhirah. Alternative sources for Sermon 54. Ibn Abd Rabbi, Alik 4. Ibn Al-Athir, Al-Nahaya, 2, 128. Abu Miknaf, Al-Jamal, C. Ibn Abi al-Adid, I, 340. Also the sources mentioned under Sermon 26. Sermon 55, as to your statement that, when Amir al-Mu'minin's men showed impatience on his delay in giving them permission to fight in Siffin, he said, well, as for your idea whether this is due to my unwillingness for death, then by Allah, I do not care whether I proceed towards death or death advances towards me. As for your impression that it may be due to my misgivings about the people of Syria, well, by Allah, I did not put off war even for a day except in the hope that some group may join me, find guidance through me, and see my light with their weak eyes. This is dearer to me than to kill them in the state of their misguidance, although they would be bearing their own sins. وَأَمَا قَوْلٌ شَفَ أَهْلُ أَشْيَمْ فويله ما دفعت الحرب يوما إلا واننا أطمع أن تلحق بطائفة فتهتدي بي وتعشو. الضوء فهو أحب من أن أقتلها على ضلالها وأن كانت تبوء بآثامها. Alternative sources for Sermon 55. Nasr, Sifin 209. Abd al-Zah, Masadir 2:27 says that statements to this effect have been widely narrated from Ali. Sermon 56, in the company of the Prophet, about steadiness in the battlefield. In the company of the Prophet of Allah, we used to fight our parents, sons, brothers, and uncles, and this continued us in our faith, in submission, in our following the right path, in endurance over the pangs of pain, and in our fight against the enemy. A man from our side and one from the enemy would pounce upon each other, like energetic men contesting as to who would kill the other. Sometime our man got over his adversary, and sometime the enemy's man got over ours. وَلَقَدْ كُنَّا أَلِفٌ مَعَ رَسُولِ إِلْهِ صَلِّ إِلْهِ عَلَيْهِ وَآلِهِ نقتل آباءنا وأبناءنا وإخواننا وعمامنا ما يزيدنا ذلك إلا إيمانا وتسليما ومضي على ألكم وصبرا على مضض الألم وجد على جهاد العدو ولقد كان الرجل منا ألف والأخر من عدونا يتساولان تساؤل الفحلين يتخالسان أنفسهما أيهما يسوق صاحبه كاس المنون فمرة لنا من عدونا ومرة لعدونا منا ألف. When Allah had observed our truth, He sent ignominy to our foe and sent his succor to us till Islam got established with neck on the ground and resting in its place. By my life, if we had also behaved like you, no pillar of religion could have been raised, nor could the tree of faith have borne leaves. By Allah, certainly you will now milk our blood, and eventually you will face. Shame point 1. فَلَمَا رَأَ أَلْهُ صَدَقْنَا إِنْزِلْ بِعُدُونَا الْبَتَّةِ وانزل علينا نسر حتى استقر الإسلام ملقيا جيرانه ومتبوئا أوتانه. ولعمري لو كنا ألف ناتمة أتيتم ما قام للدين عمود ولا إخدار للإيمان عود ويم أله لتحتلبنها دما ولا تتبعنها ندما. Alternative sources for Sermon 56. Nasr, Sifin 520. Al-Zamakhshari 4 Rabi, Bab al-Qadl wa al-Shahada. Al-Thaqafi, Al-Gharat, Al-Waqidi, Al-Jamal. 4. And C. Ibn Abi al-Hadid, I. 348-355. 1. When Muhammad ibn Abi Bakr had been killed, Muawiyah sent Abdullah ibn Amir al-Hadrami to Basra to exhort the people of Basra for avenging Uthman's blood, because the natural inclination of most of the inhabitants of Basra, and particularly of Banu Tamim, was towards Uthman. Consequently, he stayed with Banu Tamim. This was the time when Abdullah ibn Abbas, the governor of Basra, had gone to Kufa for condolence about Muhammad ibn Abi Bakr, leaving Zayd ibn Ubayd as his substitute. When the atmosphere in Basra began to deteriorate, Ziyad informed Amir al-Mu'minin of all the facts. Amir al-Mu'minin tried to get Banu Tamim of Kufa ready, but they kept complete silence and gave no reply. When Amir al-Mu'minin saw this weakness and shamelessness on their part, he gave this speech, namely, that during the days of the Prophet we did not see whether those killed at our hands were our kith and kin. But whoever collided with right, we were prepared to collide with him. If we too had acted carelessly or been guilty of an action like you, then neither religion could have taken root, nor could Islam prosper. The result of this shaking was that Ayn ibn Dabiya al-Majashii prepared himself, but on reaching Basra, he was killed by the swords of the enemy. Thereafter, Amir al-Mu'minin sent off Yariya ibn Qudama as Sudi with 50 men of Bani Tamim. First he tried his best to canvass his own tribe, but instead of following the right path, they stooped down to abusing and fighting. Then Yariya called Ziyad and the tribe of Az for his help. Soon on their arrival, Ibn al-Hadrami also came out with his men. Swords were used from both sides for some time, but eventually Ibn al-Hadrami fled away with 70 persons and took refuge in the house of Sabal as-Sudi. When Yahya saw no other way, he got this house set on fire. When fire rose into flames, they came out in search of safety, but could not succeed in running away. Some of them were crushed to death under the wall, while others were killed. Sermon 57. Soon after me, there would be put on you. Amir al-Mu'minin said to his companions about Muawiyah, وَمِنْ كَلَامِ اللَّهِ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ لِأَصْحَابِهِ. Soon after me, there would be put on you a man with a broad mouth and a big belly. He would swallow whatever he gets and would crave for what he does not get. You should kill him, but you would not kill him. He would command you to abuse me and to renounce me. As for abusing, you do abuse me because that would mean purification for me and salvation for you. As regards renunciation, you should not renounce me because I have been born on the natural religion and was foremost in accepting it as well as in Hydra one. أما إنه سيظهر عليم بعدي رجل رحب البلعوم مندحق البطن يأكل ما يجد ويطلب ما لا يجد فاقتلوه ولن تقتلوه إلا وأنه سيأمركم بسب والبراءة من فما السب فسبونا فان هلي زكاة لم نجاه وأما البراءة فلا تتبروا من فان ولدت على الفطرة وسبقت للإيمان والهجرة. Alternative sources for Sermon 57. Al-Thaqafi, Al-Gharat, C. Ibn Abi al-Adid, I. 373. Al-Kalani, Usul al-Kafi, 207. Al-Ayashi, Tafsir, under verse 16:106. Al-Himyari, Kurb al-Asnad. Al-Baladuri, Ansab, 2. 119. Al-Hakim, Al-Mustadrak, 2. 385. Al-Tusi, Imam Ali, I. 214, 2. 374. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 184. 1. About the person to whom Amir al-Mu'minin has alluded in this sermon, some people hold that he is Ziyad ibn Abai. Some hold that he is Al-Hajjaj ibn Yusuf ADH Thaqafi, and some hold that he is Mughira ibn Shuba. But most of the commentators have held him to be Muawiyah, and this is correct because the qualities that Amir al-Mu'minin has described prove true fully on him alone. Thus, Ibn Abi al-Adid has written about the gluttonous quality of Muawiyah that once the Prophet sent for him, and he was informed that Muawiyah was busy eating. Then a second and third time a man was sent to call him, but he brought the same news. Thereupon the Prophet said, "May Allah never satisfy his belly." The effect of this curse was that when he felt tired of eating, he would say, "Take away, for by Allah, I am not satiated, but I am tired and disgusted." Similarly, his abusing Amir al-Mu'minin and ordering his officers for it are such accepted facts of history about which there is no scope of denying. In this connection, such words were used on the pulpit that even Allah and the Prophet were hit by them. Thus, al-Mu'minin of Salamah wrote to Muawiyah, "Certainly you people abuse Allah and the Prophet, and this is like this that you hurl abuses on Ali and those who love him, while I do stand witness that Allah and the Prophet did love him." Thanks to Umar ibn Abdulaziz, who put a stop to it, and introduced the following verse in place of abuse in the sermons. "Verily Allah enjoineth justice and benevolence, and giving unto the kindred, and forbidden lewdness and evil and rebellion. He exhorteth you that ye may take heed." In this sermon, Amir al-Mu'minin has ordered his killing on the basis of the Prophet's order that when you see Muawiyah on my pulpit, kill him. Sermon 58. Storms may overtake you. Addressing the Kharijites, Amir al-Mu'minin said, "Storms may overtake you, while there may be none to prick you. Shall I be witness to my becoming heretic after acceptance of faith and fighting in the company of the Prophet? In that case, I shall be misguided, and I shall not be on the right path. So you should return to your evil places and get back on the traces of your heels. Beware, certainly you will meet, after me, overwhelming disgrace and sharp sword and tradition that will be adopted by the oppressors as a norm towards you. Point 1. As Sayyid A.R. Radi says, in the words Wala Bakiya Minkum Abrin, used by Amir al-Mu'minin, the Abir has been related with Bay and R.A., and it has been taken from the Arab saying Rajulan Abran, which means the man who prunes the date palm trees and improves them. In one version, the word is athur, and its meaning is relator of good news. In my view, this is more appropriate, as though Amir al-Mu'minin intends to say that there should remain none to carry news. In one version, the word appears as abais with ziyeh, which means one who leaps. One who dies is also called abais. قال الشريف قوله عليه السلام ولا بق من آبرة يروى على ثلاثة أوجه أحدها أن يون كما ذكرناه بالراء من قولهم رجل آبر للذي يأبر النخل أي يصلحه ويروى آثر يراد به الذي يأثر الحديث أي يحييه ويرويه وهو أصح الوجوه عندي كأنه عليه السلام قال لا بق من مخبر ويروى آبز بزاي معجمة وهو الواثب والهالك أيضا يقال له آبز. Alternative sources for Sermon 58. Al-Tabari, Tariq, 6, 48, 3378. Ibn Qutayba, Al-Imama, I, 124. Sit ibn al-Jazi, Takara 100. Al-Tabari, Al-Mustarshid 162. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nahaya, under. Al-Baladuri, Ansab, 2, 369. Al-Mubarad, Al-Kamil, 2, 141. 1. History corroborates that after Amir al-Mu'minin, the Kharijites had to face all sorts of ignominy and disgrace, and wherever they raised their heads for creating trouble, they were met with swords and spears. Thus Ziyad ibn Abi, Ubaidullah ibn Ziyad, Al-Hajjaj ibn Yusuf, Musab ibn Hudayr, and Al-Muhallab ibn Abi Sufra left no stone unturned in annihilating them from the surface of the globe. Particularly Al-Muhallab chased them for 19 years, routed them thoroughly, and rested only after completing their destruction. At-Tabari writes that when 10,000 Kharijites collected in Silla Wasalibra, then Al-Muhallab faced them so steadfastly that he killed 7,000 Kharijites, while the remaining 3,000 fled towards Kerman for life. But when the governor of Persia noticed their rebellious activities, he surrounded them in Saba and killed a good number of them then and there. Those remained again fled to Isfahan and Kerman. From there they again formed a contingent and advanced towards Kufa via Basra. Al-Harith ibn Abi Rabia al-Makhzumi and Abd Yaraman ibn Miknaf al-Azdi stood up with 6,000 combatants to stop their advance and turn them out of Iraq's boundaries. In this way, successive encounters completely trampled their military power, and turning them out of cities compelled them to roam about in the deserts. Afterwards, also, when they rose in the form of groups, they were crushed. Ibn al-Athir, Volume 4, pp. 196 to 206. Sermon 59, The Place They Shall Fall. When Amir al-Mu'minin showed his intention to fight the Kharijites, he was told that they had crossed the bridge of Narawan and gone over to the other side. Amir al-Mu'minin said, وَقَالْ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ لَمَا عَزَمَ عَلَّ حَرْبِ الْخَوَارِجِ. Their falling place is on this side of the river. By Allah, not even 10 of them will survive, while from your side, not even 10 will be killed. Point 1. As Sayyid Aradi says, in this sermon, Nutfa implies the river Euphrates, and for water this is the nicest expression, even though water may be much. We have indicated that in an earlier sermon where a similar expression was used. Alternative sources for Sermon 59. Al-Bayhaqi, Al-Mahasin, 385. Al-Masudi, Miraj, 2, 416. Al-Mubarad, Al-Kamil, 2, 120. 1. This prophecy cannot be attributed to wit and farsightedness, because far-sighted eyes may forecast victory or defeat and preconceive the outcome of war, but to tell about the correct figures of the killed on either side is beyond their capacity. This can be done only by one who can unveil the unknown future and see the coming scene with his eyes, and who sees the sketches yet to appear on the page of the future with the help of the light of knowledge possessed by him as Imam. Consequently, Events occurred just according to what this inheritor of the prophet's knowledge had said, and from among the Kharijites, all except 9 persons were killed. 2 of them fled away to Yemen, 2 to Sijistan, 2 to Kerman, and 2 to Al-Jazeera, while 1 escaped to Talmazan. Of Amir al-Mu'minin's party, only 8 men fell as martyrs. Sermon 60, by Allah. No, not yet. When Amir al-Mu'minin was told that the Kharijites had been totally killed, he said, وَقَالْ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ لَمَا قَتَلَ الْخَوَارِجِ. By Allah, no, not yet. They still exist in the loins of men and wombs of women. Whenever a chief would appear from among them, he would be cut down till the last of them would turn thieves and robbers. 1. Alternative sources for Sermon 60. Al-Bayhaqi, Al-Mahasin, 385. Al-Masudi, Miraj, 2, 416. Al-Mubarad, Al-Kamil, 2, 120. 1. This prophecy of Amir al-Mu'minin also proved true word by word. Every chief of Kharijites who rose was put to sword. A few of their chiefs who were badly put to death are mentioned here. 1. Nafi ibn Azraq al-Hanafi. The largest group of the Kharijites, namely al-Azrika, is named after him. He was killed by Salamah al-Bahili during encounter with the army of Muslim ibn Ubis. 2. Najda ibn Amir. The Najdat al-Adriya sect of Kharijites is named after him. Abu Fudayk al-Khariji got him killed. 3. Abdullah ibn Ibad at-Tamimi. The sect of Badite is named after him. He was killed during encounter with Abdullah ibn Muhammad ibn Atiyah. 4. Abu Bayhaz Haysam ibn Jabir ad-Dubai. The sect of al-Bayhasiyah is named after him. Uthman ibn Hayyan al-Muri, the governor of Medina, got his hands and feet severed and then killed him. 5. Urwa ibn Udayyah at-Tamimi. Ziyad ibn Abai killed him during the reign of Muawiyah. 6. Qatari ibn al-Fujaj al-Mazini at-Tamimi. When he encountered the army of Sufyan ibn al-Abrad al-Kalbi in Tabarastan, then Sura ibn al-Hur ad-Darimi killed him. 7. Abu Bilal Mirdas ibn Udayyah at-Tamimi was killed in encounter with Abbas ibn Akhtar al-Mazini. 8. Shadhab al-Khariji al-Yashkuri was killed during encounter with said ibn Amr al-Harashi. 9. Hathara ibn Wada al-Asadi was killed at the hands of a man of Banu Tayyitin. Al-Mustrid ibn Ulafa at-Tami was killed by Makil ibn Kays Ariyahi in the reign of Muawiyah. 11. Shabib ibn Yazid ash-Shaybani died by being drowned in river. 12. Imran ibn al-Harith ar-Razabai was killed in the Battle of Dulab. 13. 14. Zahaf at-Tai and Karab ibn Murray al-Azdi were killed in encounter with Banu Tahiyya. 15. Azizubair ibn Ali as-Salidi at-Tamimi was killed in encounter with Atab ibn Warqa ar-Riyahi. 16. Ali ibn Bashir ibn al-Mahuz al-Yarbi. Al-Hajjaj ibn Yusuf Adh Thaqafi got him killed. 17. Ubaidullah ibn Bashir was killed in encounter with al-Muhalab ibn Abi Sufra in the Battle of Dulab. 18. Abu al-Wazi ar-Razabai, a man in the graveyard of Banu Yashkur, felled a wall on him and killed him. 19. Abdu Rabi as-Sagar was killed in encounter with al-Muhalab ibn Abi Sufra. 20. Al-Walid ibn Tarif ash-Shaybani was killed in encounter with Yazid ibn Mazyad ash-Shaybani. 21-24. Abdullah ibn al-Kindi, al-Mukhtar ibn Awf al-Azdi, Abraha ibn Asabah, and Balj ibn Uqba al-Asadi were killed by Abd al-Malik ibn Atiyah as-Sadi in the reign of Marwan ibn Muhammad. Sermon 61. Do not fight the Khawarij after me. Amir al-Mu'minin also said concerning the Kharijites, do not fight the Kharijites after me, because one who seeks right but does not find it is not like one who seeks wrong and finds it. As Sayyid Ar-Radi says, Amir al-Mu'minin means Muawiyah and his men. Alternative sources for Sermon 61. Al-Sadaq, Ilal, 201. Al-Tusi, Al-Tadhib 2:48. 1. The reason for stopping people from fighting the Kharijites was that Amir al-Mu'minin was clearly perceiving that after him authority and power would devolve on people who would be ignorant of the proper occasion of jihad, and who will make use of sword only to maintain their sway. And there were those who excelled, even Kharijites, in holding and calling Amir al-Mu'minin bad. So those who are themselves in the wrong have no right to fight others in the wrong. Again, those who are willfully in the wrong can be allowed to fight those who are in the wrong by mistake. Thus, Amir al-Mu'minin's words make this fact clear that the misguidance of Kharijites was not willful, but under Satan's influence. They mistook wrong as right and stuck to it. On the other hand, the position of misguidance of Muawiyah and his party was that they rejected right, realizing it as right, and appropriated wrong as the code of their conduct, fully knowing that it was wrong. Their audacity in the matter of religion reached the stage that it can neither be regarded as a result of misunderstanding nor can it be covered under the garb of error of judgment. Because they openly transgressed the limits of religion and paid no heed to the Prophet's injunctions in comparison with their own view. Thus, Ibn Abi al-Adid has written that when the Prophet's companion Abu Darda saw utensils of gold and silver being used by Muawiyah, he said he had heard the Prophet saying, "One who drinks in vessels of gold and silver will feel flames of the fire of hell in his stomach," whereupon Muawiyah said, "As for me, I do not find any harm in it." Similarly, creating Ziyad ibn Abiya's blood relationship with himself by his own opinion in total disregard of the Prophet's injunction, abusing the descendants of the Prophet over the pulpit, transgressing the limits of Sharia, shedding blood of innocent persons, and placing over Muslims a vicious individual, and thus opening the way to disbelief and atheism are events that to attribute them to any misunderstanding is like willfully closing eyes to facts. Sermon 62. Surely, there is a strong protective shield of Allah. When Amir al-Mu'minin was warned of being killed by deceit, he said, "Surely, there's a strong protective shield of Allah over me. When my day would come, it would get away from me and hand me over to death. At that time, neither an arrow would go amiss, nor a wound would heal up." Alternative sources for Sermon 62. Ibn Kathir, Al-Bidayah 8:12 from Abu Dawud, Kitab al-Qadar. Al-Amidi, Grar 89. Al-Zamakhshari, Rabi, Bab al-Qadl wa al-Shahada. Sermon 63. Beware. Surely this world is a place. About the transience of the world. Yuhadhiru min fitnati dunya. Beware. Surely this world is a place from which protection cannot be sought except while one is in it. The action which is performed only for this world cannot secure salvation. People are tested in it through calamities. Those who have taken worldly pleasures here will be taken out from them and will be questioned about them. And whatever they have achieved for the other world, they will get them there and stay in them. For the intelligent, this world is like the shade. One moment it is spread out and extended, but soon it shrinks and contracts. إلا وإن الدنيا دار لا يسلم منها إلا فيها ولا ينج بشين كان لها ابتلى ألن أس بها فتنة فما أخذوه منها لها أخرجوا منه وحوسبوا عليه وما أخذوه منها لغيرها قدموا عليه وأقموا فيه فإنها عند ذوي العقول كفء الذل بين تراه. Alternative sources for Sermon 63. Al-Amidi, Grar, under Inna 10:88-199. Sermon 64. Fear Allah and anticipate your death by good actions. About decline and destruction of the world. وَمِنْ خُطْبَةٍ لَهُ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ. O creatures of Allah, fear Allah and anticipate your death by good actions. Purchase everlasting joy by paying transitory things, pleasures of this world. Get ready for the journey, for you are being driven, and prepare yourselves for death, since it is hovering over you. Be a people who wake up when called, and who know that this world is not their abode, and so have it changed. واتقوا إلها عباد إله وبادروا آجالم بأعمالهم وابتعوا ما يبقى لم بما يزول عنهم وترحلوا وافق جد بما واستعدوا للموت فقد أذلموا وكونوا قوم سيحب بهم فانتبهوا وعلموا أن الدنيا ليست لهم بدار فاستبدلوا. Certainly, Allah has not created you aimlessly nor left you as useless. There is nothing between any one of you and paradise or hell except death that must befall him. The life that is being shortened every moment and being dismantled every hour must be regarded very short. The hidden thing, namely death, which is being driven by two over new phenomena, the day and the night, is certainly quick of approach. The traveler which is approaching with success or failure deserves the best of provision. So acquire such provision from this world while you are here with which you may shield yourself tomorrow. فإن الله لم يخلقكم عبثا ولم يترككم سدى وما بين أحدكم وبين الجنة تاء مربوطة أو ألن أرى إلا الموت أن ينزل به وأن غاية تنقصها اللحظر وتهدمها الساعة لجديرة بقصر المادة تاء مربوطة وأن غائبا يحدوه الجديدان الليالي وألنهر لحوري بسرعة الأوبح وأن قادما يقدم بالفوز أو الشكوة لمستحق لأفضل العدة تاء مربوطة فتزودوا فأدنيا من الدنيا ما تحرزون به النفوس غدا. So everyone should fear Allah, should admonish himself, should send forward his repentance, and should overpower his desire. Because his death is hidden from him, his desires deceive him, and Satan is posted on him, and he beautifies for him sin, so that he may commit it and prompts him to delay repentance till his desires make him the most negligent. Pity is for the negligent person whose life itself would be a proof against him, and his own days would lead him to punishment. فاتق عبد ربه نصح نفسه قدم توبته غلب شهوته فان أجله مستور عنه وأمله خادع له والشيطان موكل به يزين له المعصية ليركبها ويمنيه توبة ليسوفها حتى تهجم منيته عليه أغفل ما ينع عنها فيالها حسرة على كل ذي غفلة أن ينع عمره عليه حجة وأن توديه أيامه للشقوة. We ask Allah, the glorified, that he may make us and you like one whom bounty does not mislead, whom nothing can stop from obedience of Allah, and whom shame and grief do not befall after death. نسأل الله سبحانه أن يجعلنا وإياكم ممن لا تبتره نعمة ولا تقصر به عن طاعة ربه غاية ولا تحل به بعد الموت. ندامة ولا كآبة. Alternative sources for Sermon 64. Alamity, Gurar, 105, 154, 155, 246. Sit, Takaral 145. Nasr, Sifin 7. Sermon 65. Praise be to Allah for whom one condition does not proceed another. About Allah's attributes. Praise be to Allah for whom one condition does not proceed another, so that he may be the first before being the last, or he may be manifest before being hidden. Everyone called one save him is by virtue of being small, and everyone enjoying honor other than him is humble. Every powerful person other than him is weak. Every master other than him is slave. Every knower other than him is seeker of knowledge. Every controller other than him is sometimes imbued with control and sometimes with disability. Every listener other than him is deaf to light voices, while loud voices make him deaf and distant voices also get away from him. Every onlooker other than him is blind to hidden colors and delicate bodies. Every manifest thing other than him is hidden, but every hidden thing other than him is incapable of becoming manifest. وكل عالم غيره متعلم وكل قادر غيره يقدر ويعجز وكل سميع غيره يسمع لطيف الأصوات ويسم كبيرها ويذهب عنه ما بعد منها وكل بصير غيره يعم عن خف الألوان ولطيف الأجسام وكل ظاهر غيره غير باطن. He did not create what he created to fortify his authority, nor for fear of the consequences of time, nor to seek help against the attack of an equal or a boastful partner or a hateful opponent. On the other hand, all the creatures are reared by him and are his humbled slaves. He is not conditioned in anything so that it be said that he exists therein, nor is he separated from anything, so as to be said that he is away from it. The creation of what he initiated or the administration of what he controls did not fatigue him. No disability overtook him against what he created. No misgiving ever occurred to him in what he ordained and resolved. But his verdict is certain, his knowledge is definite, his governance is overwhelming. He is wished for a time of distress, and he is feared even in bounty. لم يحلل فالأشياء فيقال هو فيها كائن ولم يئن عنها فيقال هو منها بائن لم يوده خلق ما أبتدى ولا تدبير ما ذرى ولا وقف به عجر عام خلقولا ولجت عليه شبهة في ماقد وقدر بالقضاء متقن وعلم محمن وأمر مبرم الممول معه النقم المرهوب مع النعم. Alternative sources for Sermon 65. Al-Sadaq, Al-Tawhid, 29:62. Al-Wasiti, Yun. Al-Amidi, Gurar 238. Sermon 66. O Muslims! In one of the days of Sifin, Amir al-Mu'minin said to his followers about ways of fighting, O Muslims! Make fear of all of the routine of your life. Cover yourselves with peace of mind and clench your teeth, because this makes the sword slip off from the skull. Complete your armor and shake your swords in their sheaths before showing them out. Have your eyes on the enemy. Use your spears on both sides and strike with swords. Keep in mind that you are before Allah and in the company of the Prophet's cousin. Repeat your attacks and feel ashamed of running away, because it is a shame for posterity and fire on the day of judgment. Give your lives willingly and walk towards death with ease. Beware of this great majority and the pitched tent and aim at its center, because Satan is hiding in its corner. He has extended his hand for assault and has kept back his foot for running away. Keep on enduring till the light of truth dawns upon you. While ye have the upper hand, and Allah is with you, and never will he depreciate your deeds. معاشر المسلمين استشعروا الخشية وتجلبب والينا وعدواع لأل وجد فان هو النبل السيوف عن الهام وأكمل اللامد وقلق الواليوف فإغمادها قبل سلها والحظ الخزرة وطعنوا أش زر ونافح باذيبا وسلوا السيوف بالخطة واعلموا أمي بعين أله ومع ابن عم رسول أله سل أله عليه وآله فعاودوا واستحيوا من الفر فائن هو عار فالأعقاب ونار يوم الحساب وطيبوا عن أنفسهم نفسا وامشوا إلى الموت مشيا سجحا وعليم بهذا السواد. الأعظم ورواق المتن بفضرب واث باجهم فائن الشيطان كامن فكسره قد قدم للوثبة يدا وآخر لنوس رجلا فصمدا حتى ينجلي لمعمود الحق وأنتم الأعلون والهم معيم ولن يتركم أعمالهم. Alternative sources for Sermon 66. Nasr, Sifin, C. Ibn Abi al-Adid, I. 479. Ibn Qutayba, Yun, I. 110-133. Al-Jaiz, Al-Bayan, 2. 24. Al-Bayhaqi, Al-Mahisin, 45. Al-Tabari, Bashara, 172. Al-Qudai, Duster, 124. Ibn Asakir, Tariq, 12, 182. Al-Masudi, Muraj, 2, 380. Firat, Tafsir, Al-Quran. Sermon 67. Why didn't you argue? When after the death of the Prophet, news reached Amir al-Mu'minin about the happening in Saqafa of Bani Saida, one he inquired what the Ansar said. People said that they were asking for one chief from among them and one from the others. Amir al-Mu'minin said, ومن كلام الله عليه السلام فمعنى الأنصار قالوا لما انتهت الأمير المنين عليه السلام سألوه عليه وآله قال عليه السلام ما قالت الأنصار قالت منا أمير ومنم أمير قال عليه السلام. Why did you not argue against them that the Prophet had left his will that whoever is good among Ansar should be treated well and whoever is bad should be forgiven? People said, what is the proof against them in it? Amir al-Mu'minin said, if the government was for them, there should have been no will in their favor. Then he said, what did the Quraysh plead? People said, they argued that they belonged to the lineal tree of the Prophet. Then Amir al-Mu'minin said, They defended themselves with the plea of the tree, but neglected the fruit. قالوا وما فهذا من الحجة عليهم. ثم قال فماذا قالت قريش. Alternative sources for Sermon 67. Al-Nawari, Nahaya, 8-168. Al-Amidi, Gerar, 326. Al-Karajiki, Al-Tajub, 13. Al-Jawari, Al-Sakafa, see Ibn Abi al-Adid, 2, at the beginning. Al-Tabari, Tariq, 6, 263. Ibn Abi al-Bur, Al-Istiyab, in the account of a Wfibn Athatha. Al-Masudi Murich, Al-Tawidi Al-Basr 59. Al-Murtada, Imam Ali I 198. 1. From what happened in the Sakafa of Bani Saida, it appears that the greatest argument of Muhajirin against Ansar, and the basis of the former success, was this very point, that since they were the kith and kin of the Prophet, no one else could deserve the caliphate. On this very ground, the big crowd of Ansar became ready to lay down their weapons before 3 Muhajirin, and the latter succeeded in winning the caliphate by presenting their distinction of descent. Thus, in connection with the events of Sakafa, At-Tabari writes that when the Ansar assembled in Sakafa of Bani Saida to swear allegiance on the hand of Sa'd ibn Ubadah, somehow Abu Bakr, Umar, and Abu Ubaidah ibn al-Jarrah also got the hint and reached there. Umar had thought out something for this occasion, and he rose to speak, but Abu Bakr stopped him, and he himself stood up. After praise of Allah and the immigration of the Muhajirin and their precedence in Islam, he said, "There are those who worshipped Allah first of all and accepted belief in Allah and His Prophet's friends and His kith and kin. These alone, therefore, must deserve the caliphate. Whoever clashes with them commits excess." When Abu Bakr finished his speech, Al-Hibab ibn al-Mundhir stood up and, turning to the Ansar, he said, "O group of Ansar, do not give your reins in the hands of others. The populace is under your care. You are men of honor, wealth, and tribe and gathering. If the Muhajirin have precedence over you in some matters, you too have precedence over them in other matters. You gave them refuge in your houses. You're the fighting arm of Islam. With your help, Islam stood on its own feet. In your cities, prayer of Allah was established with freedom. Save yourselves from division and dispersion and stick to your right unitedly. If the Muhajirin do not concede to your right, tell them, there should be one chief from us and one from them." No sooner Al-Hubab sat down after saying this than Umar rose and spoke thus, "This can't be that there be 2 rulers at one time. By Allah, the Arabs will never agree to have you as the head of the state, since the Prophet was not from amongst you. Certainly, the Arabs will not care the least objection in that the caliphate is allowed to one in whose house prophethood rests, so that the ruler should also be from the same house. For those who dissent, clear arguments can be put forth. Whoever comes in conflict with us in the matter of the authority and rulership of Muhammad, he is leaning towards wrong, is a sinner, and is falling into destruction." After Umar, Al-Hibab again stood up and said to the Ansar, "Look, stick to your point and do not pay heed to the views of this man or his supporters. They want to trample your right. If they do not consent, turn him and them out of your cities and appropriate the caliphate. Who else than you can deserve it more?" When Al-Hubab finished, Umar scolded him. There was use of bad words from that side also, and the position began to worsen. On seeing this, Abu Ubaidah ibn al-Jarrah spoke with the intention of cooling down Ansar and to win them over to his side, and said, "O Ansar, you are the people who supported us and helped us in every manner. Do not now change your ways and do not give up your behavior." But the Ansar refused to change their mind. They were prepared to swear allegiance to Sa'd, and people just wanted to approach him when a man of Sa'd's tribe, Bashir ibn Amr al-Khazraji, stood up and said, "No doubt we came forward for jihad and gave support to the religion, but our aim in doing thus was to please Allah and to obey His Prophet. It does not behove us to claim superiority and create trouble in the matter of the caliphate. Muhammad was from Quraysh, and they have a greater right for it and are more appropriate for it. As soon as Bashir uttered these words, division occurred among the Ansar, and this was his aim, because he could not see a man of his own tribe rising so high. The Muhajirin took the best advantage of this division among the Ansar, and Umar and Abu Ubaidah decided to swear allegiance to Abu Bakr. They just got forward for the act when Bashir first of all put his hand on that of Abu Bakr, and after that Umar and Abu Ubaidah swore the allegiance. Then the people of Bashir's tribe came and swore allegiance, and trampled Sa'd ibn Ubadah under their feet. During this time, Amir al-Mu'minin was occupied in the funeral bath and burial of the Prophet. When afterwards he heard about the assemblage at the Saqifah, and he came to know that the Muhajirin had won the score over Ansar by pleading themselves to be from the tribe of the Prophet, he uttered the fine sentence that then argued on the lineal tree being one, but spoiled its fruits, who were the members of his family. That is, if Muhajirin's claim was acceded for being from the lineal tree of the Prophet, how can those who are the fruits of this tree be ignored? It is strange that Abu Bakr, who connects with the Prophet in the 7th generation above, and Umar, who connects with him in the 9th generation above, may be held of the tribe and family of the Prophet, and he who is his first cousin, he is refused the status of a brother. Sermon 68, I had intended to send. When Amir al-Mu'minin appointed Muhammad ibn Abi Bakr, one governor of Egypt, and he was overpowered and killed, Amir al-Mu'minin said, I had intended to send Hashim ibn Utbah to Egypt, and had done so he would not have made way for the opponents, nor given them time. This is without reproach to Muhammad ibn Abi Bakr, as I loved him and had brought him up. وقد أردت تولية مصر هاشم بن عتبة ولا وليته إياها لما خلى لهم العرس ولا أنهزهم الفرصة بلا ذم لمحمد بن أبو بر فلقد كان حبيبا وكان لي ربيبا. Alternative sources for Sermon 68. Al-Thaqafi, Al-Gharat, Al-Tabari, Tariq 6, 63. Al-Baladuri, Ansab 2 for 04. 1. Muhammad ibn Abi Bakr's mother was Asma bint Umayis, whom Amir al-Mu'minin married after Abu Bakr's death. Consequently, Muhammad lived and was brought up under the care of Amir al-Mu'minin, and he imbibed his ways and manners. Amir al-Mu'minin too loved him much and regarded him as his son, and used to say, Muhammad is my son from Abu Bakr. He was born in the journey for the last Hajj and died as martyr in 38 AH at the age of 28 years. On accession to the caliphate, Amir al-Mu'minin had selected Qays ibn Sa'd ibn Ubadah as the governor of Egypt, but circumstances so developed that he had to be removed, and Muhammad ibn Abi Bakr had to be sent there as governor. The policy of Qays there was that he did not want to take any serious step against the Uthmani group, but Muhammad's view was different. After the lapse of a month, he sent them word that in case they did not obey him, their existence there would be impossible. Upon this, these people organized a front against him and engaged themselves in secret wire pullings, but became conspicuous soon. After arbitration, they started creating trouble with the slogan of vengeance. This polluted the atmosphere of Egypt. When Amir al-Mu'minin came to know these deteriorated conditions, he gave the governorship of Egypt to Malik ibn al-Harith al-Ashta and sent him off there in order that he might suppress insurgent elements and save the administration from getting worse. But he could not escape the evil designs of the Umayyads and was killed by poison while on his way. Thus, the governorship of Egypt remained with Muhammad ibn Abi Bakr. On this side, the performance of Amr ibn al-As in connection with the arbitration made Muawiyah recall his own promise. Consequently, he gave him 6,000 combatants and set him off to attack Egypt. When Muhammad ibn Abi Bakr knew of the advancing force of the enemy, he wrote to Amir al-Mu'minin for help. Amir al-Mu'minin replied that he would be soon collecting help for him, but in the meantime, he should mobilize his own forces. Muhammad mobilized 4,000 men under his banner and divided them into two parts. He kept one part with himself, and on the other, he placed Kanana ibn Bishr at-Tajibi in command and ordered him to go forward to check the enemy's advance. When they settled down in camp before the enemy, various parties of the enemy began attacking them, but they faced them with courage and valor. At last, Muawiyah ibn Hudayj Asakuni al-Kindi made an assault with full force. These people did not turn away from the enemy's swords, but faced them steadfastly and fell as martyrs in action. The effect of this defeat was that Muhammad ibn Abi Bakr's men got frightened and deserted him. Finding himself alone, Muhammad fled away and sought refuge in a deserted place. The enemy, however, got news about him through someone and traced him out when he was dying with thirst. Muhammad asked for water, but these cruel men refused and butchered him thirsty. Then they put his body in the belly of a dead ass and burned it. Malik ibn Kab al-Arhabi had already left Kufa with 2,000 men, but before he could reach Egypt, it had been occupied by the enemy.